Check 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Testing for Zoom.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yes. That or saying, prepare to buy or sell your golf.
No, I'm great right here. Thank you. No. Here's the. I love it. I get. Good, how are you? I know, I'm coming too. I wanted it. Yeah. Paula. Are you looking for somewhere to sit? Ah. Spot. David will go to his spot. You guys are funny. You're like my COO in the other workshop. She's like sits in the back. I'm like, they don't have to go back. You guys. I don't think they are. Likewise. I gave it us. Make me sit somewhere else. And then. I mean, like, there's a video going around, I just arrested a family, parents, children, in court, zip tying the children. Oh my God. In court, meaning they were doing it the right way, showing up. No mercy. No mercy. None. That's a pretty.
Good day.
Tea and coffee, that's the real preparation for batter. A logo. Lettering. Setting. You can buy. There. Well, all of it, so it's only from the left. I haven't. Get it one day. Yeah, you know, I'm running. Each other. My team. You're, are you? Wait. No, I am. Morning, how are you?
Welcome back to day 2 of preparing to buy or sell a law firm. Everyone's like moving around. People who are in the front are now in the back. Like I scared you off. Some people who are on that side of the room are now on that side of the room. It's like all mixed up. It's pretty interesting. All right. So let's do this just for a quick recap. And then I'm going to go over the feedback you gave me yesterday, because there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. Actually, they are. This is it's electrolytes. It's basically salt. It's like they're awesome. All right. So where are we going? All right. Quick recap. This is not working. There we go. Sale, transfer of ownership and title to the property from one person to another for a price. We all know what a sale is, yes? When we talk about selling a law firm, we're talking about someone else owning the firm after the transaction is done, right? This is an important concept, and your comments, your feedback, the things you wanted me to address, a lot of that is going to be addressed by really zeroing in on what is a sale. It means it's no longer mine. It's now yours. It's no longer yours. It's now mine. It means you don't get to really have an opinion on what color I paint the bedroom. It's not your house anymore. I now own it. Got it? Your firm will be sold. Make no mistake about it. Remember, right? It's either going to be sold voluntarily on your terms, based on a valuation method that you get to negotiate and have input into, or it's going to be sold involuntarily on the terms of your creditors or on the terms of your other third parties, and they're going to use the valuation method that they want, and that probably would not be the valuation method that is most beneficial to you and your family. Or it's going to be sold by your estate, but your firm will be sold. Now, some people are going to take the position of, I do not care about my family or my clients or my staff or my reputation or anything that happens after I'm dead, because I'm dead and I don't care. So fuck it. I don't give a shit. But for the rest of us who actually care about our families and care about our reputations and care about our clients and care about our staff, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we are preparing to leave behind something that our estate can sell in a way that will be good for everyone. If that is, obviously, if you don't want to sell the firm before you die. Glenn, have profit and loss versus balance sheet. We talked about profit and loss versus balance sheet. Remember, profit and loss is telling you how much revenue a business generates, what expenses the revenue incurs to generate that revenue, and what's left over is either a profit or a loss. Yes? Okay, that's an income statement. Income statement, P&L, they both say the same thing. This is important because one of the valuation methods we're going to be talking about today is the income state valuation method. Who do you think prefers the income state valuation method? The seller or the buyer? The seller. The seller usually will prefer the income state valuation method. The balance sheet talks about equity value, right? This is list of all the assets, list of all the liabilities. The difference between the value of all the assets and the value of all the liabilities is the equity. It's the equity. The difference between the value of all the assets and the value of all the liabilities, the difference between those two numbers is the equity. That number might be positive if the assets are worth more than the liabilities, or that number might be negative if the liabilities are more than the assets. Yes? Talked about a balance sheet yesterday. This is important because there's another valuation method, and this is a valuation method that most law firms use. This is the valuation method that you see in dissolution proceedings. This is the valuation method that you see in creditor proceedings. This is the valuation method you see in partnership disputes. This is the valuation method that you see in divorces. This is the balance sheet method of valuing the business. Who do you think prefers the balance sheet method of valuing a business? The seller or the buyer? The buyer, right. This is why, go back to the previous slide, you want to do this when you're in charge. You want to do this when you're in control. You want to do this while you still have some leverage in the process, because you want to be able to use your leverage. You want to be able to use the control you have to find a buyer who will agree to buy the business based on the profit and loss, the P&L, the income statement method, not the balance sheet method. You get what I'm saying? It could be the difference of hundreds of thousands, and in some of your cases, the difference of millions of dollars of extra money for your family. The difference between these two methods. And then, of course, there's the cash flow. Cash flow, also referred to as free cash flow, that refers to how much money is available to pay expenses, right? You could have a business that's very, very, very profitable, but doesn't have a lot of free cash, right? Maybe because they're making a lot of investments and investments and investments and investments in growth. So it's very, very profitable, but all of that profit is getting sucked back in to support growth. Yes? Right? Or you could have a business that is not very profitable. It's losing money, but it's got a lot of positive cash flow. Right? You can have a business that incurs more expenses than it generates in revenue, So it's losing money, yeah? But you have positive cash flow because of the timing between when the revenue comes in and the expenses go out. You can also mask losses, and lots of law firms mask losses. They're walking around like peacocks with their feathers out, bragging about their multi-million-dollar, multi-eight-figure businesses. And yet, if you actually open up the financials, they're losing a ton of money. I know of many, 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 many $10 million, $20 million, $30 million law firms that are actually losing money. So how do they not go out of business? They don't go out of business because they've got credit. They don't go out of business because the owners are injecting more and more working capital from outside the firm into prop up the firm. They don't lose money. I mean, they don't go out of business because the owners have other businesses or other income sources that they use to subsidize and prop up the operations that are losing money. Are you getting what I'm saying here? Right? Just because you see a business that has 10, 20, $30 million of revenue, gross revenue, does not mean it's profitable. Yeah? Just because you see a business that's unprofitable doesn't mean it's not enormously valuable. There could be enormous value in a business, even though the business is losing money. You could have a business that is generating $1 million of revenue. It could be losing $100,000 a year in losses on the profit and loss, but it could be worth millions. It could be worth millions of dollars to someone who can take the assets, deploy them in a different way, and really make something great with what's there, right? So you might have, for example, a $1 million law firm that's supporting a $2 million, that's supporting the overhead, that's supporting the infrastructure, that's supporting the staff of a $5 million law firm. Right? Well, if you have a $1 million law firm supporting the infrastructure for a $5 million law firm, maybe they're banking on, we grow this thing to $5 million and suddenly it gives us $1 million a year of profit, 20%, which is pretty good, right? And I'm willing to lose money and lose money and lose money and lose money until I can get the thing to scale where it suddenly becomes profitable. Yes? All right, there's lots of businesses that do that. All right, so we understand a balance sheet. We understand an income statement, also known as a profit or loss. We understand a balance sheet, and we understand cash flow. And we understand that when you are looking to sell your law firm, depending on whether your law firm is profitable on the P&L or not, depending on what the equity value of your business looks like, favorable or unfavorable, and depending on what's going on with the cash flow of your business, we might find that your business will appeal more to one kind of a buyer than another kind of a buyer. Yes? Flip it around. If you are a seller, if you're a buyer, if you're buying a law firm, when you go out in the market to buy law firms, like some of you are looking to do, you will have to think about what you're really looking to buy. Are you buying income? Who wants to buy income? Are you buying assets? Who wants to buy assets? Are you buying cash flow? Who wants to buy cash flow? Okay, so some of you are not really ready to go out and become serious buyers of law firms because you're not clear on whether you're going out looking for income or assets or cash flow. And I say or, these are not binary, right? If you're going out looking primarily to buy income, or are you going out primarily to buy assets, or are you going out primarily to buy cash flow, right? Because depending on what kind of buyer you are, depending on what your strategy is, you might primarily be looking for one kind of a firm or another kind of a firm. I don't mean by practice area. I'm not taking questions right now. I'm going through this summary. This is all stuff we covered yesterday. I'm going over it a second time so that we're all clear on what we talked about, because we got to get into role play, and I'm going to go through these questions, which these questions made me realize that we had to do this review. All right. Normalized salary. We talked about normalized salary. Yes, we talked about normalized salary is the amount of money that your law firm should be paying for the services provided to it, right? If you could hire, if what your law firm requires in this position is a third-year associate, then what should the law firm be paying for? A third-year associate. If the only person available to do the job is a 20-year attorney, what should the law firm be hiring? A third-year associate. And if the only person available to do the job is a 20-year seasoned lawyer, but the law firm should be hiring a third-year associate, how much should the firm be paying? They should be paying what they should pay for a third-year associate. Yes? So if you are a 20-year brilliant lawyer who's won every case in the world and you're the biggest genius lawyer ever, and you got 20 years of genius lawyer experience because you're the best, but what the law firm needs is a third-year associate, how much should the law firm be paying you? Whatever it would pay for a third-year associate, that's what the law firm should be paying you. That's the normalized salary. Now, if the third-year associate should be making, I'm making this up as an example, $100,000 a year, but you, as a 20-year lawyer, could be earning $300,000 a year, how much should the law firm be paying you? $100,000 a year, because what the law firm needs is a third-year associate that the law firm can pay $100,000 a year. If the law firm is paying you $300,000 a year because you happen to be the owner's brother, if the law firm is paying you $300,000 a year because you happen to be the owner's wife, if the law firm is paying you $300,000 a year because you happen to be the owner's child, yeah, how much should the law firm be paying you? Still the same $100,000 a year. The normalized salary is $100,000 a year, and the extra $200,000 either should go into the profit of the firm or it's an owner benefit. You got it? Hold on. It either goes into the profit of the firm, because when I buy the firm, what's the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to fire the owner's kid. I'm going to fire the owner's wife or husband or significant other. And I'm going to replace them with a third-year associate who I'm going to pay $100,000, and the extra $200,000 is going to go where? Straight into profits, right? So it's profit being disguised as payroll. You understand what I'm saying there? Right? Or if the owner is paying the $300,000 to themselves, right? That extra $200,000 really is an owner benefit. You get what I'm saying? Does anyone care whether you classify the $200,000 as owner benefit or if you classify it as profit? No one cares. It doesn't matter. What should I categorize it as? And what's going to happen? And what am I'm going to fail the test in school. No one gives a shit whether you classify it as owner benefit or you classify it as profit that you're foregoing. Okay? On Monday, because I ate fish, I'm going to call it profit. And on Tuesdays, because I had tacos, I'm going to call it owner benefit. It doesn't fucking matter. The point is, you understand that it really shouldn't be payroll. Got it? That extra $200,000 shouldn't be payroll. You can pay it. Just understand that when we're looking to normalize the books, when we're looking to really evaluate the real profitability of the business, we're going to say this $1 million business should be paying $100,000 for a third-year associate. What's this? The firm is paying $300,000 to the third-year associate because the third-year associate is the kid of the owner. Yeah? Oh, well, that extra $200,000 is basically the owner just paying the firm paying the kid $100,000 and the owner throwing the kid an extra $200,000 of extra allowance. Are you getting what I'm saying here? We have to normalize what the firm should be paying you, the owner, versus what the law firm is actually paying you, the owner, right? Which do you think we find more often? That the firm is paying the owner more than the firm should be paying the owner? Or do you think it's more often that we find that the firm is paying the owner less than the firm should be paying the owner?
More.
I find in 25 years of doing this, and I've worked with tens of thousands of law firms at this point. I've been doing this since 1999 at the Florida, when I first went to work at the Florida Bar's Law Office Management Assistance Service in 1999. And since then, I've worked with literally tens of thousands of law firm owners. Most of the time, the law firm is paying the owner less than the law firm should be paying the owner. Because the owner says such things as, my cost of goods sold doesn't matter. It doesn't cost me anything. Come on, everyone say it with me together. Just my time. The owners will say, I don't need to figure out what the firm's cost of goods sold are. There is no cost of goods sold. The COGS are zero for my law firm. It doesn't cost me anything, just my time, right? That is an extremely entrepreneurially immature and quite candidly stupid and naive thing to say, which doesn't stop probably 9 out of 10 law firm owners from saying it and running their business that way. Yeah? Okay. So we understand normalized salary? Yes? This is going to be important because when you're looking to buy or sell a law firm, if you're going to sell a law firm and your law firm is paying you more than it should be paying you, your law firm would then be worth what if you normalize the salary? More. Your law firm would be worth more if you normalize the salary back down to what it should be paying you, right? But that's not what happens in most law firms. What happens in most law firms is the law firm should be paying the third-year associate $300,000, but instead it's paying the owner $25,000 because the owner thinks this cost me nothing, right? And the owner takes pride in how much they suffer, and they take pride in how much they sacrifice, and they just eat that doctrine of sacrifice up all day long. And look at me, I'm working for only $25,000 when I should be earning $100,000. And when it comes time to value of the firm, they're really upset because what do we have to do with the normalized salary? We have to raise it, which makes the firm look more profitable or less profitable,
Yes.
which makes the firm in reality less profitable than it appears to be. It doesn't make the firm less profitable. It just shows the reality of the lack of profits. You get what I'm saying? This is where you find a lot of lawyers who think you can't sell a law firm because they don't have a business. They have just created a job for themselves, right? All right. How profitable is your law firm? So now we talk about the difference between profit and profit and profit. And this is the example that we use of the 3 different lawyers, lawyer A, lawyer B, lawyer C. Each of them has a law firm grossing $1 million a year. Law firm A is grossing $1 million. Law firm B is grossing $1 million. Law firm C is grossing $1 million. It's over there on the wall, right? All 3 law firms, at the end of the day, give the owners $300,000 in total owner benefits. Total owner benefits is W-2 salary plus K-1 profits plus all the other stuff that you run through the business for tax strategy reasons. Yes? All 3 law firms are grossing $1 million. All 3 law firms give the owner 30% total owner benefits at the end of the day. Yes? The difference is that law firm A, the owner is walking around strutting proud as a peacock. Look at me, I have a 30% profit law firm. Law firm B, the owner is saying, well, I'm doing pretty good. I got a 20% profit law firm. And law firm C is got her head hung low and she's taking really bad business advice from these two other idiots because she thinks she only has a 10% profit law firm because the $300,000, A, B, and C, the $300,000, A takes the whole 300, this is W2, this is K1, this is other, owner benefits. A puts $300,000 in W2, nothing in K1, nothing in other. Yeah? B puts $200,000 in W2 and $50,000 in K1 and $50,000 in other. And C puts $100,000 in W2, $100,000 in K1, and $100,000 in other. And they're all making $300,000 in total owner benefits, except lawyer A is going to go around, 0 and 300. See that? 0 and 300. This should be this is really, really, really important. And I know I keep messing it up. I want to get it right for you. A, B, C, W2, K1, other. $1 million, $1 million, $1 million. Top line gross revenue. Bottom line total owner benefit is 300, 300, and 300. A has 300,000 in K1, 0 in W2, 0 in other. Yes? B has $200,000 in K1, $50,000 in W2, $50,000 in other. C has $100,000 in K1, $100,000 in other, $100,000 in W2. You see this? Can y'all see this? A goes around bragging, look at me, I have a 30% profit margin. B says, look at me, I have a 20% profit margin. And C ends up taking bad business advice and probably bad life advice too from A because C thinks she has only a $100,000 profit margin when in fact C is engaged in a smart tax strategy, whereas A is engaged in entrepreneurially immature, non-existent, naive, baby. I don't want to think about it. I'm afraid of it. I just do whatever my accountant tells me. Tax strategy. A is taking pride in how much he suffers and slaves away for his firm and how much he sacrifices for everyone. And he goes around bragging like, I don't even take a salary. I just work so hard, right? Whereas C takes a reasonable salary, normalized, so that she has a real picture of what her law firm profits actually should be. Are you getting what I'm saying here? This is a really important concept that we covered yesterday, and I messed up the diagram, and then again this morning, so I want to get it right. You got it? Okay. What? Whatever. Y'all get it.
RJon, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
For somebody buying a firm, do you create like a pro forma P&L based on normalized? Like, how do you present that information to a
Right.
potential
We'll come back to
buyer?
that later.
Okay.
All right. Profit versus free cash flow. We talked about that earlier. I'm not going to repeat it. Profit is how much it is a function of how much it costs you to deliver the services to the client. Free cash flow is a function of the timing of when the expenses go out and when the income comes in. All right? The marshmallow test, this was, the whole idea with the marshmallow test was to kick off the conversation about understanding the time value of money, right? Would you rather have $1 today or $2 tomorrow? Most of you said $2 tomorrow. Duh, right? But when I made it a little bit more real and I said, would you rather have $100,000 today or $200,000 next year? Some of you were like, well, you know, I'm not really sure. And then I said, okay, would you rather have $1 million today or $5 million in 5 years? Some of you jumped for the marshmallow today, even though we calculated that you would have to be able to earn something like, was a 38% return on your investment year on year on year on year on year, 5 years. This is important because when we get to talking about selling your firm, yes, when we get to talking about selling your firm, this is going to become a very real practical consideration for you because you're going to have a choice between two different buyers. Let's just say all things are equal between these two different buyers. One buyer is going to give you $1 today. The other buyer is willing to pay you $5, but you got to wait 5 years to get it, right? And if you take the $1 today, you might be leaving a lot of money on the table versus if you're willing to wait 5 years to get the full $5. Are you getting what I'm saying? As a practical matter, one of the questions that came up over and over and over again in these questions that you'll be seeing is how to structure the deal, how to do the financing on the deal, right? Now, you could say to the buyer, go to the SBA and borrow money, right? I looked it up right now, and the SBA, to get money from the SBA is like 13 or 14%, right? It's 6 points over prime. The SBA allows the lender to charge up to 6 points over prime. Maybe you can find a buyer to charge you less than 6 points over prime. But let's just figure it 6 points over prime, which is going to put it around 13 or 14% right now, right? Raise your hand if you'd like to earn 13 or 14% on your money. Raise your hand if you've got someplace better to put money where you can reliably earn more than 13 or 14% on your money. A few of you, good, all right. If you can't find a better place to put your money to make more than 13 or 14% on your money, why not just be the bank? Why not just make the whole thing easier? Easier for the buyer, easier for you, the seller, to find a buyer. You can negotiate a higher price. Are you getting what I'm saying with this? Now, the reason why you don't want to be the bank is because your law firm is a piece of shit. Your marketing is garbage. Your sales is not documented. Your intake systems don't exist. Your recruiting, staff training, your management, your key performance indicators are undeveloped. And you know what a rickety piece of crap this thing is, which is part of the reason you're so desperate to dump it in a fire sale and run as far as fast away from it as you can. Which, by the way, a whole bunch of people are like, what's the secret formula for how to sell a law firm? The secret formula for how to sell a law firm is, you want to write this down. You ready? Y'all got your pens out? Do what we have been asking you to do all along. If you will do the things we've been asking you to do all along, your law firm will be easier to sell. Yeah? If you will let us help you build a recruiting machine, if you will follow our advice and actually build a interviewing and onboarding program, if you will follow our advice and create an ongoing training. When do you stop your training program? Never. If you will manage your business with a dashboard and key performance indicators and objective data. Does this sound familiar to you? Is this not what you've been hearing from us to do? Is this not what your chief operating officer and your chief executive officer and your chief financial officer and your chief marketing officer have been trying to get you to do? Right? Well, when you do these things, then your law firm works without you having to be there every day, every week, every month, even every quarter. And when you can say to a prospective buyer, this law firm works without me having to be here every day, every week, every month, or even every quarter, the prospective buyer will think, wow, you know what? This whole thing isn't going to fall apart the minute the seller walks out the door, which is going to make the law firm easier for a buyer to buy. Yes? Right? And think about this. If you know that your business works without you having to be there every day, every week, every month, or even every quarter, right? And you sell it for a big premium on value, and you're earning 7, 8, 10, 12% return on your money, collateralized by this business that works without you or the seller having to be there every day, every week, every month, or even every quarter, and you don't get your payments on time, and you have to step back in to take the business over, you step back into a business that's still running because it doesn't require you or the buyer to be there every day, every week, every month, or even every quarter. Are you seeing how this is a self-solving problem? Yes? Also, when your business is working without you having to be there every day, every week, every month, or even every quarter, then you're not desperate to sell it. Because you're not desperate to sell it, you're in a stronger negotiating position. You don't take the first crappy offer that comes along. And maybe you even decide, you know what? I'd buy this from myself, and you do exactly that. What a beautiful thing. All right. The marshmallow test. Renoir. We talked about finding the Renoirs in the attic. And I remind you, this is a Vern Harnish idea, not my own. I'm sharing his idea and probably not describing it as well as he does. But the basic idea is that you've got one house that's worth $1 million. You've got 3 different buyers. The first buyer does not like the house, but might be willing to buy it if the price is right. The second buyer likes the house just fine. I could take it or I could leave it. And the third buyer loves that house. All things being equal, the first buyer needs to get a price that's better than $1 million. The second buyer is maybe willing to pay $1 million because they don't really care one way or the other. And the third buyer might be willing to pay a little bit more than $1 million because of the intangibles, because they love the house and they love the street and all of that. Yeah? But if the first buyer does their inspection, they do their due diligence, and they discover a rare and valuable painting hidden deep, deep, deep in the attic that they know will come with the house and the seller won't even know that they gave it, then the first buyer, who doesn't even particularly like the house, might be willing to pay a big premium over the market value for the house because they know there's something of great value hidden in the property. Do we all understand this concept? We remember this from yesterday? Remember that from yesterday? I'm looking at you. You don't remember from yesterday? Not to him. Do you remember this from yesterday? Okay. I'm looking at you, like not giving me any feedback. Yes, you. Give him one of these. All right. Well, there are Renoirs in the attic of law firms, right? And yesterday, at the end of the day, we talked about a really valuable Renoir that's sitting in the attic of most law firms that the sellers don't even realize they have, right? Now, if you are looking to buy law firms, this is great because you can go and pick up Renoirs that happen to be packaged inside of houses, right? You don't care about buying the house, but you're interested in getting the Renoir that's in the house. You get what I'm saying? You would be buying you would then be buying that law firm. If you know that law firm has a Renoir in the attic, are you buying that house for profit? Or are you buying that house for balance sheet equity? Or are you buying that house for free cash flow?
Balance sheet. It's an asset.
You're buying it for balance sheet, right? You'd go in with a balance sheet purchase. If you're selling if you want to sell your law firm, wouldn't it be a good idea? Wouldn't it make sense to go and find all the Renoirs in the attic, pull them out of the attic, stick them on the wall, and say, the house is worth $1 million and the Renoir that's on the wall is worth $10 million and the total price together is now $11 million? Rather than being one of these people who sells the house with the Renoir in the attic, not even knowing it's there? Yeah? All right. What you'll sell, what they'll buy. What you will sell and what they will buy is revenues. They will buy the amount of revenues and they will buy the predictability of the revenues. Which is going to be more valuable, the amount of revenues or the predictability of the revenues?
Predictability.
Usually it's the predictability of the revenues more valuable than the amount of revenues, because we all agreed that all things being equal, we'd rather buy the firm that gives us $500,000 of income year after year after year after year after year without us having to be there every day, every week, every month, or even every quarter, rather than the law firm that gives us $1 million of income, maybe, right? Profitability. We talked about making a distinction between buying gross profit versus buying net profit, selling gross profit versus selling net profit. And we talked about how there are a lot of cases where the net profit might be not much. There might be very little net profit, but there's a lot of gross profit. And that firm could be really valuable. How could you take a firm with very little net profit, but very good gross profit, and make it enormously valuable for you as a buyer? If you already have existing systems, if you already have existing infrastructure, that you can take that gross profit, plug that gross profit into your existing systems and procedures, and cut a lot of expenses, and suddenly you've got a lot of net profit. Yeah? If you don't have any processes or systems or procedures, then you can't just buy gross profit. You probably have to buy net profit, unless there's a lot of waste. We talked about owner benefits. If you are going to be buying a firm and you see that the owner is driving a fancy car that the firm is paying for, if you look at the owner's calendar and you see the owner is going on extravagant vacations that the firm is paying for, right? These are all owner benefits, which could be and should be, and after you buy the firm will be what?
Yours.
Profits, right? So you might look at a P&L and say, wow, this law firm isn't very profitable in terms of net income. But if I were to reclassify the owner benefits as profits, all of a sudden, wow, this thing's very profitable. Make sense? And then we talked about the quote unquote stuff, the intellectual property, right? How much would you pay to not have to design and develop and test and figure out and make your onboarding machine work? Wouldn't that be worth something? Yeah, I'd pay something to not have to do that. Save a lot of time, energy, and pain in the ass. What would you pay to not have to build a marketing machine, test the marketing machine, refine the marketing machine, get the marketing machine dialed in? Wouldn't you pay someone to have already built that thing for you? Yeah? That's part of the intellectual property. That's the systems. That's where you can literally manufacture equity in your business. You can literally make your business more and more and more and more valuable to the right buyer, right? Now, if you're going to sell your small law firm to a big law firm that's already got all that stuff in place, that they probably won't put a lot of value on those systems. They don't care about that. They got their own systems, right? But if you're selling your law firm to a small law firm or to a lawyer who wants to start their own law firm and they don't want to spend the next 5 years figuring all this shit out, those systems, those processes, those procedures, that going concern value can be of great value to that buyer. Yes? Which goes back to the question that you'll hear being repeated in these notes over and over again. Some of you are looking for formulas that don't exist. And I could start a course called How to Buy and Sell a Law Firm. and I could stand up and say, I'm going to give you the formulas that you should use. And here's the formulas, and here's the rules of thumbs, and here are the typical ratios, and here are the standards. And the room would have 3 times more people in it because people want to believe in this fairy tale. But in reality, that's not how businesses get bought and sold. As a seller, how many buyers do you need to find? 1. Yeah? You need to find the buyer who wants what your firm has, right? And if your firm doesn't appeal to big law firms, don't try to sell your law firm to big law firms, right? If your law firm only appeals to medium-sized buyers, don't go and talk to small buyers. If your law firm has been purpose-built and you've strategically made business decisions as you're growing and building your business to make it appeal to a lawyer who wants to start a law firm and get a 10-year jump start in their life and career, then make it something that really appeals to that buyer, and don't worry if it doesn't appeal to all the other buyers. Are you getting what I'm saying here? But if you get all enamored with formulas and standards and typical ways of doing things, it's going to confuse you, and you can end up creating something that's not really going to appeal much to anyone. Going concern value, we talked about pain in the ass factor. I just said that. And these are a lot of these concepts and ideas represented on a balance sheet. Yes? And then we went through this thing where I got all the carrots wrong. Don't worry about that. All right? We're good? All right. Now, before I take your questions, and the reason that I said I'm not going to take questions is because I had dinner I had dinner with all of you last night. I had dinner with all of you last night.
Emailed with my questions this morning.
I had dinner with everyone except Becky last night, and I did not have breakfast with you this morning, Becky. Okay. So, we're going to go through your questions now. This is what I was hoping to get. This is what I was hoping to get. How to prepare my firm for sale, strategies for selling my firm, including strategies for negotiating the sale of my firm. Okay. There are 2 ways for me to present this information to you. One is the easy and simple way. The other is the profitable and practical way. Which would you prefer?
Second.
Easy and simple or profitable and practical?
Profitable and practical.
Profitable and practical. I'm glad you all agree with me. The easy and simple way is to give you a bunch of formulas. Here's the formula that you should use for determining value. There isn't a formula for determining value in a law firm. There are a number of different formulas to choose from, and depending on whether you are the buyer or the seller, you may be better off using these formulas or those formulas. Yes? Buyers usually prefer to use formulas. Yeah? Buyers usually prefer to use formulas. Three times gross. I'm sorry, 3 times net. 3 times net. Your firm netted $100,000. I'll pay you $300,000 for it. 3 times net. There you go. How much did your firm gross last year? Jason? How much did your firm gross last year? 1.2? And how much did it net? What was the profits? The profits, not the W-2, not the other, just the K1 profits. Just the K1 profits. What do you think it might have been? Just round off. No, I doubt it. If your K1 profits were 250, then you need to get into the tax strategy workshop stat. Anyway, the buyer would say, what did the firm gross last year? And then the buyer would say, what were your K1 profits last year? And the buyer would say, well, typically in the legal industry, it's 3 times net. So therefore, I'll multiply that times 3 and give you dog shit. And because your advisors are probably a bunch of fucking idiots, like most law firm valuation people are, not all law firm valuation people. If anyone hears the recording of this and says, I'm a law firm valuation expert and I take offense at that, if you're really a law firm valuation professional, then you know how fucking stupid most of your colleagues are. They're horrible, right? They use formulas that are detached from reality because formulas are easy and simple. Yeah? Let the record reflect that the CFO in the room is smiling knowingly, saying, yes, this is true. I keep saying good things about you and you don't like it. All right. Sellers generally prefer practical approaches, right? It's not as simple. You got to think it through. You got to talk it out. You don't get to answer the question easily. It becomes a conversation and a discussion. It becomes a bespoke transaction. That's how you maximize the value of your business when you go to sell it. All right. I was hoping to find out what I needed to do to sell my law firm. What I learned is that I need to put in place all the procedures, KPIs, marketing, intake, et cetera, that I've been learning about at How to Manage a Small Law Firm and trying to implement. I didn't. You can even see it was not, he even signed it. I found that I am now leaning toward not selling, but rather building a firm that I can manage and run into my 70s. Fantastic, right? Because like I said, the best way to sell your law firm is to build a law firm you don't want to sell. Build a law firm that you want to buy. Be the buyer of your law firm. Sell it to yourself. That's even better. This is what I was hoping to get. Info on buying law firms, info on making my law firm more valuable. What I still want to get are examples, outlines of a good buy-sell agreement. We can get that for you later. That we can stick that in. That either exists in the resource library, or if it doesn't, we can stick one into the resource library. 2, areas of concern, red flags to avoid. 3, common areas of dispute, problems post-sale from both buyers and sellers. And I think those are actually the same question. So here are some things that I wrote down over dinner. Areas of concern, red flags to avoid, and common areas of dispute and problems. Alex, Glenn, someone on the screen, type, get ready to type. Hands, keyboard, go. Type areas of concern, red flags to avoid. Just type this, don't write it. On the computer, just write areas of concern, red flags to avoid, common areas of dispute / problems post-sale from both buyer and seller's side. Got it? Just type. Stop writing with your hands. Use the keyboard. Areas of concern / red flags to avoid. Areas of concern / red flags to avoid. Common areas of dispute. Problems post-sale from both buyers and sellers. Common areas of dispute, problems post-sale from both buyers and sellers. All right. Got it? Put it on the screen. Bigger. Just see the A next to that? See the A? Up, up, there, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, left, left, there, down, click it, click it, click it, click it, click it. No, you're not. Oh, highlight it. Highlight the screen. Highlight the whole screen. Press Control A, highlight the whole screen. Now click the middle button. There. And you missed an R in buyers. It's okay. Big problem. Big problem. I've done due diligence on a number of businesses that I did not buy because the buyer didn't have any plans for what to do with their life and their money post-sale. The seller, thank you. I did not buy the business because the seller, thank you for the correction, the seller did not have any plans for what they were going to do with their life or money after the sale. Now, if I'm buying a used car from someone, I don't care what the person's going to do with their life or their money after the sale, because I'm going to drive away with the car and I hope to never talk to them again. Yes? But when you're buying a business, the seller, when you're buying a business, every business is a manifestation of the owner, right? And I'm buying something that is a manifestation of this seller. It's got this seller's DNA all over it, yeah? It's got the seller's opinions and values and choices and preferences and relationships and all kinds of things all over it. And I know that if the seller leaves that transaction and spins out of control, it's going to negatively impact the business. Make sense? So I want to know, what are you going to do after the sale? I once looked at buying a business that on paper looked very, very good, but the seller was planning to use the money to go down to South America and like buy a llama farm or something like that. Exactly, right? That's not going to work. You're not going to be happy running a fucking llama farm for the rest of your life. I know you're going to come back and we're going to have problems when you re-enter the market space, when you start trying to find ways around your non-compete agreement, when you start coming back and doing crazy stuff, or when you start posting crazy pictures of yourself on fucking llamas, and everyone who relates the business to you in some way, shape, or form, it's just not going to be good, right? On top of which, I know that llama farms, statistically speaking, have a higher than average rate of failure, and you're going to lose all your money that I pay you, and then you're going to be snooping around for ways to make more money again in the future, right? Now, if it was an ostrich farm, that'd be a completely different conversation. Llamas what kind of lunatic invests in a llama farm? Kangaroos are good, ostriches are good, llamas, come on. They spit at you. Llama farm. All right. So you got to be concerned about what the seller is going to be doing post-sale. I'm joking about llamas. I mean, it's a real story about llamas, but you got to know what the seller is going to be doing after the sale, right? And if they have no good plans for what they're going to do with the rest of their life or what they're going to do with the money, you just know you're going to have a problem, right? All right. 2, assumptions, 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 assumptions. We as human beings go through our lives making lots of assumptions. Assumptions are where all the problems in business deals come from. You assume that you know what I mean when I say vehicle. I assume you know what you mean. Does everyone remember that? Did everyone get this writing exam or this writing example in law school in our first year writing, legal research and writing? Remember that thing where there's a case where the person got arrested for having a vehicle in the park and there was a statute against having vehicles in the park? No, you didn't get that? Some of you? Any of you? No, just me. Okay. Well, describe the vehicle. Someone, just describe the vehicle.
4 wheels and a driving.
Say again? A G55, 4 wheels, someone said motor vehicle.
Bicycle.
Could be a bicycle. Could be a bicycle. You wouldn't have thought it was because you made an assumption. That's the whole point, right? So when you're talking to a seller, right, or when you're talking to a buyer, you're going to say a lot of things. They're going to nod their head because they're going to hear everything that they hope you're saying, even though it's not what you really mean, right? This is why when we're training our advisors, and I'm talking to Jose and Tracy and Andrew, you have to ask why. What do you really mean by that? I think this is what I hear you say. Is this what you really mean? What do you really mean by that? If you are assuming that you understand what is motivating any of our members to do anything, you're an idiot. And I only say it this aggressively because I've told you over and over and over and over again, you have to constantly be checking their motivations. Every month, their motivations change. You talk to them on January and say, what are your financial goals? What are your personal goals? What are your professional goals? Why do those financial goals, personal goals, professional goals matter to you? And they give you an answer. And 6 months later, you're going around like a fool thinking those are still their goals. Those aren't their goals. Their goals have completely changed. Their goals have changed. Their motivations have changed. Everything's changed. And now you wonder why they're no longer following your advice. They're not following your advice anymore because they don't care about the thing you're trying to help them build. They used to care, but they don't care because you didn't stop to find out their goals have changed. All right. Y'all get what I'm saying here? By the way, raise your hand if your goals have not changed in the last 12 months. Raise your hand if your financial goals from 12 months ago are still the same as your financial goals as of today. Raise your hand if your personal goals from 12 months ago have not changed. Raise your hand if your professional goals from 12 months ago have not changed. Raise your hand if your motivations, the reason why you're doing what you're doing, has not changed. A few of you, a little bit. I'm saying this for the benefit of my team. So you bring this back to all of your colleagues and you say to them, you're a fucking idiot if you don't stop and confirm what their goals are every single fucking month. Got it? This is why I pound on this so much, because their goals are constantly changing. Their motivations are constantly changing because they're what I refer to as human beings. and their lives change. Get it? They're not things. They're not files. They're not spreadsheets. They're people. All right. Apply this to selling and buying a law firm too. Thank you for allowing me to do a little rant there. Andrew, make sure I grab that clip and we share it. Thank you. Okay, other things to look out for,
Are
red
you talking to
flags.
me? Because I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking
Oh.
about people behind you. Oh, your name's Andrew too. Sorry.
Okay.
Andrew on my team is directly behind you.
It's fine. Just,
Andrew, you're now my assistant.
I would have said, okay, RJon, no problem. And
Andrew, John, you were looking for the person who does veteran benefits.
Yes,
You do veteran benefits?
Patrick. I've already
Patrick?
spoken to Patrick.
There you go.
I already spoke to Patrick.
Good. All right.
And thank you.
Sorry, just a random thought. All right. All right,
Todd, why
we're not
change it?
having that conversation. It was a random connection that missed. Let's not turn this sideways. All right. Other things to look out for. Red flags. This is a big one. This is a really hard one. This is a hard one to police yourself on. We all, as entrepreneurs, have a really hard to not do it tendency of attributing our values and our work ethic to other people incorrectly, right? We think because we hold ourselves to certain standards, everyone holds themselves to those standards. And so you're buying a firm and you think to yourself, well, I'm going to buy this firm. And let's say you're going to buy the office with the firm, right? And you walk in and it doesn't even occur to you that there could be like mold in the building that they just live with and don't tell the staff about. But they do, because they're assholes. And because you're not an asshole, you don't even think that someone would do such an asshole thing. Are you getting what I'm saying? We have a former member who posted on the discussion group years ago that she found out that her office had mold and she wanted people's advice about whether to tell her staff. Like, what are you, a fucking lunatic? Where'd you fucking tell this? Burn the fucking place to the ground. Get out. And she's like, what do you think I should do? A real dangerous thing when you're buying firms. This is not so much a big problem when you're selling, but when you're buying firms, is you assume that, like, the most obvious things to us, you assume no one else would even consider it, and they do, right? So like, be really jaded. It's hard to be jaded when you're an optimistic entrepreneur, but you kind of have to like bring in your biggest jaded. This is why you have to have someone advising you through the process who's more objective, right? All right. Oh, what I wrote here, the rest of it was attributing your values to the seller, especially when you quote unquote think you know them really well. Right? You think you know this person because you've practiced law opposite them for years. You've been in the same bar association with them for years. You think you know them really well, but you don't really know the person until you're in business with the person. You know what I'm saying? And if you're buying a firm, even if the person is walking away, you're in business with them. Right? You're at least in business with their spirit. All right. Employee fears and insecurities. This is going to be rampant with buyers and sellers. Employee fears and insecurities are something you got to really be careful of, right? So we are all entrepreneurs. We are all accustomed to change. We like change. We eat change for breakfast, right? Oh, good. I can make a change in my business. Sometimes you shouldn't make a change in your business, but you want to make a change in your business anyway because we like change. Yes?
Yes.
However long you think you need to adapt to change and get comfortable with change, multiply it by 10 and then double it again. And that's how long you need to give the rest of the staff. Okay? And be prepared that no matter how long you give them, and no matter how many warnings and heads up, and this is coming, and here's why we're doing it, and no matter how much of that you do, when the day comes that you finally say, the change is now about to happen in 3 months from now. So you know the last 18 months, how I've been telling you every quarter that we're going to make these changes and why we're going to make these changes, and I've been getting your feedback, and then the next quarter I come back and I say, based on your feedback, here's what we're working on, and here's what we're planning to do, and here's what we're thinking about doing differently, and why, and give me more feedback. And then the next quarter you come back and you say, okay, it's now been 9 months we've been talking about this, but I'm still working on it, and you get more feedback and you get more input. And then you come back and then you say, okay, it's now been a year that we've been talking about this, and I've been responding to your changes, and here's where I started, and here's all the evolution in my thinking and my plans based on all the feedback you've been giving me. Okay. And then you meet again in 3 months, and then you start meeting every month for like the next 6 months. And then you come down to that last point and you're like, okay, it's now been 18 months we've been working on this, and I've been telling you every quarter. And then for the last 6 months, I've been telling you every month. Yeah. Well, now we're at the point where starting in 3 months, this change will finally go into effect. And you know what some people are going to say?
Sure.
How did this happen? Where did this come from? Why didn't you tell us? Maybe we need to stop and study it for 6 more months. There will always be those people. And the thing is, you have to be prepared for it, right? Because people are, for the most part, scared of change. Because as a business owner, you got to remember, as a business owner, you travel through the world in a very different vehicle than most of your employees, right? And by vehicle, I mean just everything in your life, right? You have a level of autonomy and options that most of your employees have never experienced before, right? We all hope and pray and beg and give thanks to the employee who has enough confidence in themselves to feel that they have true agency. Yes? And this goes back to our attribution problem. We often sometimes attribute agency to other people, even though the other person doesn't see themselves as having as much agency as we see in them, right? This is going to create all kinds of problems when you go to buy a business, because the seller's staff is going to freak out and think that everyone's about to get fired. And your staff is going to think they're all going to get fired. Everyone's telling themselves the worst case scenarios. You know what I'm saying? So a couple years ago, we made a massive improvement in how to manage. And guess how long I worked on this change for?
18 months.
18 months. Guess what I did every quarter for the first year? And then for the last 6 months, guess what I did? And then when I said it's coming, it'll happen in 3 months, guess what 3 people did? Quit. But your income will go up. Every single thing you've been telling me for the last 18 months that you want, I'm going to give you all of that and more. And they quit. I talked with one of our members yesterday, and one of his employees, he's making some big improvements in his business. All of his employees are going to get better health benefits. They're going to have better technology to work with. They have the opportunity to have more income because of the improvements that are going to happen in his business. And one of his employees who's been with him for 6 years, she's 60 years old, and she just quit to go take another job with someone she's never even heard of before, because she says, I'm not sure what all these changes are going to mean to me. So she quit. She didn't quit and retire. She quit to go work for someone she never even heard of before. Because you got to just really understand how scary it is for your employees and for their employees, and be really, really, really sensitive to that. And however long you think it should take to do this transaction, slow it down. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. If you're the buyer, especially if you're the buyer, right? Because you're the one who's going to be left with all these problems. All right? And if you're the seller and you're going to be holding paper, if you're going to be the bank, slow it down so you make sure you don't get it back again in a repo or a foreclosure. You get what I'm saying? All right, slow it down. Everything related to insurance. Insurance. Their claims history. If a claim was resolved, you got to like dig into how the claim got resolved, right? Because they're going to say, yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. Everything was right. And the insurance company just paid it so they wouldn't have a hassle. And you're going to nod your head and go, that's exactly what I was hoping to hear because I like this deal. But then you like actually open the file and you realize the insurance company was like mitigating a big problem because it was a shit show, right? Fact check, yeah. Loan covenants, if you're buying a going concern and the going concern has any kind of financing in place that you're going to be taking over, make sure that the purchase or sale doesn't violate any loan covenants. Also doesn't violate any covenants with landlords. Looking for vendor sweetheart deals, standards. You know, your standards and my standards probably don't match up in a lot of areas of our life and business. Not going to say one is better or worse, but they're probably not the same. And you're buying a business built on their standards. Yes? If you're selling a business and you care about the staff and you care about the clients and you care about the reputation and you care about getting your buyout, getting your payout, you understand that if your business doesn't work, if the standards change, you might be having a problem. Make sense? Your baby isn't yours anymore. You sold this business to me. So I'm friends with Ivan Meisner. Ivan Meisner is the founder of BNI. And Ivan Meisner told me about when he sold his business for a lot. And he's still on really good terms with the buyer, and he still owns a piece of it. He didn't sell the whole thing. And I'm trying to remember exactly. He said, the deal is, it's not my baby anymore. It's not your baby. I will tell you, here's what I would do. Here's what I definitely wouldn't do. And here's what I think you should consider. And those are the only three things he says. So when you're going to sell the business, understand that you only get to say three things to the buyer. Here's what I would do. Here's what I definitely wouldn't do. And here's what I would consider. And that's it. And that's hard for some of us because some of us have a lot of opinions, right? Notice I said us. I'm saying this particularly for everyone who thinks you want to sell your business. Imagine someone changes some things in your business, and all you get to say is, here's what I would do. Here's what I definitely wouldn't do. And here's some things you should consider. And then you have to just shut your mouth and let them do what they're going to do, even when you know it's wrong. And then there's, we've all had the experience of hiring someone who, you practice law the way you practice law, right? You litigate the way you litigate, you draft the way you draft, you cross-examine the way you cross-examine, you prepare the way you prepare, and so on and so forth. Just because you're buying a family law firm from a person who practices family law, just because you're selling a estate planning law firm to someone who has been doing estate planning, does not mean you're really in the same practice area. You might practice very, very differently from the buyer or the seller, and that's something you have to really be on the lookout for. That helpful? Yes? All right. I was hoping to learn what to do to make my law firm more valuable. It would be great to have a checklist. Yeah. We can give you checklists, plural, but there isn't like one master, I guess I could make like one master universal checklist, but the problem is that most of it will be irrelevant, right? All right. We can put some checklists in the library if there aren't there already. I'm still hoping to learn how to value my firm, e.g., how much I could expect to sell the firm for and what the value is based on. We covered it yesterday. We reviewed it again this morning, and the exercises that we're going to be coming back to do for the rest of the day today, I think are going to drive this home really, really, really well for whoever asked this question. How much I could expect to sell the firm for and what that value is based on. It's either based on the income, the amount of income, the predictability of the income, or it's based on the assets, or it's based on the cash flow. That's what the income is going to be based on. Depending on who you're selling it to, one of those is going to be more important than the other. Let me get through these, if you can hold the question, because the question might come up again and I might answer it. And we're going to do some exercises. Knowing how to buy a firm. Bought two before and it was a disaster. Working on getting an understanding of the valuation. That will become clear if it's not already clear based on what we've done this morning. I would like to hear more concrete steps to take to build value into a law firm. What type of systems? What type of processes? What type of systems, what type of processes are more valuable and why? What makes them valuable? All right, type, Glenn, ready, 1. Highlight that whole thing, delete it. Actually, you know what, no, don't delete it. Go after the word sellers, press enter, enter, enter. Go to the next page. 1, systems that make revenues more profitable. Systems that make revenues more predictable. Systems that make revenue more predictable. 2, systems that make production less dependent on the owner. Systems that make production less dependent on the owner. 3, better data. Systems that make revenue more predictable, systems that make production less dependent on the owner, better data. That's how you make your law firm more valuable. Isn't that what you all want to buy? Well, that's what everyone else wants to buy too. Now, if you had a firm where the systems that make the revenue more predictable worked without you being there every day, every week, every month, or even every quarter, and if you built a firm that made production less dependent on you, the owner, being there every day, every week, every month, every quarter, and you had better data, would you be so keen to sell that firm? No, you would not. Wouldn't that be beautiful? You'd buy the firm from yourself. And then when you do decide to sell the firm, you won't be desperate and you can get a premium for it. I'm waiting to get different ideas for acquiring firms, specifically different ways to structure deals, negotiating ways of valuing firms that do not have marketing, et cetera. That will be this afternoon. Things we can do to prepare the firm for sale. Things you can do to prepare the firm for sale. Scroll up, Glenn, so that go is build. Glenn, systems that make that go up. Things you can do to prepare your firm for sale, to make your firm more saleable, are work on systems to make revenue more predictable. Work on developing systems that make production less dependent on you, the owner. And better data. That's how you make the firm more saleable. Yes. Data that allows you to know what the fuck is going on in your business, instead of basing it on your feelings. I feel scared, so I'm going to make up a big fucking story that's going to drive this firm into the ground. I feel excited, so I'm going to make a big stupid decision that's going to drive the firm off a cliff. I feel lonely, so I'm going to hire someone who sucks to keep me company and waste a couple $100,000. I feel bored, so I'm going to fuck with perfection just to keep things interesting. Better data. How to choose a broker. I feel like that's a whole different conversation, how to choose a broker. And there's a number of brokers out there. I don't know all of them very well. I don't know many of them very well. But what I would be interested in doing, what I'd be willing to do, if there was enough interest in it, I should say, is I would be willing to sort of call a summit of brokers and let them all sort of audition for everyone and interview them for you all together at once. Would that be of interest? Alex, would you make a note?
What about whether we should use a broker?
Only if you have to.
How do you know if you have?
How do you know if you have to use a broker to sell your house? You don't have to use a broker to sell your house. You could sell the house yourself. You could pay like $59 to some place and get it on the MLS. You can put a sign out front. You can go out and do all kinds of networking. You can direct mail all the neighbors. You could go to all the networking events. You could host open houses. You could put a lockbox on the door. You can give everyone your phone number and tell them, call me if you want to see the house. I mean, you could do all that. And then when you do get an offer, you could like negotiate the offer yourself, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then you could chase down all the documents and all the details and all the stuff that always happens in a real estate transaction. I mean, you could do all of that. Me, myself, personally, I'd rather just pay the commission and not deal with that shit. I want to know the terms for the purchase price. I want to know how the terms for the purchase price are structured. What's the market? What's best for sellers? What's typical? And this kind of goes back to my point. I want to know how the terms for purchase price are structured. If you like chocolate ice cream, this is how you structure the terms. Who likes chocolate ice cream the best? Chocolate's your go-to flavor? Raise your hand if chocolate's your go-to flavor. Come on, raise your hand. Okay, I'll give you a set of structure. I'll show you how to structure the deal. If you like vanilla the best, who likes good vanilla? Or the restaurant in this hotel does not have good vanilla. Good vanilla, really good, like creamy, like goes to the back of your mouth. You taste it behind your teeth. Vanilla, come on. Good, I'll give you some different terms that are different than the people who prefer chocolate. Who likes strawberry? Who likes strawberry if it's dipped in vanilla chocolate? Oh, yeah, okay. I'll give you the right terms, right? Asking this question, how the terms for the purchase price are structured, it's missing the point that I'm trying to make, that every deal is a bespoke deal to some degree. I mean, there's some basic things, right? But the basic structure is you own it, they're going to buy it, you're going to sell it, you're going to get paid for it, you're going to give certain guarantees and representations and warranties and hold them harmless for a bunch of shit. They're going to do a bunch of due diligence. They're going to miss a bunch of stuff in their due diligence. You're going to try real hard to make sure they don't miss all the stuff in the due diligence because you don't want any of it coming back to bite you later unless you're stupid, in which case you hope they don't catch a bunch of stuff in due diligence because you want to set yourself up for problems later, which the aforementioned stupid comment covers that. They're going to have to give you money. You would prefer they give you all the money up front. They would prefer to give you all the money later. They're either going to get the money from savings or some other place that they have access to it, or they're going to get financing. If they get financing, then you bring in a bank or a lender or a third party who has to conduct their own set of due diligence on everything. Are y'all getting what I'm saying here? That's how you structure. It's the same as you structure any other business deal or business sale. Are multipliers typically based on profit, net profit, or gross revenue? What's typical and why? What's typical is that stupid lawyers hire stupid valuation people and they work with stupid brokers and they base things on what's typically done. And when you say, but this is not typical, they say, well, that's what's typically done. And the stupid lawyer says, okay, well, then I guess that's how it has to be. And that's not how it has to be, right? So you find the buyer who wants exactly what you've got, and you make a deal that works for them and works for you. Yes. Please address a buyout scenario where the seller stays for 1 to 3 years. We'll be doing that this afternoon with the exercises. How to value purchasing an immigration firm without the kind of training provided by How to Manage. Who wrote that? What do you mean without the kind of training provided by How to Manage? You mean if the firm you're buying doesn't have any kind of training in terms of how to run the business, you're buying a shit show. You'll pay very little for it. You're buying damaged goods. You're buying someone who probably has a house that's falling apart and you're going to have to do a full renovation on it. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe the person just runs their firm really well. I am waiting to receive from this workshop. 1, a format for presentation of the data we have discussed. This is something where I would advise why it's good to have a broker, because the broker is going to know how they want to present the data to make it presentable to the buyer, right? And different brokers have different formats and different ways of looking at it. But I mean, I can give you a template. We can give you a template. How to determine the value of intangibles. We already talked about that. Financing options. We're going to be talking about that. I'm still waiting to get a method or formula to value my law firm, e.g. 3 times net income. We've already addressed that. How are purchases made? Cash financing by bank, owner financing. The answer is yes, plus SBA is another option. If I owner finance, over what period of time You want it for as little time as you must. The buyer wants it for as much time as they can. I mean, like everything else, right? Is the loan secured? Yes, it's going to be secured by the firm as collateral, as well as probably personal guarantees and possibly other assets of the seller, of the buyer. How to identify likely buyers of the firm? We'll be talking about that this afternoon. What I hope to get are ideas on succession plans to transfer ownership to the employees. I am still hoping to get a plan or idea on how to quote unquote sell the firm to attorneys who are working in the firm. You start off by having a conversation and say, would you like to buy this firm? If they say no, you have to make other plans. If they say yes, then you say, why do you want to buy this firm? If they give you reasons that make no sense, you need to make other plans. If they give you good reasons, then you have to address those reasons. And then you say, what are your financial goals? What are your personal goals? What are your professional goals? How would buying this firm help you achieve your financial goals, your personal goals, your professional goals? And to show them how buying the firm will be more likely to help them achieve their financial goals, their personal, professional goals, better, faster, easier than trying to do it all on their own. And assuming they agree with you, then you say, okay, so what's your timing? And if they say, I'd like to buy the firm 10 years from now, and 10 years from now is within your time horizon, you cross your fingers, you hope for the best, but you don't count on it because a lot can change in a person's life in a minute. Back to the point I was making to all my team. That's why you got to keep verifying and confirming. If they say, I want to buy the firm within the next, year or two, you can start making a plan to start testing them to see if they'd be a good buyer, and start showing them, start talking about where they're going to get the money from, and start giving them the due diligence and giving them insights and start kind of getting them ready to buy the firm, do a transition plan. We can talk in more detail about that later. But again, these are you're looking for one buyer, right? And that one buyer has one life, and you got to make this work for them and their life. This isn't like a investor. This isn't like an investor who's just buying commodities, right? This isn't like a real estate investor who's like, I don't need to see the property as long as it meets these specifications. I'll buy it and add it to my portfolio, right? This isn't like an investor with a big hedge fund where they're just looking to buy something that meets a certain criteria, and as long as it meets the criteria, they add it to their portfolio. This isn't like an investor who's buying a package of loans from a bank, and as long as the loans are all conforming loans, they'll buy the package. This is one single human being who's buying something that's going to have a huge impact on their whole life. That's why these formulas and these checklists and these templates and these samples, they're really misleading, and you got to make it much more of a bespoke approach to be practical. I told you, simple and easy versus practical and profitable. Yes.
So I think what I'm struggling here, and I'm hearing it as a common theme, is that within the HTM community, we recognize the need for the policies and procedures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But outside of the HTM community, are people going to recognize the value in these things that they don't know have such value? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I understand exactly what you mean.
And then to monetize it and say, and that's why my firm is worth 3 times more than what you say it's worth.
No, some people are going to be too naive and quite candidly too stupid to buy your firm.
But isn't it a very select few who would really recognize the value of all these things?
That's why not that many people buy law firms. Because a lot of people are too naive and too stupid to buy law firms. if I was starting over in my career, knowing then what I know now, and I was going to start a law firm, I would probably buy a law firm. I wouldn't start a law firm. Why start a law firm? If I can just buy a law firm and get a giant head start in my life and career. That's not true. It wasn't against ethics. That's not true. He said that until recently, you weren't allowed to sell a law firm. That's not true. At least it hasn't been true in, I mean, I went to go work at the Florida bar at the Law Office Management Assistance Service in 1999, and it wasn't true then, and it wasn't true for the previous 20 or 30 years before then. There's rumors. There's all these rumors floating around about what you can and can't do. It's not true. My team, did you just hear what just happened there? See how much confidence he had when he said that? He was so sure of himself. It's just not accurate. This is just a different version of a question we've already addressed. This is a different version of the same question we've already addressed. There's a lot of just repeat questions. Go over where to find law firms for sale. Brokers, bar associations, your own network. Contact brokers. Go to the bar associations. Ask around in your own network. It's not that hard to find someone who wants to sell their law firm. You just ask around. Who wants to sell their law firm? Raise your hand if you'd like to sell your law firm. Raise your hand if you'd like to sell your law firm. Come on, raise your hand if you'd like to. See how it is? It's not that hard. I mean, you just got to ask. You don't need to do a big research project. You don't need a website. You don't need a webinar. You don't need a marketing campaign. You just go around and start asking, hey, I'm thinking about buying a law firm. My law firm's doing really well. We're looking to acquire a law firm. You know anyone who might be interested in selling their law firm? Might be interested in selling their law firm allows people to raise their hand without being embarrassed. I'm just skipping over because it's just different versions of the same question over and over again. This is a really good question that we've addressed, but I like the way it's framed. And I promise you we will be addressing it this afternoon. I want to know if there is a formula or methodology that should be used to evaluate possible firm acquisition. For example, key financials to review, how to finance a deal, what to do with the firm's staff, what type of relationships to have with the former owner. This is a really well-framed question. I like this. We'll address this. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. Yes.
John Miller, Ponte Vedra Beach. I am fairly familiar with valuation of businesses, but I've often heard it said that valuations of law firms are very different than valuations of other businesses. Just a short response. Why is that, and what is it that makes it different?
But there's a flaw in the question because it's not different.
Okay.
I mean, you would value a manufacturing business different than you would value a retail business. You would value a retail business different than you would value a business as basically intellectual property, right? You value income. You value assets. you value cash flow. In every business that you're going to value income, you're going to value assets, you're going to value cash flow. You all understand this? I fully appreciate that you've heard a lot of things from a lot of people, and you're thinking it can't be this simple. It's like you think it's more complicated than this, but it's not. You value income, you value assets, you value cash flow.
But if law firms are valued the same way, then why aren't they selling for the multiples like other businesses are? Like, and there seem to be certain standards in different industries, like a 3 times EBITDA up to whatever times EBITDA.
You value income.
Mhm.
You value income based on the amount of income, based on the predictability of the income. Yes?
Yes.
So you have a dental practice, and the dental practice has, let's just say, $100,000 of income,
Mhm.
profit.
Yes.
Yes?
Mhm.
And you have a law firm, and the law firm has $100,000 of income. We'll call it profit.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
All things being equal, which do you think is probably more predictable?
Well, I think it depends on the practice area.
I'm just asking, all things being equal, which do you think is probably more predictable? The
The
dental practice,
Dental practice, because they have certain set time frame unless
the
you have
dental
a
practice is
business.
probably more predictable income because people usually go to the dentist to get their teeth cleaned every 6 months, right? And you know that dentists have you fill out a little card before you leave the office. They make you fill out the little card that they're going to mail to you to remind you to come in to get your teeth cleaned again. Why do they do that? They do that to make the income more predictable, more predictable, more predictable, more predictable, more predictable. Yes?
Mhm.
Is there any reason a law firm can't do the same thing? Is there any reason that a law firm can't build a milestone into every case in the middle and say, at
Mhm.
this point in the case or matter, we're going to talk about what comes next?
Right. No, I agree with that. But for example, my clients that had rehab centers, there was no predictability as to when the people were relapsing. So why are they getting 11 times EBITDA versus a law firm might get a much lower multiple? That's why I'm asking for the
It's
differential.
in the income. It's in the predictability of the income. It's in the assets. It's in the cash flow.
Okay.
The answer to your question is either in the income, in the assets, and or in the cash flow. So I can surmise, I can guess a few things. I don't know. Maybe there's something about the rehab center's source of income that made the buyer think this is going to be very, very reliable for many, many, many years to come.
Insurance companies, so.
Maybe because of
Okay.
the insurance company, right?
Okay.
Maybe the person who was buying the rehab center said, wow, the income for this rehab center is very predictable on account of the fact that the rehab center has a marketing machine that keeps producing new patients, producing new patients, producing new patients, producing new patients.
Mhm.
And the marketing machine isn't dependent on the owner of the rehab center. And as long as we keep maintaining and managing this marketing machine, it'll keep producing more patients, keep producing more patients, keep producing more patients, keeping producing more patients.
Mhm.
Whereas the other rehab center that doesn't have a marketing machine,
Mhm.
maybe it didn't sell for 11 times EBITDA.
Mhm.
That's one. Compared to the law firm that doesn't have any kind of a marketing machine
Mhm.
and it's dependent entirely on the personality of the seller,
Mhm.
right? There's one example of why the rehab center might have sold for a higher multiple of EBITDA than the law firm.
And then I've seen it also with businesses that aren't comparable. A contact lens business, totally unique in the industry, also was selling for and sold for a much higher, multiple of EBITDA as well.
A contact lens business sold for a higher multiple of EBITDA than what?
Then, like, for example, law firms. I don't recall if it was, I think 7 or 8
Every
times.
every way you want to turn this question around, everyone is going to come down to the same answer. It's
Mhm.
just not as complicated as you want it to be.
Okay.
The buyer, a smart, rational buyer
Mhm.
who's getting good business advice,
Mhm,
yes, who's being advised well,
Mhm.
is going to look at income.
mhm.
Yeah. How predictable is this income? How likely is it that this income will continue year after year after year after year for how many years into the future?
Mhm.
Income, predictability of income. How, so the predictability of income is a function of the marketing machine, right? How well developed is this marketing machine? How likely is it that the market will still be a market 5 years from now or 10 years from now? How well will this marketing machine work if the owner walks away? How much maintenance is this marketing machine going to require? Okay, and we'll call it marketing, intake, sales.
Mhm.
Great. Well, that is one part of predicting, of anticipating the predictability, I'm sorry, evaluating. That's one part of evaluating the predictability of the income. The next part of evaluating the predictability of the income is production, right? A contact lens business. Huh.
Gray market, so they weren't producing any contact lenses.
They weren't even
imported
producing any, they were just buying contact lenses
From
being produced.
Europe.
And contact lenses are, for the most part, I think, probably a commodity.
Mhm.
There's no special anything to it, right? Versus a law firm
Mhm.
where the production requires a skilled professional to do something. So which is more predictable? Which would you depend on? Which would you think would be more predictable? That you can produce contact lenses, contact lenses, contact lenses, contact lenses, contact lenses, or you can produce legal services that you can find attorneys and paralegals and legal secretaries,
Mhm.
right? Which is why the more systematized you make the production of the legal services, the easier it is to predict, to make the production more predictable.
Mhm.
The more you've got like a million different SKUs, the more you do all kinds of little one-off things because it, flatters your ego and keeps you entertained,
Mhm.
the harder it's going to be to sell that law firm for a multiple because you don't have predictable production, right?
Okay.
And then there's the amount of income, right?
Mhm.
So if you have $1 million of revenues, if you have $1 million of revenues that throws off $300,000 of profit, or you have $1 million of revenue that throws off $100,000 of profit, all things being equal, obviously the $300,000 is probably going to get a better multiple than the $100,000, right?
Do you think both
Not
circumstances?
get a better multiple. The multiple shouldn't
Yeah.
change on the amount. I misstated that. Sorry.
Yeah, so both circumstances, private equity was involved versus a bank or something like that. So do you think that has a?
Income,
Mhm.
assets.
Mhm.
Second part is assets, right? The Renoir in the attic, right?
Yeah.
Private equity came along and they saw what was the business again?
Which one? The rehabs or the contact lenses? Those were just two
Private equity
examples.
came along and they saw the contact lens business
Mhm.
and they said, wow, there's a Renoir in the attic.
Mhm.
Everyone who buys a contact lens from us will also buy sunglasses from us.
Mhm.
So we have a sunglass business that we could
Actually did.
that we could naturally. How really? That's what actually
They
happened?
actually did,
I mean,
yes.
it makes sense,
Yeah.
right? So they're like, okay, you know what? We'll be willing to pay a higher multiple of the contact lens business because it's instantly going to double the profits of the sunglass business.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying?
Mhm.
One part of the analysis is income,
Mhm.
predictability of income. The other part is assets. What are these assets worth? The assets are not worth the same thing to me as to you. I don't own a sunglass business. You do.
Mhm.
I look at the contact lens business and I'm only buying it for income.
Mhm.
You're looking at the contact lens business and you're buying it mostly for the asset, which is the customer base
Mhm.
that you can sell sunglasses to. We're two completely different buyers.
Mhm.
This is why everything's got to be a bespoke deal. You can't try to apply formulas to it.
Mhm. Okay.
That answer your question?
So how important would it be to have a business valuation for us, owners of businesses?
The problem with getting a business valuation is that most people who are out there doing business valuations are fucking idiots. I don't know how to say it more clearly than this. They're fucking idiots. They are fucking idiots. They're stupid. Or if we want to be a little bit more forgiving, and you can decide which is worse. You decide which one is nicer and which one is worse. They're fucking idiots, and they really are as stupid as they act, and they really don't know any better. Or they're not that stupid, and they do know better, but they take the easy way out, and they sell you the simple, easy solution, even though it's not really maximizing the value of your business. Yeah? Which is worse? And then you get the situation like, I know you have a client, John, who has a particular tax strategy where they advised the valuation person, do not use the income method. If you use the income method, you're going to value my business too much. Instead, I want you to use the asset method because the asset method will value my business less. And oh, by the way, in the interest of full disclosure, all of these assets are garbage. You can't tell it, but they're all broken. I couldn't possibly live with myself if I didn't fully disclose what a complete piece of shit all of that inventory is. And management of the company is run by a bunch of idiots who sometimes have a drinking problem. You should really take that into consideration when you value what a complete piece of shit this business is. Because there's a reason why they want that business valued as low as possible, that all the estate planning attorneys will understand. Yeah, we got a break. So should you get your business valued? Yeah, but again, you got to go to who's doing the valuation, right? And if you're going with a valuation person who's just going to look at the assets, that person's not going to be able to help you prepare your business for sale. All right, break?
Thank you.
Break. We got to go to break. We're 5 minutes over, 6 minutes over. We'll come back.
10?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Break for 10 minutes.
My thought, because I have a long runway, is get the valuation, and maybe it shows you places you can improve for valuation.
Yeah.
5 years
Yeah,
from now,
no, I
whatever. But and he knows, I also have somebody on just like that. But this method, I,
Yeah,
take
no, I
these things
agree.
into consideration. So
I miss Florida.
Yeah, I'm refreshing diploma one, yes.
Okay.
Marketing, intake, and sales. for this attorney plus their paralegal and everything else. So she participated on a daily.
Wait. So now it's the night before and I'm Kat and I'm like losing sleep and I'm having nightmares and I'm worried and I'm nervous because like, I remember I'm getting like flashbacks to the first day of school when I was 11 years old and all the kids made fun of me because my dress was made out of, pieces of other dresses. And I'm trying to remember the name of that song, but you know what I'm talking about. And I'm having all these anxiety of meeting the new kids. And okay, so, pull your shit together, Kat. Pull your shit together. Okay. Hey, boss, seller, I'm really, really nervous. Seller, don't be nervous, Kat. Don't be nervous, Kat. Just keep your shit together so I can sell this fucking thing. Okay, Kat. I'm in the parking lot, hyperventilating, pull my shit together. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you.
From, it's like, there's September of October of last year, every day, 5 days a week, she participated in the calls. At first, she was super quiet. Later, she started helping. She started assembling because they had no way to track their current clients or past clients. She assembled the spreadsheet of the clients so that she could eventually make gas calls to the clients. We explained to them what gas calls were, sent her a general script, explained to her that I'd be training her on how to make gas calls to former clients. We were putting together a video series to update the clients and all of this.
Yep, I got it.
Everything's going copacetic. The attorney starts.
Translates into Kat continues to tell you what you want to hear.
Okay, so Kat tells me it's exciting to start with the team. She's met the family law paralegals, she's met the attorneys, very excited to work with us. We arranged that she could work mostly remote because of some health issues and other stuff she was dealing with. And it comes time to onboard her. And then the dialogue that we went through.
And then you go through the technology and she loses it. And she says, I quit. Right.
Tells me she can't do this, not gonna do it, and ghosts me.
Right.
So what, is there anything that I could have done differently? We talked about the technology on all the morning stand-up calls, the different technology we were working. I asked her if she needed, any other resources.
Look,
other than
is there
videos.
anything you could have done? Here's some things that you could have done that might have worked. I can't tell you that it would have worked because, Kat's a human being, not a robot. But I think based on what you're describing, based on my experience, what Kat needed was to feel safe. And what I think is she didn't feel safe. And I think she didn't feel safe because of what happened when she was 11 years old and the first day of school and the mean kids picked on her because of her dress. And she didn't feel safe because of what happened when she, was in her first marriage and her asshole ex-husband. And she didn't feel safe because of this. And for whatever reason, she brought a life of experience where she didn't feel safe. Glenn, turn the music down, please. She didn't feel safe because of all of her baggage for her whole life of experience that she just came in and she didn't feel safe. And on top of that, her boss was probably giving her a lot of coaching behind the scenes to try to keep her holding her shit together so that the deal wouldn't fall apart. And on top of that, one of the things that makes you so spectacular at what you do is that you are a very tough person and you are a very aggressive person.
Very. That's a good commentary to give to me, so I know to tone it down. I didn't think that was being public.
For how long were you a prosecutor?
5
And then what'd you do? And then you built a business into a multi-million-dollar business. I would say that you tend to be on the higher end of the spectrum in terms of assertiveness, being direct with people, taking no shit from people, saying it like it is. As my wife, who is several steps even beyond you on that scale would say, I'm very frontal, which is to say, I'm very direct. Most people on the planet spend most of their lives trying to avoid having confrontations. Most people are uncomfortable having direct conversations and saying what they want and saying what they need and saying what they think and saying what they feel and standing up for themselves. You are like on this end of the spectrum. Kat sounds like she's on this end of the spectrum.
I completely misread her. I thought was taking her by integrating her, introducing her, doing
You,
all this stuff.
what I would have considered doing, and I'm not saying you're wrong about this, by the way, because at the end of the day, it doesn't sound like Kat was going to be very comfortable in this environment. And it sounds to me like in the big picture, you probably saved yourself a lot of time and energy and aggravation later on. But maybe you could have taken her out for private lunch and just like get to know her as a person. Tell me about you as a person, Kat. What do you like to do for hobby? What do you like to do for fun? What are your career plans? How could we make this firm a better place? Give me some input. I want to hear from you. You know, get her more involved, get her feeling more, help her feel more comfortable, help her feel more heard. It's super cool, I know. Yeah. You could zoom in if you want. It's a super cool shirt. We all know it. Huh? Yeah, everyone admires this shirt because it's super cool. Anyone who doesn't think it's cool, anyone who doesn't think this shirt is super cool is not cool. Yeah, you could have done that, right? And I'm not saying you should have. I don't think that people are going to thrive in the culture of your business if they're so fragile. And you can either try to put bubble wrap all over your business, which would then force you to not be who you are and would probably be really, really tedious and painful for the people who love to be around people like you, just to appease people who are soft. Oh yeah, you can take the person out of the prosecutor's office, but you can't take the prosecutor. I mean, yes, you get what I'm saying? Like,
I just feel badly, like I blew up, she was a rock star paralegal for, I forgot how many years, like 20 years for this attorney. And did absolutely everything. And I feel like we lost that asset. And
I suspect I would question whether she was what you thought she was, or whether you just thought she was, but then you saw the real truth of it. Because how could someone be a rock star paralegal, but they lose their shit when it comes to that?
All pleadings, because this attorney was opposing counsel with me on a number of cases over the years. So I saw the stuff that was filed. The attorney told her Erica drafted it. She just enhanced stuff. She's the one who was communicating with JAs about good feedback. Just they weren't tech savvy at all. Everything was like in Stone Ages.
Who do you think prevented the firm from evolving into the new technology age?
The attorney said,
Who do you think prevented it? Who do you think prevented the firm from growing technology? Hey, Lawrence, I think you're looking for this. Yeah.
I think that the attorney wasn't looking into it. She's not, although I have to say, has a resistant tenure technology. She just never. looked
It's the paralegal who was preventing it all from happening. The paralegal was either preventing it from happening, or at the very least, the paralegal certainly wasn't saying, hey, we should make this better.
Yeah, definitely not.
The paralegal is part of the problem, is the point I'm making.
Yeah. The attorney was doing Atticus.
I know Atticus really well.
Never made any changes to the firm. I know, crappy coach.
I don't blame the coach. Sometimes the client just doesn't want to change. But the point I'm making is a paralegal. I mean, you know the saying, ducks fuck other ducks. And elephants don't marry giraffes. Well, elephants don't work for giraffes.
The attorney, she's coming in my office weekly and have her on the computer, she's using Google Docs and all sorts, she's adapting.
Well, then why wasn't she adapting before? Because her 40-year-old paralegal didn't have the idea either. I'm saying to you, I think you're blaming yourself for having discovered the reality of what this paralegal really was, but the paralegal wasn't really what you were led to believe the paralegal was. And look, maybe the paralegal could function just fine in one environment, but can't function in another environment. You're not going to change who you are. I would recommend, though, that when you're going to hire, if you're going to do that, you could take her out for lunch and I want to just meet you and get to know you and let her,
Somewhat doing that in the morning stand-ups, because on Mondays I always ask.
yeah, but that's in a group. That's in a group. Have you met, totally blanking on her name.
Yeah.
The drinking part wasn't true.
Probably have good business. That's a brand. You know, there is no, it's criminal. That's really like, maybe. But it doesn't. That's a huge, normally it's the other way around, but. That. Father. Oh, yeah, that's on the parents, father. Now.
So I'll be standing by.
Yes. There's. Nice value, nice value. Nice value. But constant. Since you expire, right?
Or there's annotations or-
Yeah, he's. Yeah, I got shots all around the room. Yeah. Getting. Never hear this.
First, my feelings, you don't want to come with.
Oh.
All right, let's do it. Oh, I thought you were dancing. You're just shivering. All right. Yes,
Can I
Alex
ask
had a
one question?
question.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer a few questions and then we got to get to work.
So you were talking about giving employees a ton of notice if you're selling your firm? Or you're talking more about changes, but my concern is how do you, and I know there are no guarantees in this world, but you have I have great employees. I don't want them to leave when I tell them I'm selling my firm. What's the best way to handle that?
So, there's a,
What was the question?
All right, I'll ask it again. So I'm selling my firm.
when and how to tell the employees you're planning to sell your firm.
Yeah,
That's the question.
so they don't leave immediately.
So there's a story. There's a guy, he has his cat that he loves and he wants to go on vacation. But he's always afraid to go on vacation because like who's going to watch his cat? And so he calls his brother and he says, "Listen, I really am reluctant to go on vacation because I don't have anyone that I can really trust to watch the cat, but you know, you're my brother and I trust you. Will you watch the cat while I'm on vacation?" Brother says, "Okay." So guy goes on vacation and calls in the first day while he's on vacation. He's gonna be on a 2-week vacation. And he says, "Hey, bro, how's it going?" Brother says, "Oh, it's okay, but I got some bad news for you." "Oh, well, what's the matter?" "I'm really sorry, but the cat died." "Oh my God, this is terrible. I'm on vacation. I can't cancel my vacation, but now you're like ruined my vacation. You're such an asshole. How could you do this to me?" Brother's like, what do you want me to do? You know, and he goes, "Listen, what you should have done is you should have said to me the first day, you should have said, hey, you know, the cat is up on the roof." And then I would have called back the next day and then you would have said, "Yeah, you know, we can't get the cat off the roof." And then I called the third day and you say, "Yeah, we finally got the cat off the roof, but you know, he doesn't look like he's doing so well. And we're gonna look at him." And then the next day you could have said you brought the cat to the veterinarian. And then like, you know, halfway through my vacation, maybe towards the end, you could finally tell me that the cat died. And then you get me ready for it and you don't ruin my vacation. Next year, brother goes on vacation. "Hey bro, how's it going?" "Well, mom's up on the roof." You got to start talking about it as a hypothetical someday, maybe I might.
Mhm.
Wouldn't it be nice to someday be able to start kind of like getting them used to the idea that this might not be forever? That's how you do it.
And they still might leave.
And they still might leave,
Yeah.
which is why we go back to the conversation before about what are people buying. What they're buying are systems that make revenue predictable, systems that make production less dependent on the owner, and data. That's what they're buying, right? So the best way to make systems more predictable is to make them less dependent on human beings.
Mm.
Ideally, less dependent on you, and ideally also less dependent on any one particular employee. Ideally, you want to be able to take one employee out, stick another employee in, and as long as they follow the systems, everything works just great. If you got a business that's dependent on unicorns, you know, no one buys a unicorn ranch.
You could also structure a deal that they keep the employees for so long, or they.
No,
have
you can't.
contracts
No,
that
you
they-
can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. That's like fantasy because people who are irrational and scared are irrational and scared. And you
Yeah.
can tell them that here is the contract signed in blood by the seller who's guaranteed that you will never be fired ever
Oh,
in
no.
your life, employment for life. And they will still say, I'm scared, this is uncomfortable, and they'll still quit sometimes.
Yeah, that doesn't guarantee the employees will stay.
Right. Okay?
Okay.
There's your
yep,
answer.
thank
All
you.
right. Get me back to the PowerPoint, please. This isn't working. Went too far. Get me to the one that's a balance sheet.
There. Oops.
There.
you go.
Okay. In your workbook on page
29.
29, on page 27, there's a balance sheet. On 29, there's a balance sheet. On 31, there's a balance sheet. See all these balance sheets, right? So fill out a balance sheet for your firm. Like now.
This might be a stupid question. When we're saying profitability, gross and net, does that have to do with taxes?
What's the gross profit? What's the net profit?
After taxes or after?
Does your law firm have a chief financial officer working with you from How to Manage?
Yeah.
Sorry?
No, I don't.
Okay, does your law firm have a bookkeeper
Yes,
and a controller?
no.
You don't have a controller? Someone get me Andrew Ferenzi, stat.
No, my bookkeeper does all the reports and is that what you mean by comptroller?
Is your bookkeeper a bookkeeper with small law firm bookkeeping that doesn't suck?
No.
So you do not have, raise your hand if you do not have a bookkeeper with small law firm bookkeeping that does not suck. If you do not have a bookkeeper with small law firm bookkeeping that doesn't suck, raise your hand, keep your hand high. This is what happens when you don't have a bookkeeper with small law firm bookkeeping that doesn't suck. You end up not knowing fucking anything about your business. So, gross profit is the profit after cost of goods sold,
Right.
before we get to overhead.
Okay. Okay.
You sell a cup of coffee. The red is the coffee, the cup is black, the sleeve of the cup is blue. Yes? there is a person who has to make and serve the cup of coffee. Yes? We sell the cup of coffee for $1. The cup is 5 cents. The sleeve is 3 cents. The coffee is 2 cents. The employee who makes the coffee is, we're just going to make the math easy here and say $20 an hour. And every hour they can make every hour they can make every hour they can make 40 cups of coffee. If they can make 40 cups of coffee in an hour and it costs $20 an hour to employ this person, what does it cost for each cup of coffee? 50 cents. This is not a math test. It's 50 cents of labor cost. Yes? So the $1 cup of coffee, this is gross revenue. The cup, the sleeve, the juice, and the labor. How much is the cup? 5 cents. How much is the sleeve?
2 cents,
3 cents. How much is the juice?
2 cents.
2 cents. How much is labor? 50 cents. What's the COGS, cost of goods sold?
60 cents.
60 cents. So what is the gross profit? $0.40.
Yeah.
Let's say you have overhead, rent, insurance, fixed overhead. Yes, fixed overhead is $1,000. How many cups of coffee you got to make and sell to break even? How many cups of coffee you got to make and sell to break even? Take out your calculators. How many cups of coffee you got to make and break?
2,500.
Is that the answer?
$1,000.
Did you do the math? I don't know. I don't have a calculator in my hand.
I'm doing.
1,000 divided by 40 cents.
Is 2,500.
Okay, so you got to sell 2,500 cups of coffee. Yes? Who said you had to sell 1,000 cups of coffee? Okay, good. So you know your gross profit. Your gross profit is 40 cents on every cup of coffee. Yes? So you need to know your gross profit in your business. If you do not have bookkeeping, that small law firm bookkeeping that doesn't suck, would you please do me and you and your family and your clients and your staff, would you please do all of us a favor? Seriously, raise your hand if you don't have small law firm booking that doesn't suck. Would you please do all of us a favor and go have an appointment with Sherry to talk about small law firm bookkeeping that doesn't suck?
Sherry is her name?
Andrew Frenzy. Go see Andrew during the break, and he will set up appointments for you to talk about small law firm bookkeeping that doesn't suck. Because if you can't fill out this balance sheet, you are not in control of your business. I'm not saying you got to like know the numbers to the penny, but you got to like have a kind of a roundabout number. You don't know a roundabout what your gross revenues are. I mean, You're like driving with your eyes closed. You're so far away from being ready to sell your firm if you don't know this. If you don't know what the gross profit is, and you don't need to know it to the penny, but like, within $10,000 or $20,000 a year, what's the gross profit? Yeah?
I have it in my reports. I just don't know it sitting here.
Okay, so you have access to it,
Yeah.
you just don't remember it.
Correct.
I accept that. That's perfectly acceptable. This is not a memorization test. The concern is that if your bookkeeper isn't having these conversations with you, see, what you need is not a bookkeeper. What you need is a controller. A controller sits between the bookkeeper and the CFO. There's a bookkeeper. Okay. There's a There is in the hierarchy of financial control world, there is at the top of it a CFO. Underneath the CFO is a controller. Under that is what's called a bookkeeper who does not suck. Underneath that is a data processor. A data processor, what do they do?
That's data.
They put all the data, they put all the information into the QuickBooks. Yeah? They just put information into the QuickBooks. This is basically a QuickBooks operator. They know how to work QuickBooks. No, this is not accounts payable or accounts receivable. They do not live in this. They do not live in this hierarchy. They live next door to this hierarchy.
Wouldn't the bookkeeper can also be the data processor?
A bookkeeper could also wash your car. So could a CFO. I mean, the chief operating officer of my company has sex with me all the time. She's also my wife. Not having a conversation here, right? Data processor, also known as a QuickBooks operator, right? QuickBooks operator puts the data in so that a bookkeeper who does not suck can do actual real bookkeeping. Actual real bookkeeping is putting reports together, right? Presenting reports that don't suck. Presenting reports that give you visibility, insight, allows you to discern what's really going on in your business, gives you projections on things. A data processor does not discern. A data processor does not analyze. A data processor does not express an opinion on really anything other than, is the data in the right categories or not? Yes? A bookkeeper who does not suck prepares reports. A bookkeeper who does not suck gives you projections. A bookkeeper who does not suck shows you reports, shows you data, shows you the data in ways that allows you to analyze it if you know how to analyze it, discern if you know how to discern, evaluate if you know how to evaluate. That's what a bookkeeper who does not suck does. A bookkeeper who does not suck gives something to a controller. A controller helps you interpret. A controller helps you analyze. A controller helps translate. A controller takes the reports that a bookkeeper gives you and says, this is what the report says. These are some red flags that you should be seeing that are clearly spelled out in this report. A controller is a translator. They're translating the bookkeeping into language that you can understand. They're pointing out red flags. They're pointing out concerning trends. They're pointing out anomalies. They're pointing out variances that warrant further investigation and attention so you can get ahead of the problem before it blows up in your fucking face. Get it? A controller does not tell you what to do about it. A controller is not a strategist. The controller escalates to the CFO. The CFO, the chief financial officer, is the person who says, what are your financial goals for the future? What are your personal goals for the future? What are your professional goals for the future? Why do these financial goals matter to you? And then the chief financial officer says, okay, of all the different ways that we could approach and help you achieve those goals, here's the ways that I think we should look at and consider. And then a good chief financial officer, after presenting you with a variety of options for different ways to achieve your goals, a good chief financial officer says, here's the one that I recommend that we follow because of blah, 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 blah. And then they develop the tactical plan to make it happen. And then they meet with you periodically to make sure that you're making progress on the tactical plan. Or when you have a full-time CFO, they're basically running the tactical plan on a daily basis. Y'all understand what a chief financial officer does? Which is different than what a controller does, which is different than what a bookkeeper does, which is different from what a data processor does. The problem is, when you go to sell your law firm, you will not be able to sell your law firm. No one will buy your law firm. And the reason why people are running around saying it's illegal to sell law firms is because what they really mean is it's impossible to sell law firms. And the reason why it's impossible to sell most law firms is because most law firms are being run with a data processor. Full stop. There's no bookkeeping really going on. There's no controllership happening. And they don't even know what a chief financial officer is. So how could you buy a law firm if the financials are garbage? How can you buy a law firm if no one really knows what's going on? How can you buy a law firm unless, Leah, you just use some arbitrary formula that values it basically just for assets? Then you're just valuing it for assets. But if you want to sell a law firm for income, you got to have a CFO and a controller supported by a bookkeeper who doesn't suck. The problem is by the time you decide to sell your law firm, it's too late because you've already wasted years of your life and too much opportunity settling for a data processor. Now, this is unfortunately very confusing because there's so many people out there who hold themselves out as being controllers and bookkeepers when in fact what they really should say is, I am a QuickBooks operator. I have read the manual and I know how to operate QuickBooks. I know how to plug data into QuickBooks. I'm a data processor. But because there's no licensing required and there's no certification required, and let's face it, since the average customer of the services is so unsophisticated that they don't even know the difference, these people get away with it. Here's a quick test. Raise your hand if you're spending less than $2,000 a month on bookkeeping. Spending less than $2,000. Okay, so let's just think, keep your hand up. Spending less than $2,000 a month on bookkeeping. Okay. You can put your hand down now. What area of law, everyone, if you had your hand up, just say it out loud. What area of law do you practice in? Count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Personal injury.
Okay. And pick an item on your menu of services. I don't care what area of law you are. You've got different services that your firm offers. Yes? You all with me? Yes? By the way, for those of you who are thinking about buying a law firm, and for those of you who are thinking about selling a law firm, you should be paying really close attention to what's happening right now. This is a very valuable insight for you to see what you're going to see when you go to buy or sell a law firm. When you go to buy a law firm, this is what you're going to be finding. All right. So those of you who had your hand up before, yes? Let me see them again. Hands up. Want to know who you are? And your area of law is?
Personally.
Okay, and there's one particular service that you're going to keep in mind. So imagine a client that comes in and they need a whatever, and your firm sells and delivers, say it out loud. What is it? What did you say it was? An incentive compensation agreement. It's an uncontested divorce. It's a what? A young adult legal package. It's a what? A collaborative divorce. Great. So you know what your cost of goods sold is, more or less? Yes? Just nod your heads if you more or less know your cost of goods sold. Yes?
Piece of paper, yeah.
Okay, you kind of know what your cost of goods sold is, right? And you know what you have to charge for that service. Just nod your head a lot so I know who you are. You kind of know what you have to charge for the service in order to make it profitable. Yes? 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 All right. Now, what do you say to the prospective client who comes in to say, the person down the street says they'll do the same thing for me for 25% of what you want to charge?
You get 25% less of work. You get what you pay for.
Go to the person down the street.
I'm not asking you how you overcome the objection. I'm asking, what do you really think about that statement? What do you know the person's getting? The person says, I'll go home and I'll think about it. And you call them the next week and you say, did you think about it? And they said, I hired the person down the street. They charged me 25% of what you were going to charge me. What do you absolutely know is going to happen?
They're going to get less value.
You know they're going to get screwed. Is that a fair way of saying it? You know they're going to get screwed. How do you know they're going to get screwed?
Too cheap.
Because it's too cheap. How do you know it's too cheap?
Because we know what it costs to get started.
Because you understand what it costs to deliver a quality product, right? You understand what it costs to deliver a quality product. And you know that anyone who's charging you so little can't possibly be delivering a quality product, right? Yes? Okay. Do they know that they got a substandard product?
Sometimes they come back.
Do they know they had a substandard product most of the time? No. Most of the time, they don't even know that they got a substandard product. Most of the time, they don't even know how much better their life could have been if they had bought a high quality product. They don't even know all the ways that the substandard product made their life worse. They just think, well, that just kind of goes with the territory. They don't know any better. They're unsophisticated consumers of what it is that you do. Yes? And the bottom feeders count on that. Don't you see that? The people who are charging too little to deliver a quality product, a quality service, they're counting on the lack of education, the lack of sophistication of the consumer. You get this? You understand this? Everyone know what I'm talking about? Yes? This is why I know that if you have a firm that's grossing $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, and you're investing less than about $2,000 a month on quality controllership and bookkeeping, you are being screwed in ways that you don't even realize. You don't even realize how much it's costing you. This is why our bookkeeping service, we offer a 100% money back guarantee, a 12-month 100% money back guarantee. If at the end of 1 year, you don't see so much value that you want to keep going with us, if you don't see so much value at the end of the year, we'll refund you the whole year. This is the easiest guarantee in the world to give. You realize how easy this guarantee is for me to give? It's so easy for me to give because I know that if you invest the right amount, for quality bookkeeping and quality controllership, we're going to be able to show you how it makes you more money than it costs you. Try asking your bookkeeper who's charging you $500 a month or $700 a month or some bullshit like that. Ask them to guarantee anything. They won't guarantee anything because they know they're giving you shit. And you want to actually have a serious conversation about selling your firm. Who the fuck are you going to sell your firm to? Some other idiot who doesn't know any better? Because the only person who's going to buy your firm who's not an idiot, they're going to look at the financials. They're going to say, I can't make heads or tails of this stuff. This is just shit that came out of a data processor. You want to get your firm ready to be sold. Get your firm ready to be profitable. Make investments in proper bookkeeping. I didn't do this workshop to try to sell my bookkeeping service, but I mean, come on.
Can I ask you a question? Do you offer controller
Yes,
services
that's the whole point.
through the bookkeeper that doesn't
We
suck?
only do controllership. We don't do bookkeeping as a standalone. The reason we only do controllership is because the bookkeeping is worthless to you without the controller to help you interpret and understand what the hell you're getting. We used to do bookkeeping, and then we would like beat our head against it. Let me tell you a little story real quick about how we came to do bookkeeping. I did not want to start a bookkeeping business. Today I have I'm going to say either the largest or a smidge under the largest bookkeeping business in the world for small law firms. I don't believe that there's a bookkeeping business on the planet today that services more small law firms than ours. I think that we're the largest in terms of volume. I think we're the largest in terms of revenue. I know we're the best in terms of service. I didn't want to start a bookkeeping business. I tried everything to avoid having a bookkeeping service. In 2014, in October of 2014, Larry Brown and I ran a workshop where we tried to teach everyone how to show their bookkeeper how to not suck. And we invited all of the people to come. We said, we'll do another program for your bookkeepers for free, and we'll teach them how to do the kind of bookkeeping for you that you need so you can be an empowered, insightful, confident owner of a business. And we'll do this for free for your bookkeepers just because you're members of How to Manage and we care about you. And you know how many bookkeepers we got to sign up for that? 0. Not one of the members had a bookkeeper who gave a fucking shit about improving the quality of their service enough to go to a workshop for free that their own client was asking them to go to. It was out of sheer fucking desperation that I started a bookkeeping business because we were getting garbage. Our chief financial officers were like, I'm getting garbage. I can't tell what's going on. This is garbage. I'm getting shit. How can we advise you if we're getting garbage out of your bookkeeper, out of your quote unquote bookkeeper? So out of desperation, we said, fuck it. I tried everything. We had to start a bookkeeping business. So we started a bookkeeping business, and that's how we had the bookkeeping business. So we started the bookkeeping business, and then we started doing great bookkeeping for like 100 firms. We were up to 100 firms pretty quickly. And we found that the owners of the firms, they couldn't understand what we were giving them. We're like, we're giving you really great bookkeeping. We're giving you world-class bookkeeping. But they couldn't understand what they were looking at. And so we had to add the controllership service. And now we won't do the bookkeeping for you unless we do the controllership. Really, it's a controllership service that we offer, and we give you bookkeeping for free because this is more or less a commodity. The controllership is where the magic happens. Because you got to be able, you got to have someone who's going to force you to sit down and look at these financial reports every month, who's going to make sure you understand what you're looking at, who's pointing out all the red flags and all the problems and all the trends and all the opportunities and all the leading indicators that are pointing to problems down the road that you can still fix before they blow up in your face. I'm sorry, this is just like I never want to have a bookkeeping business. I tried not to have a bookkeeping business. I really tried not to have a bookkeeping business, but as long as we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it right. So we offer 100% 1-year money back guarantee. That's how little risk you have for giving this thing a try. Have I convinced you to at least have a conversation with Sherry?
I think I have someone in place, so I'll have a conversation, but.
You think you have someone in place who does a great job.
Cheaper, it's 72,000 it cost me.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I just don't know the numbers.
I don't expect you to have the numbers memorized. This is not a
For
memorization.
this exercise.
This is not a memorization test. Anyone watch Shark Tank? Everyone's watched Shark Tank, right? You all watch Shark Tank? You know, a Shark Tank, what they say when the entrepreneur doesn't know the numbers, right? Who watches Shark Tank?
I watched.
Who doesn't watch Shark Tank? How can you be a business lawyer and not watch Shark Tank? You got to watch Shark Tank. Okay, I refer back to my comment. How could you be a business lawyer and not watch Shark Tank? So like, you know, when the entrepreneurs get on Shark Tank and they don't know the numbers and the sharks just like eviscerate them? You understand that 10-minute segment on Shark Tank is culled down from a 2 or 3 hour interview. Do you all understand this? You thought they just got all that done in 10 minutes and no one made any flubs? No, it's like an hour and a half to 2 hours per segment that they cut down to 10 minutes. I know people connected with the show and it's the way it is. Anyway, they don't necessarily expect you to have the numbers memorized. Has anyone ever seen one of the entrepreneurs go on and the sharks ask them the number and they pull out a little card and they say, I knew you were going to ask me these numbers and I didn't want to forget, so I wrote it all down so I could give you the right answers, and the sharks are like, beautiful, we're fine with that. No one expects you to memorize this shit. I don't have my numbers memorized. Like, I have a general understanding of around about what my gross profits are. I know around about what my net profits are. I have around about for these numbers. I have working knowledge. Yeah? All you need to have.
For the purpose of the exercises we're gonna do, I would like to run upstairs to my computer and get some numbers. So what numbers should I get? I don't want to bring my whole computer, like the gross profit, the net profit, anything else?
Take the workbook.
Okay,
You got the
I'm taking
workbook, but you need to do that, right?
Okay.
All
Productive, yeah.
right, so this is what you're gonna do. I'll tell you what we're gonna do, and then we'll go to you're gonna have a what time is it? Oh, here's my phone. We're breaking at 12:30, correct? Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna do this and then do a working lunch with each other, okay? You have the balance sheet, and then you have a profit or loss or income statement. Revenue,
Can we just use 2024?
sure. Expenses, profit, or loss. I'm sorry. Revenue,
Cost of goods sold.
don't even care about that right now. Yeah, expenses. I want to know the COGS, the owner, total owner benefit, owner normalized salary, other overhead total expenses. Now, total expenses, these are not, you're not adding these up to come to total expenses. You understand? You understand? Does everyone understand? You're not adding these all up to get to total expenses. You're just making a distinction between total owner benefit and what the normalized salary would otherwise be. Got it? So you're going to do A, cost of goods sold, B, total owner benefit, C, everything else to get to total expenses. And then profit or loss.
Oh.
Very, very simple profit or loss. Revenue less expenses, profit or loss. Revenue, stop looking at this, everyone. You're making this more complicated than it has to be. Revenue, y'all know the revenue. All of the expenses, profit or loss. Revenue, expenses, profit or loss. All you need to know. Footnote. As a footnote, just let us know TOB and normalized salary for the owner. These are just footnotes. It's just details, just interesting stuff for the buyer and the seller to talk about. The main thing you want to know is revenue, expenses, P&L. This is your P&L. Profit or loss statement. Got it? So you're going to come to the meeting with the buyer of the firm, and you're going to have two pieces of paper. One is going to be called balance sheet, which we've given you a sample of right here. And the other is going to be called P&L, which is just a piece of paper that says revenue, expenses, profit or loss, dollar amount. Got it? And then a footnote, what was the total owner benefit? And what would the normalized owner salary be if we were to normalize it? You estimate it would be.
So on the balance sheet, we've got a blank for going concern value. Can you give us some thoughts on how to ascertain that number?
Have you bought something from IKEA recently or ever?
No,
Why don't you buy things from IKEA?
I don't want to put it together.
There you go.
So
But if you go to
Right,
IKEA,
right.
that don't they have like a service now where like if you pay $100 or something, someone will come along to your house and like put it all together for you? How much do they charge you to send someone to put all this stuff together for you? Like $20 a bookshelf or something like that? I don't know. How much would you pay for someone to come and put all this shit together for you that you buy from IKEA?
I'd pay at least $50.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you drive a dirty car? Or is your car cleaned periodically?
Sometimes it's dirty.
Do you live in a dirty house or does someone clean your house?
Someone cleans the house.
Is that someone you?
No,
Do you pay someone to clean the house?
yes,
Are you capable of cleaning the house yourself?
yes,
Do you know how to clean the house yourself?
yes.
How much do you pay to avoid the pain in the ass factor of cleaning the house yourself?
Like $120 per service.
Okay, that's your pain in the ass factor for house cleaning.
Okay. So how does that translate to the goodwill? I
What's
guess
the
the
pain in the
going
ass
concern
factor
value.
for you of not having to put all this
Oh.
shit together yourself?
Okay, so what
What's it
would,
worth to you to not have to think through, figure out, develop your marketing machine? What's it worth
Yeah.
to you to not have to think through, figure out, develop your intake machine? What's it worth to you to not have to think through, figure out, and hire all those employees? How many employees do you have?
12?
12. What if I came along and I were to kidnap all your employees and I say, I'll only give them back to you if you pay me. Otherwise, you got to recruit a whole bunch of new employees all over again. Would you pay something for them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Where should we start the bidding? How much would you pay to get them back? $1 million?
Probably not $1 million, but
$500,000?
I might pay $100,000 to keep the team together.
200,000?
L- l-
200,000
let's say
for 12
150
employees.
150,000.
200,000 for 12 employees. That's 12 employees. That's $200,000.
Mm-hmm.
$200,000 divided by 12 employees. That's only $17,000 an employee. You're not willing to pay. How about if I sell half of them back to you for $17,000 a piece, and the other half I'll give to someone else? Would you buy half of them for $100,000?
If I can choose the half.
Is there one of them that you
Yeah.
pay $17,000 to get back?
Oh, yeah. Hell
Is
yeah.
there one of them you wouldn't pay $17,000 to get back?
Yeah.
Is there one of them, the one that you wouldn't pay $17,000 to get back, would you pay $7,000 to get them back?
There's one that's gonna be terminated Monday, so I'm not paying to get that one back. And
Okay,
yeah.
okay, so we say $200,000 minus 17,000 for the one that you don't want back. So $183,000, and we have a deal. You can have 11 of the 12 back, and the 12th one I'll give to someone else.
Yeah, I'm more like 150, but there is a number
150. So
for the 11.
11 employees, so $150,000. $150,000 divided by 11 employees, you'd be willing to pay $13,000 per employee.
Yes.
Okay.
Some I'd
Would
pay more
anyone
for,
like to
yeah.
outbid him for $17,000? You can have his best employee. You want his best employee for $17,000? 17, 17, 17, 17. Do I have 18? Do I hear 18? 18. Do I hear 20? Do I hear 20? Do I hear 22? 22? Do I hear 23? 23? 23? 24? Do I hear $24,000? 25,000? 25,000? 26,000? 27,000? 27,000? You are fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to recruit somebody's best employee away would cost, that could cost, 20% of their salary.
This is your
So
pain in the ass factor.
Okay.
It's completely subjective. You're looking for formulas. Stop looking for formulas.
So
You're
some of
looking
that,
for statutes. Stop looking for statutes. You're looking for law. There's no law. You're looking for someone to give you a rule. There's no rule. There's just you stepping up and making a decision for yourself, what you think it's worth, to not have to do this whole fucking thing all over again from scratch.
so some of it overlaps with the stuff, the systems and the IP.
Sure.
Just kind of consider them together and put it on one or the
You are
other,
making
but
this
not
way
double
more
count.
complicated than it has to be. You're going to come up
Okay.
with two documents. One is going to be a balance sheet, which you've got a sample of right there.
Mhm.
And the other is going to be a P&L, which is really just going to give me three numbers. What's the revenue? What were the expenses? What's the profit or loss?
And the sample we have is really kind of a combination balance sheet and, it's got some P&L stuff in there.
Revenues, expenses, profit or loss.
Okay.
Got it? What you're referring to on the balance sheet in terms of revenue is the predictability. The assets that cause that revenue to be predictable. Get it? So you're going to pair up. You're going to be mixing, you're going to be changing partners throughout the day. So don't worry if your pair up with someone who you don't want to be paired up with for the rest of the day. You're going to keep moving around, moving around, moving around, moving around. Okay. And whoever is taller in the pair will be the seller. There you go. And whoever is less tall will be the buyer. Good. And there will be 3 per group. There will be the buyer, the seller, and the witness. Actually, the buyer, the seller, and the lawyer. All right, Marjorie, Alex, there will be the buyer, the seller, and the lawyer. The buyer is buying, the seller is selling, and the lawyer is the one who's responsible for documenting the deal to make sure everyone knows what the fuck they're actually buying and selling, and there aren't a bunch of misunderstandings.
The dual representation lawyer.
It's a dual representation lawyer. You get what I'm saying here? All right. So the buyer is the buyer, the seller is the seller, and then the lawyer becomes the buyer. Just do a little round robin. When everyone has had a turn to be a buyer and a seller and a lawyer, then break up and go find a different group. All right. So do this. Start doing this during lunch. When we come back from lunch, I want to hear about some of these conversations, right? Did you buy the other person's firm? If so, for how much, on what terms? Were you able to sell your law firm to the buyer? If so, how much, on what terms? You get what I'm saying? This is where all this theory we've been talking about for a day and a half is suddenly going to make a lot more sense. And I hope that you recognize why we've had to do all of this theory to equip you for the main event, which is these role plays. All right? What time is lunch over? Lunch is over at 1:30. I don't think lunch is over at 1:30. What time is lunch over? Lunch is over at 1:30. Only 1 hour lunch? All right, well, go.
No.
Leah,
Exactly.
can we team up?
Marjorie, maybe just be the lawyer for the first round.
Exactly.
Can we team up? Okay. Oh, actually, I have to make a call also.
I'll start working on my balance sheet. Yeah, I know.
I've got a question.
Financial planner.
Sure. I don't, I am right.
You don't know what profitability is until the. Agreed. So don't think anybody's part of mine. So far, none of them have allowed and let's say one of those falls, the rest of the dollars. Let's say we haven't figured that got non. Private equity enters. How do you think that's going to be played? Okay, down there. So, think about this. Think about this. First, private equity is try to put law firm that. Do you think private equity is somehow aligned with law firm that is? Private equity. You're giving them balance. They're not going to care. Well, but the last is sort of driving here because you not take fraction. And practical matter, why private equity is going to take into They're buying that home before they're staying on that. You said that they went through, what I'm trying to say is that when you go and integration. Not homogeneous, it's not the private equity. Individual private equity managers each have their own. How best deploy the capital of their investment. Objective analysis, balance of like, you want to put them out of business, right? That's what this money, pull the capital, try to get a return. good marketing machine, good information, good process, good system, good procedure, good financial, good data, and well-trained staff. The best thing for them to do, save themselves that pain in the ass back. Just use the latest search. And really, it's a value of those. And then it's a wrong thing to do.
Okay, yes, go ahead. Okay. Can we get a quick intro? What's up here? What's losing? Look at that. Welcome, Workapalooza. Welcome here. Welcome workshop. Welcome to the workshop.
Welcome to the workshop.
Okay. Where our law firm members are attending a multi-day. Welcome to the workshop.
Welcome to the workshop.
Where our law firm members are attending a multi-day educational session on how to skyrocket their law firm.
We're about 200 of some of the most successful small law firm owners in the country are here, learning how to market their firm better, manage their firm better, squeeze more profits out of the firm. You always say the short. We're about 200 of the small. Can you read that and share at the same time?
Well, let's just do it off the cuff. I can put it on the little teleprompter, or just do it off the cuff. Okay, welcome.
Give me my lines. Are we recording? Are we recording? Yes. All right, so what do you want me to say? So you can read. Give me my lines. Welcome to workshop. Welcome to workshop. Who are members, I'm not gonna say that. We're about 200 of our 500 plus members are attending a multi-day session, learning how to make their law firm work for them a lot like that.
So start from the top, right, like, welcome here, where we are blank. Couldn't ask about a location of diplomat. It's great to see everyone exchanging ideas and learning. Let's go out.
Did the microphone pick up on that?
Yeah,
What he just said.
if you want me to do that.
What he just said. Let me see that. All right.
Welcome here, what we're doing.
Welcome to workshop Palooza, where our law firm members are attending. Actually, we gotta work. We gotta work. Yeah. I think we can take that actually. Those. Yeah. Ask the amazing about that. Of those.
Down the table.
Say lawyer up.
No, this is from the other,
Oh, it's from a different workshop?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's so many good ones.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. I'm with them. We were not working. I'd like to work with you because numbers. Do you want to look, hello, and you're gonna do the profile? Actually, let's drag it. being here just in case.
I'm like.
Okay, I had to leave early, so I missed some of the instruction. So we're supposed to get into groups of 3, I guess?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I missed that part. I had to leave to go to the chiropractor.
I'd rather.
Maybe
Got one.
on that side, yeah.
Great idea. The other side of the proverbial table.
And the literal table. Right, so what do we do?
We choose a buyer, a seller, and a dual transaction lawyer.
And what's, I'm sorry, what's the third
A
person?
dual representation lawyer.
Oh,
to represent both sides.
that sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Mediator.
Well, to document the,
Okay,
what the terms of the deal are.
all right, so who's very interested in selling their firm?
I am in 10 years.
You are in 10 years.
I'm not.
I'm not either, all right.
information.
Well, seller, you're here just for, so you're not super interested in buying either?
No, I just
All
thought
right.
it'd be good to know.
You're the mediator, because I'm super interested in buying. All
Okay.
right,
Okay. Becky, would you like to buy my law firm?
I don't know. Talk to me about it. Tell me
Okay.
about what were the gross revenues in 2024?
Okay, let's talk about the income.
I asked for
approach.
the gross revenues, not the.
So the gross revenues for 2024 were $1.8 million.
Okay. And now tell me about the profitability.
The net operating income was 160,000.
Okay, the net operating income. I'm still like, I'm gonna go versus TLV. I don't fucking know. Okay, all right.
And
It
so,
was 180.
Mhm.
And do I want to know the TLV?
sure.
Okay.
So the TOB, I break down into 3 categories.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Salary,
yeah, yeah.
Net operating income, and then,
Oh, that's the K1. It's
and
the
then,
net operating
uh,
benefits, other perks.
fringes, perks,
Yeah.
benefits.
Right,
And so the net operating income was the 160.
okay, that was your K1.
Salary was the 120.
Okay,
And then benefits, perks total about 60.
okay,
So we're basically looking at, am I about to say 320? 60. Yeah, no, 340,
okay.
340.
Like your TLV.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think in terms of the salary versus normalized salary, I think the normalized salary is 120.
Okay,
Like it
yeah,
is like
Yeah.
for
for, I mean, for, you know.
for what I do, what I don't do.
Uh-huh. Okay, all right. And how are your PSPs?
So here's, so we
I'm not paying
have,
attention, sorry.
Okay.
how you, well, we haven't gotten to what she's buying and documenting the deal, but so we have, starting with marketing, we have kind of a digital marketing system and a networking system.
Okay,
Networking system basically consists of being involved in a couple of networking groups.
who does those? You or somebody else?
I have a marketing assistant who attends BNI, and I
Okay.
belong to a Vistage group, which I'd recommend you.
What's Vistage?
It's kind of like on EO, like entrepreneurs organization.
But you're not supposed to use EO for networking.
What are you
So
supposed to use EO for?
Well, Vistage,
It's the
Vistage
one-
is not private. It's like groups of business people that kind of come together, kind of mastermind and
Oh, yeah, I think Aaron.
network together. Vistage is primarily more for the mastermind. It's a trusted advisor group.
Got it.
And
Alrighty.
we interact with the other Vistage groups. on
Okay.
that basis.
Is your marketing assistant planning on staying?
The one TBH, the one who attends the BNI meetings for me is probably gonna be terminated like Monday.
Oh, okay.
And so, but we own a seat, and so someone
Yeah.
will.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
We just plug in,
Yeah,
plug and play.
got it, all right.
That's the name of our office, plug and play.
Got it. Oh, oh, you're trying to sell it to me. All right. Well, that's sounding
Just kidding.
exciting. All right.
And so, and then we have, you know, a program where we call referral specialists, and we, you know, keep track of who they are, on the Team 100 list. and
Okay,
use
so you've
to
got
make-
that all,
Make referrals,
all right.
and so, you know, those people turn around, and refer to us, and, you know,
Okay.
it could be stronger, but it exists.
So out of your, that 1.8, like about what percent came from referrals? What percent came from your digital marketing?
That's a good question, and I can tell you the exact numbers, because we track by channel.
Tell me.
But I'm gonna estimate that about a third of our business comes from referrals and repeat clients.
Oh, well, altogether, okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna estimate that the other, you know, about a third comes from search engine optimization and our Google My Business page.
Okay, that's pretty high.
And then another third is gonna come in from Google Ads.
Oh,
and,
wow.
LSA,
Okay,
Google
wow.
Ads.
It's very different from mine, all right?
So then, yeah, I think we are different, and you speak more. In terms of the digital, we have a search engine optimization provider and a website that keep the website up to date and the Google My Business page. And, we track our leads by channel and give them feedback. So they're able to dial in the ads that are working. that are not working.
Who's your marketing vendor?
They're called Empirical 360.
Okay, how
They're
long have you been
based,
with them?
based out of Tampa. We've been with them since, I want to say April of 2023.
Oh, a long time. All right, and you're
A
still.
while.
Is that the one that James from?
I don't know that he's affiliated with them.
Okay.
I'm not the only how to manage
Yeah.
member.
Oh,
but
no, I
that-
know a lot of them. Kind of spoke to them.
and it's- yeah, and they've kind of dialed in, you know, since I joined with them, they've doubled down on the family,
Oh, okay.
they still service them.
Yeah.
And then, we have, you know, I currently have, and I have in the past had vendors who, you know, shot and edited videos, so we have a video library. That we use as part of our intake path, and glide path, as well as on our website. It's marketing collateral as well. That's kind of the digital side. We have an intake system, but I've actually like poured, if not blood, sweat and tears.
Well, I'd like to know what the results are. What's your conversion rate lead to qualified lead to consult to?
Yeah,
client?
so right now, we're shooting to have about 140 leads per month.
I want to know the percentage.
And we're pretty close, and so leads to qualified, and I actually have these numbers, but lead to qualified has been running about 30, 35%.
Holy shit.
And then qualified to schedule.
Wait, I want to stop here because that's like appalling to me. So why do you think that is?
Why?
Why is it so abysmally low?
What's a qualified lead?
So we have two levels of qualification. One is whether they're qualified to meet with our salesperson.
Is
And
that
then
based on their income or what?
I'll tell you, and then the second level is whether they're qualified to be hired by the firm. So qualified to meet with a salesperson means that they have no conflicts of interest, which we screen for. That they have a problem in our practice area, which is either business litigation, business transaction, or probate litigation. That they have some geographical connection
Right.
to Nevada. That they, you know, that the person calling is the person who can attend the sales meeting and engage the firm if they desire. And then lastly, that there's a possibility that there's enough in dispute.
Yeah.
That would warrant hiring an attorney.
Okay.
And the last is a little bit, that's a light touch at the intake level.
Yeah.
And more thoroughly explored at the sales level.
No, I get that. So out of those reasons, what would you, so first of all, you say 35%, that's
Yeah.
not that it's only 35% out of that one, because there's two hurdles that they need to go through. So
Yeah.
what percent gets screened out of that, out of those five?
So about 65% gets screened out at the intake
Oh,
level.
okay. And
And-
give me the reasons in order for, or at least the top two.
Usually out of our practice area, sometimes out of our geographical.
So your marketing sucks.
Well, it does suck in that sense. We experimented with that. We actually tightened up our ad criteria
Yeah.
to target certain people.
Right.
And the anticipated result was that our number of leads would go down and the qualified rate would go up.
Right.
What actually happened is the number of leads went down and the qualified rate didn't go up. And so,
Bizarre.
yeah, well, it could be a practice area then. And so we just run them through. We just, we dropped the restrictions and the qualified rate has not gone down. And we just run more people through intake. And so we have two people who are offshore, they answer a lot of calls.
Yeah.
Well, a lot, I mean, they answer approximately 120 to 140 calls per month.
Okay, so what's
They-
the second hurdle of?
Second is qualified to scheduled, and about 90% schedule.
Yeah, okay.
And then of those who schedule, about, 85 to 90% show up for their meetings,
Cause it's free.
and it's free.
Yeah, okay,
It's
well, that's
free.
pretty good. That's a good show up rate. Great.
Yeah, for free. And then of those who show up, about 35, 30% are engagement. And that's an area
Free consult, no, I think 30% engaging for free
We-
consult is-
we believe it should be 50 or 60. And that's why we
Yeah, yeah,
CSOL.
yeah.
And we think we can get it to 50.
Well, that would be pretty impressive, yeah, for a free consult, yeah.
And so,
Who is that free consult with?
we have a non-attorney salesperson. We actually have 1.5 non-attorney salespeople. One primarily does that.
And are they selling the full case or are they selling the strategy session?
They sell the case subject to attorney review. Basically, our retainer agreements say the attorney can turn it down. If they look at it, they can turn it down.
Right.
But generally, the approach is to sell the case. And sometimes that functionally becomes selling a strategy session,
Okay,
because that's the first step. in
yeah.
each case.
How much do you charge for strategy session?
We don't really sell strategy sessions per se. It's hourly rate.
Okay, so what's like the minimum deposit that the dragon is authorized to sell?
They can take a deposit of 3,500.
And client list.
So, so before we leave, so we do have an intake system. We have, intake scripts, for our 3 practice areas. And we've consolidated a lot of the steps. We used to have like reception, intake, fill out a form, do the dragon. Now reception, intake, and the form are all one.
Okay, great. So intake answers the one.
Yeah, and so, and they just alternate answering the phone. And so, that's been a lot of work. And so then your question was, what was your question? Sorry.
Client list.
Your client list. So, and that kind of ties in with the referral stuff. The firm's been open since 2014. So like 11 years. And our list of clients and former clients is about 800 people long. We start
800?
800 clients.
That doesn't actually sound like that much.
Bigger engagements.
Yeah,
bigger
yeah.
Engagements. And we have we maintain an A list that we send a snail mail newsletter to. That includes clients, referral sources, former clients. That A list is about 3,000 people. And then we have a B list of just anybody who contacts the corporation.
Yeah.
And they get the electronic, mass mail broadcast, and that's about 5,000.
See, I don't know how I value that. Like I put, I don't know how to value.
Depends on what one does with it.
Right.
I think we use MailerLite, which is like a MailChimp. And so I can't tell you what our open rate is,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. But I mean, that's easy to
but
change.
it's a list that
Right.
we call,
Yeah,
that we mail out to.
yeah. Do you guys do regular guys?
We have a gas call specialist, client concierge. The gas calls in, and she's got a spreadsheet that she enters the name and the subject matter of the call and the follow-ups and it tallies. So there's a tab that tallies all the calls and, how many outbound referrals get generated, how many inbound referrals, how many consults get generated, and how many retainers get.
So is this person full-time?
This is a
just-
full-time person.
Just doing gas calls?
Gas calls and calling referral partners.
Great.
And the option.
And backing up sales and backing up.
Let's
Okay.
see your equipment again.
Yeah,
Okay.
she does backup.
She offshore.
She's in town. She's the one who's gotta go, actually.
Oh,
Oh,
So,
why?
but maybe not.
okay. I
Yeah.
mean, it's,
Yeah,
that's an awkward conversation.
yeah.
Whose sister?
Her sister can handle it. Maria.
Yeah. Okay.
Maria's our court. She's been our firm administrator forever. And we moved her to be the sales. She's the dragon. And that's come with a little bit of pain, but it's worth it. We're looking for like a
Real
cheap
PLA. Yeah,
cheap operator.
yeah.
And close on the trail. So
Oh, good. Congratulations.
zeroing in. So that's the list situation. We have a trade name, Sierra Crest Business Law Group.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can step in and you can be Sierra Crest.
Right.
And so we believe that means that the goodwill is not necessarily attached to one individual account.
Right. Right.
How do we value all that? Are you interested in buying this?
Let's pretend I am. Like it's not exactly what I'm looking for, you know? Like, I don't really need a business law firm in Nevada, but if I did,
Yeah,
if I was just starting out, like, if I was like, I want to go into business law and I want to start my own firm, but it would be nice to just jump to, something that's up and fully functioning, so I don't have to do all the bullshit and just kind of tweak it and make it my own. And it sounds like a pretty awesome, already assembled piece of IKEA furniture.
yeah. And so,
Oh,
actually,
and what about your liabilities?
so he actually doesn't have a blank for like cash on hand,
That's true.
does he?
That's true. I mean, presumably it's not like a fund. Probably have a couple of 1 or 2 months of operating expenses.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to know, at least in terms, so between our various profit first accounts, I would say we have about $150,000
Right.
in cash
Yeah.
on hand. And we have external liabilities of $260,000. There's $150,000 of idle loan.
Okay.
And then there's a $60,000 into the line of credit. And then I think the credit card bill right now is like 50.
Okay. You pay off your credit card bill every?
Yeah, every month.
Okay.
And so,
Only 50 every month. Approximately.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, usually the bill is like 30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, every
$30.
month. It's just.
30,000.
I mean, we're-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was
So,
like,
so I'll pay it off, and by the time I paid it off, there's another 20 on
Right,
there,
right,
another
yeah.
30, and it's just,
But you pay it monthly or bi-monthly?
we paid every month.
Okay.
And so basically, I'm gonna say that I'm valuing our systems, trade name, domain name, website, marketing collateral, systems at about 600,000. And then, another $450,000 pain in the ass factors, like all the stuff that we have in place is up and running and staff that you don't have to like put up in place.
Right.
So I'm calling that like, $1,050,000. And then with the cash, I'm basically calling it $1,200,000.
So how did you come up with those last few numbers? Like, how did you come up with what was it, 600 for all the stuff and then?
Yeah, there's no particular methodology that I follow.
Right. Yeah.
I just think that, they're assets that cause recurring revenue
Yeah.
and keep me out of legal production.
Right.
It's like I bill about 15 hours a month, in legal work, even though I supervise it, but it keeps, this runs without me doing the legal.
Right.
And so that's, I think to reconstruct it by hand would probably cost at least $1 million of time, effort, and concentrated effort.
Yeah.
And so, saying $1.2 million and then dropping it by 260 for the liabilities. I'm basically saying, $940,000. What I would say is the balance of, the balance sheet in terms of the income and the ability to generate income, that $160,000 NOI, recurs year after year after year. And it, if I have my way, it's gonna increase.
Mhm.
So I'm working to build the profitability up. So,
Yeah. Look, this all is sounding very reasonable. What I would want, like, if I were really, thinking about buying this, which the person in the position to buy this would probably
Yeah.
be someone starting out, who, it's not somebody who wants to plug and play your thing into their firm, because that would totally devalue it.
right,
But this is somebody starting out who wants to really just come to you.
get a jump start.
Yeah. And so it sounds super attractive. What I would want is some sort of like, certainly paying over time and also like as close to a guarantee as I could get. Like, okay, you're telling me this is all true today, and I've
Right.
looked at it, it's true, it looks like you're not making this shit up, and okay, and I've seen it's been consistent over the years, so certainly it looks like it's probably gonna continue, but who the hell knows, maybe a lot of this is in fact tied to your name and it just doesn't look like it. Or maybe there's some other factor that, I'm a brand new lawyer and I don't know what to look for. And maybe there's something you're not even seeing. I'm not even saying that you're hiding something, but maybe there's some intangible factor that when you step away, this thing is gonna just collapse. We don't know that. So what I would want to do is, and yeah, there's gotta be an element of assuming that everyone's operating in good faith, I would think. It's very difficult to do it, if, with just like an unknown person. And I don't know how we would structure this, but like me, I would want us to try to brainstorm a way where it's paid out over time, assuming like you get your monthly payments, assuming that this thing continues performing. Which I'm sure you're not super eager to do.
Well, I would actually go one step further than that. If you're interested in buying and taking over the law firm, I want you in the law firm a year before the sale.
Got it, because it's your baby and you want to make sure.
Well, not only that, but having the opportunity to get staff and comfortable with you and introduce you to the clients, and being able to have you cutting some of the marketing videos and having your name start to be more prominent in the law firm. So I would probably require that.
Okay.
That you be invested in the business beforehand.
Okay.
And in terms of, when the keys get handed over, I would require that you probably, that you maintain a relationship with my current law firm consultants during the period of the earnout.
Yeah.
If we're gonna, and
Right.
I'm willing to extend the earnout period, provided that you're, getting and using,
Yeah,
the-
that makes total sense.
the advice.
How long do you want to be involved for? Like, do you want to be like part-time for a while?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm one of the people who like practicing law.
You do,
So,
okay.
and so I, would be, thrilled to, be associated. I mean, we'd have to figure out what my role is. I don't know, and I'm just thinking of this like for the first time right now. But, this is a business that works pretty well without me, being involved in the day-to-day affairs as it is. So, there's probably some, way, shape, or form in which I could continue to be involved in this business. I'm trying to think of the best.
I mean, do you want to continue doing 15
Like-
hours a week worth of legal work?
I would say yes, in a supervisory capacity,
Okay.
like where I'm not trial counsel,
Uh-huh.
but yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can do something like that. One thing that randomly occurred to
Yeah.
me was doing like almost like 50-50.
And I'm more like 15 a month, yeah,
Oh, okay.
like 50-50 partnership.
Between.
Can someone look outside and make sure everyone comes back in, please? Thanks. So, who
Good exercise.
managed to successfully sell their firm? One sale? Did anyone else sell their firm? 2 sales? 3 sales? What?
It didn't really think we had-
So, where are the throw mics? Give me the mic. Give me the other, you keep that one. Where's the other mic? Throw that mic. Throw it over here. Who sold their firm? Throw it over there. So tell us about the deal. Who is the buyer? All right.
The lady
So,
here.
Mary, why did you buy his firm?
Did I?
With the microphone. Jerry, give him the microphone. Here. Francis. Catch,
Look up.
catch. There. Why did you buy Francis's firm?
Francis's firm has regular income and he has 500,000 in trust of undesignated funds. So he's got 3 months worth of work in the pipeline. He's got 3 lawyers. It's profitable. And also I negotiated him staying on, since I'm at another state, staying on and managing it. And, so that, and he would get origination, things like that. We talked about an employment contract.
All right. And, what were the assets of the firm that most interested you?
The trust account, that he had a marketing pipeline. So I knew that and the pipeline did not revolve around Francis, it revolved around SEO. It was non-paid
He has
leads,
a marketing machine that doesn't revolve around him.
right, or paid leads.
He has a
So-
marketing machine that doesn't revolve around him and doesn't revolve around just throwing money at a marketing vendor.
Right.
Okay. All right. What other assets interested you about the firm? Marketing machine and what else?
And his production, he says, runs on its own.
Without him having to be there.
Without, yeah, he just troubleshoots
So it runs with documented processes and systems and procedures, yes?
and 3 steady lawyers, yeah.
And checklists and templates and things like that? Yes?
Maybe I didn't ask that part.
Yes.
Okay,
But.
I can
but
say
the fact
yes.
that They, yeah,
Yes.
okay. And what other assets were of interest to you? You said 3-something lawyers?
3 lawyers. Mhm.
All right.
The
And-
office,
And do these 3 lawyers have any extra value to you? I mean,
Yeah,
are these
it's
3
hard, it's
lawyers,
hard to hire lawyers.
right, but are these 3 lawyers, have they been there for, each of them has been there for a few years, or each of them has been there for a few minutes?
I didn't ask.
Okay, so for all you know, these 3 lawyers just started the job a month ago, and they might wake up tomorrow and decide they don't even want to practice law anymore. They want to go join the circus, and now you're got no more lawyers.
True, true.
Yeah? Is everyone paying attention?
Yeah.
Yes,
He-
these are the
he-
kinds of questions
yeah.
you're asking, right?
Is-
These are the things you should be
Yeah,
concerned about.
the 3
You look
lawyers are.
horrified. Are you okay? You okay? No, behind you. You good? Okay.
The 3
yeah.
lawyers brought in 1.5 million, so they seem very, they
The
seem.
3 lawyers brought in 1.5. Again, did they originate 1.5?
No, they
Okay.
work, they build it.
But, so Francis, these
Yes.
3 lawyers who you want me to buy from you, yes? How long have they each been with your firm for?
those particular lawyers, a year,
1 year,
correct?
only
Those-
1 year,
Yes.
okay? And lawyer number 1, first name only.
First what?
The first name, just so we have, say,
Catherine,
Catherine, okay? How old is Catherine?
55.
Around 50. Is
55.
Catherine married or single?
Married,
Does she have children?
adult children.
She has adult children.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what does her spouse or significant other do?
He is a real, he runs a closing title company.
He runs a closing title company.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she's been with you for 1 year.
Yes,
And what did she do? What did she do professionally before she came to work with you?
30-year attorney doing civil litigation.
Always civil litigation, and you do
Yes, sir.
civil litigation.
State
and-
and federal courts.
And what firm was she in, or what did she do? Who was she working for before you? And how long was she there for?
She worked for well-known law firms, much bigger law firms like Big Law, and she also worked for the federal government.
Okay, and how long was she at her last job for?
Right now, I do not remember, I believe it was 10 years.
10 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why did she come work with you? Why is she working in this firm?
Something happened in her private life that made it that she ended up.
She has some sort of situation in her private life that makes this job particularly uniquely valuable and important to her, so I can have some confidence that she's not going to quit.
Mhm.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think so.
You're saying it like it's a bad thing, and I'm saying this is a good thing.
Mhm.
These are the kind, what if he said that she was with the last firm that she was at for 1 year, and she was at the firm before that for 1 year, and she was at the firm before that for 1 year, and oh, by the way, her husband is in the military, and he gets reassigned every 2 years, and he's 3 years away from retiring, and I mean, this is a complete, you need to know what you're buying. You got to ask questions, yes?
Mhm,
You getting where I'm going with this?
mhm.
Why does she care about this job? How can we keep her motivated? How can we keep her interested? Why does she need to stay here? Right? This is an asset that you're buying. Make sure you're getting what you think you're getting. Don't just make a bunch of assumptions. Okay? The marketing machine. What is the marketing machine composed of? Like, do you have it diagrammed out? Do you have it documented? Like 1 leads to 2 leads to 3 leads to 4?
Yes, we have all leads coming, being by email or by phone or by WhatsApp.
Where do the leads originate from? Where are we finding these leads?
From the internet mostly.
What are they, how are they finding us? How are we finding them?
We have websites, we have social media, and we also have referral sources that refer us.
Okay, so let's talk about the websites and the social media.
Okay,
Does the websites and the social media feature you, or does it
No.
feature the staff? What is on these websites?
it features
I think the services, not me. For a long time, I don't put myself at the
Okay,
center
got
of
it. So it doesn't feature you, it
No.
features the services. Okay.
Correct.
Do you have free reports that you offer? Do you have webinars that you're offering? Do you have seminars you're offering? Do you have free checklists that you're offering? Do you have books that are out there? Do you have things that people are finding online, opting in, giving you their contact information and giving you permission to keep in touch with them so you can drip, 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 drip and keep in touch with them? Or do you have or they just find you online and they either schedule an appointment or they don't?
We have newsletters that they subscribe to, and that's how we keep in contact.
How many
with-
subscribers do you have on the newsletter?
I believe I have 4,000 people.
4,000? And how much has that newsletter grown in the last year?
With all due respect, I don't think I know because I know we delete the one that are stale for too long.
Okay, and how many people are unsubscribing from the newsletter every time it gets sent out?
A few people for sure.
Okay, and how much
just-
business can we attribute to the newsletter every quarter for the last 2 years?
I do not track that.
Data.
Okay.
Don't know. Okay.
Right.
I'm not trying to beat up on you.
No, no, I
I'm trying to
understand.
show you, this is how you go about buying a firm. What are you buying? What Mary bought was a wing and a prayer and a hope, right? 3 lawyers, great. I'm going to now make up a big story about these 3 lawyers, which may or may not be true. Turns
is-
out you got lucky with the first one.
But you're also buying a new state and a building, which is a new market.
What? She's buying a state?
new state.
A different state
A
that I'm
different
not
state.
practicing.
Oh, she could just open up her own office in that state without giving you a dime.
She could, but she would need a Florida license and you can't waive in. You have to sit for the bar.
Okay, well then she could buy someone else's firm for less. And why does she need your
Sure.
state? I'm just,
Mhm.
everyone listen, this is the first round. You're gonna now do this again, right? You're gonna do it again, we're gonna come back and you're gonna tell me what you bought. And I'm gonna ask you if you really know what you bought, or did you just buy a hope? And then you're gonna talk about what you sold. And, sellers, by the way, you're trying to sell your law firm to maximize your income, right? If you know that the transmission is leaking oil, are you going to tell the buyer that the transmission is leaking oil? Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But the point I'm making is, don't be in such a hurry to volunteer everything, right? You're trying to sell, you're trying to position, you're trying to show the buyer why your firm is a good deal for them. How do you find out if the firm is a good deal? How do you find out if the firm is going to help the buyer solve their problems? What's the first thing you need to find out in order to help the buyer figure out and show the buyer how buying your firm is going to solve their problems? You need to find out what their problems are. How do you do that? By asking them.
Mhm.
You ask them, where are you today? Financially, personally, professionally. Where do you want to be in the future? Financially, personally, professionally. You use the same sales technique that we teach you to do in the dragon training next door. The seller is selling the firm. The buyer is asking questions to make sure that you're not buying a bill of goods, an empty bag. What's another cliche analogy? Piece of crap. A pig in a poke. Are you getting what I'm saying? A wooden nickel. All right? Good. Change up, do it again. You could, have you all had a turn with each other? Then just rotate in the same group, but go faster. Are you making small talk? Is that what's happening? You're wasting time making small talk? Good. Just go faster. Okay, good.
So
I did not. I told you.
who's selling?
What? I could.
What position do you learn?
So, all right. I'll be the lawyer. Okay, all right. Unless you're on the same state.
We are in the same state.
I don't know where Springfield is.
About 45 minutes from where I am.
Okay, all right, good to know. 45 minutes away. Okay. All right.
You're doing family, right? All family, that's it?
I have a small state function that have not been successfully done. I just have really the need, one of my family lawyers. She doesn't do probate stuff.
Right.
So what do you do? Immigration.
Immigration.
Okay.
That's family,
Oh, okay.
criminal, personal injury, workers' comp.
All right, anything that crawls and walks, okay.
I have 5, yeah, I have 5 law firms inside of one,
Okay.
all with their problems.
Is it 5 separate law firms?
No, it's one law
It's
firm.
one, where it
Yeah,
was
but
5.
It's,
This
each
one like
practice
5.
has its own,
Yes, yeah.
but,
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. I'm sorry, it was just for me to know. All right,
so your revenue for 2024 was 17? And that's the run rate, that's what you're looking at. So tell me a little bit about your practice. We get into.
12 lawyers. I've got a couple that are big rainmakers. And they want to stay on after they retire, if they retire in 5 or whatever, they want to stay on to do hourly rate meetings. And so initial consults with lawyers. They
The
want to
initial
go,
consults with
and they want to
lawyers?
keep getting their origination. Yeah, they originate a lot of work.
So they originate from their consultations,
No, they originate from their goodwill.
so
Long
their own,
practice.
their own. So you have 12 lawyers and, yes.
2 of them are part-time.
with them part-time. And how long? Yes, we got.
Yeah.
We got a lot.
One of the part-times been with me 10 years. Yeah, one of them with 6 years.
The other, that's a part, we're going to part-time or we're going.
No, full-time.
For one's been 6 years.
Um, 5 years. Now, big rainmaker's been 2 years here. 2 million in origination. One person. Yeah.
And what about the other associates?
The other associates are less than.
The one that's been with you for 10 years.
67.
What system do you have in place or?
Talking about for the project manager.
For the first one, let's go back. How's your intake? What system do you have in place?
Intake, everything's automated. We have dashboards that you can look at. Other meetings, see what's going on.
So you have scale- so you have scaling down methodologies, systems, so,
That is built up.
I know.
Solid.
I know what I'm in. All right, we're good. All right.
We average about 100 a week and expect to be. Think about it.
So what's your marketing? Yeah, are you doing
A lot of
SEO?
these big attempts, pay for SEO.
So,
Here's converted, just converted all of the prior websites to Strata. So that they're watching. So we're watching their websites. Now we watch. SEO.
They get more origination. Benefits them too.
So the SEO is run by an agency, is that agency or you?
Yes, no, it's run
You have
by,
people-
we have one, we have Brian, from the Escapes,
So you have
a
Brian,
local.
Local SEO?
rep, is SEO, he's, knows HubSpot, he thinks HubSpot,
do you have anybody internally that's managing?
Yes.
Okay, so you have somebody that's tracking.
There's 200 people and a marketing manager. One of the girls loves Google, he manages our Google accounts.
How much are you spending about?
Remaking, I'm spending 12,000 a month. And remaking total, less than 300,000, but I can't. I think the budget's like 28 now, it was 22 last year.
This is all systemized and it runs without you being
Watch
involved.
it, yeah. All I do is look at the bottom number, how much you spend, what's the cost per lead, cost per acquisition,
You're tracking, you're able to track your conversion rate.
everything's tracked. And reported in meetings on Tuesdays.
Marketing.
They're marketing and sales.
All right.
So, worry about 15% from the lead routine. 7 people in marketing and sales. I have 3 finance departments. CFO, bookkeeper, and a collections person. The collections person has been 18 years.
CFO collection and what? These are all obviously.
We have a 98% collect rate.
Oh, that's nice, especially for family law.
Maybe full out financial collections, billing, machine. Like maybe green bill.
So tell me a little bit about why. Well, let's go through them. So, in 2024, your profits were 1.5 million. Gross.
Not including my salary. My salary's in. So I took out 100,000 of it.
For salary.
Well, I took out like about 7.
So this is
And that
what,
was-
this
that
is the.
Post tax. Some of that. Income tax, 400,000 taxes. I took out 16.
Yeah, so the total is 1.5 plus 6. 2.1.
No, 1.5. So, as the taxes are 400,000, it takes it to 1.2, and the 1.2 really is. I was thinking they get C corp, not a S corp. I wanna know what it is after taxes. Fine.
Oh, okay.
So you're,
Or slides.
so that was the business, right? Okay, now as far as your benefit, 60K.
It's farm phone. Actually, they already put me under contract. I gotta now try to get back.
Okay.
Strategies.
Yeah, okay, all right.
That's all I have. Car.
You
Health
have-
insurance,
Huh?
health insurance,
I do have health insurance.
for that.
What IP stuff do you have? Yes, you have your website, you have, what do you have as far
I have
as
a website,
social
uh,
media?
to me, my Google ads are, IP also, we spend a little bit of time, we can do that. Well, my girl does, check the number all the time, so that's, I mean, and I had that happen one time, I had an internal guy, when he left, he's back to standard, lost all of those negative keywords and all that stuff. I mean, that is, he dial it in. Dial it in. So, or now, you know, we work on our advertising. But yeah, and I have, I have documentation. Yeah, social media, but I have a lot of documents. I have, oh, it's my, I have a lot of documents. I have a lot of processes. Most of my processes are matched by matters pages in production, so if it's, you know, trying to get it by matters page, how long it takes to matters page. So here's the policy procedure for stage one, here's the policy procedure for stage two, or someone. Here's the policy for, it's easy because that covers every technique. So, and that built out, and we have started measuring. Fired up. It's production already runs. Runs, make 6 hours a day or more.
How many hours are you work?
Oh, no, oh, me?
Yeah.
I occasionally do collaborative, but I don't have.
So you're marketing, are you the face in your social media? Are you doing any?
I do the
Social media?
but also the other ones are to Getty Images.
So you have some involvement with the
A little. Yeah, I get some information. But not like that one. My original was like 70,000. I just keep her happy. What do you, can I take you to lunch? Right.
What was?
The what, I'm sorry, the painting, yes. That's essentially the value you would be attributing for not having to find the people, not having to design the system, because you're buying it as an ongoing business.
Yeah. You get a good spot. Person, Brian, somebody does, because things break. And you gotta fix them. You don't fix them, if you get lazy. Don't do what they're supposed to, and the numbers fall off, so that's why we monitor things. Zero. And it's this friend's, so I have a house that's in rent.
You have a house that's rented.
No, I own a Victorian office. Yeah, I own an old office, and then, I mean, an office, an old building, office. This pays, but it doesn't have to. I can sell it, make money with it. Okay. Interesting. That's why I put it here and here. So, yeah, and that's perspective, not cost money here. What are you looking at? Very firm pass, or you get into Raleigh. System.
One more family drama.
Plug in.
Well, you know, I mean, what do I get? It's just always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've been
It's-
out a
there's
lot.
of
I have been out a lot the last year and a half. I've been out a lot. Dad just passed away and he had dementia. So I go a week a month to Florida, and my son got married. So they did destination wedding on last week. I did mission trip, I did all the stuff. It runs without, they say we keep, that's what. Keep it within the lines while you're gone. Good. Yeah, so it runs without. So I'm just, I feel like that's what I, and listen.
So what's your?
I can stay on, especially if you need, so all of my managers are just, they're not idea people, but you may not need an idea, but I'm always coming up with these. Crap out of them. But the workflows and stuff like that, but when it comes to business, I could do that kind of creative stuff, and then I'll go to marketing events, great marketing events. I love it. I go 3 times a month. There's different marketing events, a week of marketing events. Free dinners.
Tell me about the issues with any of the employees or anything that.
We work hard on culture. And so, you know, we pass up people who are qualified because, you know, we believe they would not be this far.
That's a top thing.
They're not a good customer.
You gotta still say. Good son. So it's good. So what- so
I
what
would
do
be
you-
glad to stay on, especially as a networking and idea person, building systems and stuff like that. I love that. Yeah. Everyone knows me in County. And part of the people that work, I have a Johnson County office too. Like. It only has a few people there. 6 people. I don't know, 38.
Any attorneys over there?
Yeah, there are 2. And my, I have 3 juniors and I have 5 senior paramedics that have more than 25 years of experience. That have more than 25 years.
Have they been with you a long time?
Years. One's gonna be 8 years. One's brand. New. A couple months.
These systems and procedures that you put in place, recent times, it's been taking some time years.
The HubSpot we built out during COVID. Had all that extra time. So we just got on Zoom and just took the crap out of it. So I've had a good market. For a while.
What would it take? Put this, so, associated with services. Therefore, you can spend more time with family, the kids, and stuff like that. And obviously, I think there's a value to the ideas. The more ideas, the better.
Right, right. Easier to say, I see it, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
And be able to build it.
Yeah.
Train on it. And I like to monitor. I like to look at metrics and I like to see what's working.
So you have.
So that's built out, so, and then. Higher up, yeah, number. Like this.
The system.
That really is. Say, lots of them will do it. And they would say, they start this one, but they work good. Say, this, I don't want to go, and I love this job, and I'm flexible. My first work. So. But family.
Especially when you have, like you said, but even talking about that, I just started.
We're gonna do about 10 more minutes.
Okay.
So I would want half in cash and then I could finance the other half.
So what?
So it'd be a
is-
loan or something you could get.
half of- We have 1.7.
6.
1.6.
And then I, yeah, 1.6 in the future. And then 1.6 in, not trust. And 1.5 in. Property. I trust it downstate. Spent up to 2 million. That had a house.
You have two locations.
So you're renting it.
I own it like.
We own both.
With Clayton one, I have 3 of the employees. 4 employees. Wanted to open it up to teach out of investor real estate. So that's really, saw in a shopping center. So. He's wonderful. I can see my CFO.
Oh, really?
One of them, my PLA is one of them, my son is one. I have another one who's finishing out his case, it's a private firm. That is a rock star, like the 2 people I have are some of the top in that area. I mean, they're way smarter than me, way really help in my regard, judgment of love them, why they originate. So, but he's not been originating like he should, and you gotta figure out why. He should be originating about it. Unless he just never was good at it, I don't know. He's so. And he's studied, he's practicing. 6 practice. I was always, these were 2, some of the ones that you go. Time to feel stupid. You know? All right, you know, so, okay, put my armor on with these 2. That's who they are. So, to be quite frank, they are really good ones. So glad.
Sorry.
So how about? Talk about.
And I could do like part of it was paid out of the finance thing, paid out of profit, something like that. So we never have. But, you know.
Then you could do with or without real estate too. I've seen offers like that in the real newspaper,
But I think.
where they sell the real estate.
You have a location, people know where you're at.
Well, I'm gonna sell, I'm gonna sell my product. 7 people there, and also 25 offices. But the Clayton was. I mean, its own unique challenges because I've got it fixed up on it. They would want.
That would make sense.
Consider
And what's the value? Richard, what's the value of the Raleigh?
2 million or more. Water for what? Got 7 offices there.
Now, practically speaking,
This out.
practically speaking, the SBA loan could be for the law firm if you need financing. And the building could be conventional real estate. This could be a separate transaction as far as lending goes. Could be a different lender. Doesn't have to be all SBA.
Say, on my Raleigh office, because that's what I was gonna do with the 1031. Talk about this big building. Buy something smaller, but same size. 7 offices. It was there. I need conference.
What you do an option to buy. So you keep renting for 2 or 3 or 4 years, you get an option to buy a market rate. And that could be a way too, and that gives you time to decide if you want to do it and to come up with a.
So what would it, what? You know, I've done this twice and I failed this one.
What?
I've acquired 2 firms and I failed miserably.
You've acquired 2 firms?
But then you age your risk with real estate.
Huh?
You age your risk with real estate then.
Yeah.
This thing runs. This thing runs. They keep saying, why do you have the grow? I'm like, that's my nature.
It's a challenge,
That's
yeah.
what I like.
How long do you think you like to stay on?
Full time or part time? I don't really work full time now anyway. Work like 30 hours. I own other real estate now, so I have a lot of real estate invested. So, yeah, part time, like 20 hours a week. Or that works. Yeah. Forever. I figure I watch my grandkids maybe 1 or 2 days a week. I get them.
So we talked about half cash, half finance. Obviously, we'll do some option to buy the real estate in the future, so we'll rent that from you. We would give you, you know.
Big one is the lease, like an office.
Yeah. There's,
That'll stay. I'm proud of them, friend, I'm proud of them for taking it. I could have bought it myself, but I wanted. Finance.
So. How much are you asking for the business itself without the real estate? Without, any- I don't want to shoot myself.
You know,
I wanna,
So someone was working on.
so what would be something that you would feel good about if you were selling?
I was talking to brokers, I talked to like 12 different people, and all of them were, like, one person was the son. I like what they're saying. It's not happening. Numbers, he said we get 50% and then the other 50% sell in 5 years or whatever. And then there's market is for the other year. And then, like, I don't think it's a word. She gets $2 million now. She sold 50% of her business. She'll be happy to see it. Feeding me, I was like, yeah. But I've sold something. Invested. I'm not pretty good at real estate right now. Marketing around our area. So.
If you go accident, if you go accident, I bet they flag.
Yeah, I get their emails.
Are you part of it? You're not part of that group?
No, but I get like newsletters or something. Like emails, like ads for their ads.
You saw him when he came?
Yes.
I joined that group.
Okay. I didn't get you. I'm just kidding.
You should probably run it. On the side.
I like that.
Yeah, so you, I think you'll like. it.
They,
So you say something like 2 million for 50%. Then option.
they were saying,
But
The other 50% would be in, like, whenever I wanted to, 5 years or something, whenever the rest of it would come out. But then it would be valued at the later rate.
Ah, okay. So it's not 2 and 2, it's
Because
2.
then it
and
incentivizes me to grow the business,
Yes, sir.
make it more profitable.
So that
I have,
would be
I have
alpha.
skin in the game
So
to keep the business.
so the 2 million is just a figure that we just.
Well,
so we-
there's a lot of,
If
I wouldn't
the-
get district, I mean, I got 7 feet in district. Got
Basically.
almost, and I got a lot of work in the pipeline. I got a lot of good systems. I don't, whenever I hear people that say they get 100% collection, I'm like, are you discounting? Because I don't discount anything. You
Yeah.
should say, it's, people want money back. I'm like, I'll give you, tell me exactly what it is. And they can put that phone call and say, oh, I'll take that phone call off. Okay, your credit card. That's our plan. We don't go, give them $500. I'm like, what are you I literally, my 90 years. Is a true. 90 years. What is Bill is like.
We would do 1 million cash and the other.
No, 2 million cash.
2 million. There's no-
No.
Well, you would
Oh.
get financial.
Yeah. I'm going-
I have a really good relationship with the bank too. They would be funny. They've been with me for 12 years. And they get my taxes every year and stuff.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it. I mean, I'm almost tempted.
Yeah.
Because 2 million down, 5 years later, even if it's 3 or 4 million, it's based on numbers. I would do an option to lock in the real estate so that this is firm stays at the main location. The other one that I understand is different owners, but at least you get lease agreement. Maybe an option to buy is just an option, but a right of first refusal, that's what I would do.
Substitute me as being a partner, right? Take my share of the partnership of plate.
I would not do it. I would do a right of first refusal. If anybody wants to sell, you could buy it because that's.
Our bylaws.
location.
Literally. It's literally signed in there. Think about it. We're gonna rally. Here you go, right here.
That's it.
Here you
I
go.
think I'm buying. I think I like it.
To let me know, this place is for sale.
So, yeah, like, seriously.
Not the
But in 5 years, not today.
No.
Oh, today, I'm sorry.
I mean.
For the right, in the right situation.
She wants to buy it, some of the lawyers want to have an ownership in it. What I have found, like on this, is I know who's gonna buy and retire. They are. So the senior attorney was about the firm. Couldn't afford put down all the plate times. Really would be swell. Another one strung us along 3 days before the closing. I decided not to, like, then I had to tell him to break it the other was. $1,000. Like, what am I? Smart, you know, I'm proud, and I was proud of them for being brave and learn how to do, learn how to have commercial real estate. Sit and wait for
That's actually-
appreciation, not think of. Think of.
That's actually beautiful because, that's part of the. We're all building this together.
And I
That
would buy
goes a
other
long way.
places, I'll buy some things.
I like property and appreciating land is land, it's not stock. So if the business comes out of business, you might lose all your stock, but you got land.
Yeah.
And insurance.
Yeah.
You got something you can touch.
Absolutely.
There you go. All right.
It works.
Feedback, yeah. Feedback.
The, I think
I know he's still not destroying me, sir.
no. Don't be so negative.
Well, he always does, like, that's part of the.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
oh, okay. The only question I would ask would be, what is the profile of the clients? Maybe in terms of age, in terms of income, and also in panel law, I would like a distinction between uncontested divorce, contested divorce, maybe with or without children, domestic violence is a huge part of the docket.
Got 30% what I call complex, which is the whole kitchen sink, 30% custody.
Okay.
10% short terms, like BBQs and stuff like that. And then 10% of which are relationship clauses, whack stuff. They could be big, they could be, they're usually 4 months long, so, but that's my breakdown and my complex, the average case is like 50,000.
50, 50? Yeah. Oh, wow.
Because it's everything, alimony, mediation.
Ah, okay, all right.
Custody, you know, it's like, it never stops. And then, my custody, the, average case value is really 4,000.
Okay.
But when we were doing audits, it was actually closer to 23,000. So, and Wake County, you know, and Johnson County are,
Where we support.
yeah, product of divorce, high conflict. If you have a high conflict divorce, you get a lawyer as a child. That's that's gonna end up. Keep fighting. It's gonna look like.
The, now-
Well, we have second Saturday, us have, I do subpoenas for free all over the state. There's ministers, I'm really known around the state to do that free work. And that brings in referrals. And
What
that's
the-
some of those. 70 people.
is there a process in place that you have for predictability or business, repeat business?
Not repeat business, but we have predictability. We've got same slightly growing leads for years and years and years. So when I first started, which was 9 years ago, and she promises to work at least 5 more years, exactly, is Jack. We were going for 5 leads, 3 consults, 1 retainer. That was our goal. Now, we're doing 20 leads a day, trying to book 2 to 3, I mean, we're booking at least 55% of them, and we retain 35%. So it's a completely different world from 9 years ago when I only needed 5 leads a day, like 5 phone calls. Now we have 20. And if it goes down to like 17, I'm like,
Are y'all doing any gas calling? I'm sorry, from
yeah,
20
just
and
had a gas caller. Gas call. Still perfecting. That,
that's valuable.
but yeah, and she.
Out of 20 leads a day, on average, you get how many?
15%. Plus 15%.
So great. Okay.
Yeah.
think if there would be any other question.
Yeah, we don't think,
Yes.
wait till we get the hot mic.
But of course, in a real life situation, I would drive and visit premises, sign an NDA or that.
Yeah.
Maybe even spend a week to see how everything runs. So, if there's some problems.
Everything's.
Oh, really?
You know, they do some in-house, consults have a lot less of our purchase, so it's easy to watch. They're all scripted.
Well, let me ask you, what kind of software for case management you use, like my case, Abacus? Spokesforce.
How do you like it?
We are looking, we have one more year's contract, so look at maybe some,
Okay.
we gotta transfer everything, well, all those workflows we built, all those
Yeah.
documents in there,
Yeah.
and get them to work, but probably Brian,
Okay.
legal escapes to do that for us, but it's not just start, it's,
No.
there's a system again, it's already built.
Yeah.
And then that's why I wanted to get out of HubSpot. That solved money. And people, we cut down all the services, except for the basic ones we needed, and so we didn't have to rebuild. Things are.
It's a nightmare.
Yes.
It's a nightmare.
I moved from Abacus to my case.
It's-
I haven't had this.
And it's so much work because your templates have to be redone. the
I think this has a
macro-
really pretty screen now.
Yes,
When you
yes.
open it in the morning, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Mike is like, oh, I can't even think the thing. I hate it. I'm still amazed a law firm runs because I'm like, I hate it. I go to the M drivers and then my IT person comes saying, you're not supposed to touch that, just the portal. I'm like, I hate it.
Geez.
Have Player,
Claire,
yeah, and then have Beatles, for personal review.
okay.
And then I have Docket Watch for immigration.
Oh,
So
yes.
Clio is a new one,
That's right.
And then I have a separate CRM,
Yes.
that we've custom built.
Oh, custom build it
Yeah.
on HubSpot or whatever.
It's gone. Yeah, we have 3 companies working on
Nice.
Yeah.
Got a lot
You
going on.
know how it is.
Yeah,
You
lots
start,
going on.
yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I guess what I could ask you is how per practice would benefit your existing claim law practice.
Yeah, but I don't know his system.
Right, but that's what he could be asking. RJon.
I have 22,000.
That's why she has a gas card.
But you don't need a whole team around out, they're gonna run out of gas.
310 matters.
How many years with HDM?
Since 2014, but I took a break.
Okay, still. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
That's it, so let's go to the bank.
Just by curiosity, you don't have to respond, but before becoming a lawyer, what did you do?
Before I became a lawyer.
Yeah.
I became a lawyer. I always wanted to do business law. I always wanted to do law. So I had a business law degree as my undergrad.
Okay,
And then I met my husband in college,
okay,
got married, had children.
Oh, okay.
I did my second one. I was having my interview with law school.
uh-huh,
Found I was pregnant, second one. I was like,
Yeah.
I can't go to law school.
yeah. it's
That's
a
not
bit
gonna
much.
work, my second child. Crap, and no money anyway. I was like, get law school then, so then after I had my third child, my brother was in law school and said, it's not that bad. I wanted to go within, walk around. I was like, okay, so you can do that. So I could do it. So the third one's like 18 months old and started law school.
Okay.
Always wanted to. I was in-
All right. Let's get to it. Can you go outside and tell everyone to come back in? All right. John? Come on back. What'd you learn? Who learned what? Throw me the mic. Throw it to me. Keep one of them and tell me what you learned. Whoever's holding the mic, tell me what you learned. You're holding the mic, tell me what you learned. Share something you learned. Everyone, please pay attention. Hey, guys, this was a role play. You're not actually doing it, right? You can stop now.
What you mean what did I learn? I bought a firm.
You actually bought the
I
firm?
bought it.
You're buying it?
Oh, yeah.
Like, for real, what did you learn?
I mean, I asked about what happened. So I
Hey,
went
guys,
through
let's listen. What'd you learn?
about the business
Hey,
itself.
everyone, this is the owner of a $5 million firm that's going to be doing $10 million in the next 12 months. You might want to pay attention to what he said he learned. Please.
I learned that she's running a 7.1 million firm, gross revenues.
Right, I'm not
that-
asking you about the
but-
facts you
So
found
what,
out.
so what,
What did you learn that will make you more effective at buying a firm, selling a firm? What did you learn that's of value to you?
shit, the systems, man, that everything is running.
What did you learn from this exercise that you can take to apply to make your business better, to make your
So-
life better?
So I'm actually leaving here. I'm going to Puerto Rico to go scan an office that I'm planning to acquire or absorb over there. So this is the stuff that I'm getting.
Please, how much are you going to spend?
I don't know yet because I don't.
All right,
That's why I'm
what are you
here.
thinking you might spend?
Not much in Puerto Rico. I
I'm
can't.
just asking what you
I
think.
can't
you might-
imagine it's gonna be much.
I'm just asking what you think you might be spending. I'm being very serious here. You guys fucking want to joke around. We can just fucking have a party, but I'm trying to help you build better businesses and have a better life.
Are you talking about this particular, or are you talking about?
In the real world, you are
Okay.
actually getting on an airplane and flying to Puerto Rico. Yes?
Yes,
And you are going there for the purpose of considering buying a law firm.
correct,
True or false?
correct, true.
And you have an idea for what you think you might be spending to buy this law firm. Yes? Could be $1, could be $1 million. You have no idea.
I would say
How much is
not
the law
more, not
firm-
more than $500,000.
How much is the law firm they're grossing?
I don't have to, I don't see, I'm here because I needed to know what information I need to.
Why are you flying to Puerto Rico to talk to someone if you don't even know the first thing about their firm?
See, what happened was I'm gonna buy a house too, so I'm gonna go see the house. The law firm is if I do buy it or not, I'm gonna find out the numbers. I'm gonna find out. Now I know what I
How
need to
did you
know
find out about this firm that might be available?
because I sent a message through the thread and I asked anybody thinking about selling, and a couple of people reached out. And this is one of the
And
reputable
so the person
firms.
said, I have a law firm in Puerto Rico, and you said, oh, okay, I might be interested in buying it, without knowing the practice area, without knowing the city, without knowing the revenues, without knowing anything.
No, it's an immigration practice. So I do know some information, and I know she's been practicing. I know that she wants to retire in 5 years.
And the firm is grossing how
So
much?
I don't have the numbers yet. That's what I'm gonna find out. I'm not buying anything. I'm gonna seeing if it's worth
Okay.
even.
Who is your firm's CFO?
I have one. I have a controller. I'm not part, I don't have I have a COO and I have a CEO. I don't have a CFO. With HTM.
Do you have a CFO anywhere on the planet Earth?
No,
Okay, you don't have a chief financial officer.
no.
All right. Do not buy this law firm. I'm
Okay.
completely serious. If you buy this law firm, you might as well just take $200,000 or $300,000, take it out back, set fire to it. It will be less painful than what you're going to do. You try to buy a law firm in Puerto Rico without a CFO. Everything will go wrong. I can tell you everything that will go wrong. I will tell you the order in which it will go wrong. I will tell you why it's going to go wrong. and you will be fucked.
I've done this twice before and I was fucked every single time.
You bought firms and
There's the crystal ball.
Huh?
yeah. You bought firms where?
In North Carolina,
All right.
without a CFO.
Would you please? And look, I'm not trying to like upsell you. I'm just like, it's so, you have a $5 million firm. It's on its way to being a $10 million firm. And you're driving it with your eyes closed. Like for real. Jose, would you just go and shake him, please? Like, no, the other Jose. Like for real, would you please try working with a CFO for 6 months? I promise you, it'll put at least a couple $100,000 extra in your pocket. It's inconceivable to me. Jose, am I overselling this? He's got a 5 million, 5 million?
5.5, yeah.
He's got a $5 million firm. 4% is $200,000. It's inconceivable to me that a good CFO can't find at least 4% in that firm. And it's not just the $200,000. It's the clarity, it's the confidence, it's being able to think further ahead, plan further ahead, make more objective decisions with more confidence because you can actually see the numbers instead of just kind of like gut feel and how you think and what are you feeling. I'm telling you, you got to get a CFO. All right. We offer a 90-day, 100% money back guarantee. Try it for 90 days. If after 90 days, you're not completely sure that it was the right decision, you let me know. I'll give you a refund. It's nothing, right? I mean, you got like nothing to lose here. Try it. Okay. It's just crazy. Easy $200,000 or $300,000. And if Puerto Rico, bad fucking idea.
All right.
You're going to find liabilities, cost to deliver unproduced work to clients. You're going to find a pile of costs that are sitting in the liabilities column to deliver to clients that have to. That firm is going to be equity upside down. It's going to be upside down in equity. I'm going to say 80% sure that firm is going to have negative equity if you look at the work to do for clients. She has collected the money, she has spent the money, and the work is waiting there to be done. On top of which, the way that lawyers work in Puerto Rico is not the way lawyers work in North Carolina. You're from North Carolina?
Mhm. Yeah.
The way that lawyers work in Puerto Rico is not the way lawyers work in Puerto Rico. It is a very different pace and speed of getting things done. I've been involved in some firms from the US that thought that they were going to bring US standards to Puerto Rico, and it did not go well for them. But the biggest problem is you're going to walk into a giant pile of work. And you're going to have a firm that you have to fly to Puerto Rico to go deal with. Which, yeah, okay, you want to buy a house in Puerto Rico, great. But when you go to Puerto Rico, you want to go there because you want to enjoy your life, not because you got to go put out a fire in a firm.
And absolutely with
I could be completely wrong about this, by the way. She could have her shit totally together. Yeah, she could. Why do you have to be so pessimistic, Leah? Why can't you be an optimist like me? And
There to like show
Let the record reflect she thinks it's a bad idea. Okay. It's okay. So what did you learn from this exercise? All right, David, you ready? Throw out the microphone to David. And then David, when you're done, throw it to Jose, and John, you'll go next. You're with David, okay. What did you learn? I'm not interested in what you learned about each other's firms. You understand that when I say, what did you learn? I'm not saying, I learned that his name is John. I learned that his revenues are this. I don't care. This isn't book report time. This is, what did you learn that makes being here worthwhile? You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
What'd you learn?
Well, one of the things that we have been learning, certainly through the exercise, is that we have a lot of work to do on systems and getting ourselves out of the business so that somebody can buy our business.
So you learned that your law firm will be much easier to sell at a much higher value if you will invest some time with a chief operating officer documenting some systems and processes and procedures.
Yes.
Who learned through this exercise that if you will invest some time and some energy documenting some processes and systems and procedures, your business will run better, you'll make more profit, your life will be easier, and you'll eventually have a business that's easier to sell? Raise your hand. And keep your hand, wait, and keep your hand up if you do not currently work with a professional legal administrator. If you do, keep your hand up if you do not currently work with either a professional legal administrator or a COO, part-time, full-time, or anything. Okay. Do I have to repeat the offer? Try it for 90 days. If you don't get value, I'll give you a refund. Like, I don't know how, what if I pay you to do it? I mean, could I pay you to do it? Like, for real? You want to make a bet? I mean, I'll make a bet with you. Keep your hands up. You want to make a bet? Here's the bet. I'll pay you $2,000 a month to work with one of the CFOs or COOs for 90 days. And at the end of 90 days, if you want to stop working with them, you keep the $2,000. But at the end of 90 days, when you are begging me to please keep them, you got to pay me back that money twice over. What? Option A is I'll pay you $2,000 a month for 90 days to try working with a COO, CFO, or weekly CEO. At the end of 90 days, if you are like, yeah, I could do without, you keep the money. It's yours. At the end of 90 days, if you're like, oh my God, no, I don't want to give this up, you got to give me back my $6,000. You got to give me another $6,000 just because I want to make a fucking point and it should hurt. Yeah? And then you can keep going for $2,000 a month. Who wants that deal? Okay, what's the other option? The other option is you could try it for 90 days, pay the $2,000, pay the $2,000, pay the $2,000, and at the end of 90 days, if you're like, nah, I don't want it, I'll just give you the $6,000 back. Okay, now raise your hand if you're just not going to do anything no matter what. Like, I don't know how to, like, you're the horse. You're thirsty. I know you need to drink water. Your life will be better if you will drink some water. I'm leading you to the water. I don't know how else to get you to drink the water. I'm giving you 100% money back guarantee. That doesn't work. I offer to pay you. That doesn't work. Good.
Very skeptical about investing money, and now I don't think she would ever want to live without it. She's my CFO internal.
Wait, Kareen, I don't understand. Kareen is your internal CFO. And you have a CFO with how to manage. Sorry? Oh, Jose, okay. And Kareen, your in-house CFO, said, why do we need to bring in a CFO from how to manage? I'm skeptical. And now she's a big believer. Thank you. You can lead the horse to water. You can't make them drink. No, they already are thirsty. They're thirsty. That's why they're here. But I'm giving them the 100% money back guarantee. I'm even offering, anyway, I'm done. So what'd you learn? You learned you need to document the policies and procedures.
We learned that we need to create the firm that is not dependent on us in the ways that it still is.
For example,
For example, I am still doing some attorney sales work, and I need to make sure that I'm not doing that. And we are recruiting for an operations manager / PLA. And we know we need to get that in place. So the things that Paul and I have to do in the firm that ops manager could do, that we can walk away and somebody else is managing. In other words, we're recognizing those elements that make the firm more attractive to someone else because those are parts of the firm that are reliant upon.
you were playing the role of you were selling your firm or buying a firm?
We've done it both ways in the last time I was selling and John was.
So did you learn more from the role of selling or did you learn more from the role of buying?
Yeah, I think more from the role of selling.
Really?
Now, that may have been because that was the second half. And
Okay.
so we knew more in the second go around than we did in the first go around.
Who learned more from the role of selling? Who learned more from the role of buying? See, I find most people learn more from the role of buying. Because when you're buying, you're like, oh shit. Now I gotta be like really careful. Selling, you're just like, it's the greatest thing ever. This is why you want it, right? All right. John, what did you learn?
Selling, I learned, I need to really know my stuff cold before I go in to talk to somebody that asks good questions. You know, the facts and figures about my firm and.
Well, you don't have to know it cold. It can all be documented.
Well,
This isn't a
Okay.
memorization thing where you got to perform. I just want to make sure everyone doesn't feel like this is like you have to memorize it.
documents, I guess, need to be at fingertips because I was just making stuff up.
Well, this is a role play. You didn't know you were role playing. That's
Right.
that's okay. I'm gonna. The lesson that I'm hoping you're learning from this is why the data matters. The bookkeeping matters, the data matters, the financial reports matter, the org chart matters, the business plan matters, the marketing plan matters, the KPIs matter. These things matter when you go to sell a firm because these are the things that an educated buyer is going to want to see. Does that mean that there aren't lots of uneducated buyers who won't be smart enough to ask these things? No, there's probably a lot of uneducated buyers who wouldn't know to ask these things, but they're probably not going to end up paying you top dollar, and they probably won't end up paying you all the money they owe you anyway. Right? So just pass the mic to someone else. Who's another group? Did you? Throw the microphone over there. Wait, who did you partner with?
We were partners.
Okay, so throw the mic out to Justin. Throw the microphone to Justin. Thank you.
Justin?
Behind you. All right, so you both played buyer and seller?
Yeah,
Yes. So what'd you learn?
I thought I really liked the Renoir concept yesterday, so I feel like Sam taught me two more. One was the accounts receivable for the firm, something that you could plan to collect on later, and also part of an incentive to someone who's really bad with collecting their AR, say, hey, help me collect this, I'll give you 25%.
Okay.
I also thought it was interesting. I didn't realize if you take over somebody's like Google My Business page, there's a way to.
Hold the microphone a little closer.
Oh, if you buy the firm, you get access to their Google My Business, and then you can roll it over into your firm and take on all their like hopefully 5-star reviews. So it gives you like a huge marketing channel, kind of out of the blue.
Cool. All right. And what did you learn in the role of buyer?
I got stuck in the role of buyer. As far as like I knew the revenue, but I couldn't connect the dots because it seemed really profitable and I didn't ask enough questions to get to the profit. The person had $400,000 revenue and like a part-time paralegal, but that when I finally got there, was only making 52,000. So then the deal kind of made a lot of sense to me. So just, I think if well, I've got a couple of firms in mind. I've been writing a list of attorneys I know that I think I can have this conversation with, but in the role of buyer, it seemed like the kind of demographic that I'll be targeting has this, at least from Sam's experience, had kind of automatically gravitated towards setting their sell price at their annual revenue. So we figured out that you can spin it to them saying, hey, I'll pay you if you can bring in that revenue to the firm every year, I'll pay you X amount, which ended up being like 20%. We're already paying our attorneys like 10% rainmaker bonus anyways. So you're basically giving this owner coming in an additional 10% on top of that. But it seemed to be, that's the way she had structured her prior acquisition. It's the way that we, I guess from our conversations, are expecting people to negotiate going forward.
Does everyone follow what's happening here? Okay, let me see if I can repeat this. Tell me if I got this right.
Yeah.
Okay, what he's saying is that what he learned is that most small law firms are run by very immature, inexperienced, poorly advised entrepreneurs who have heard through the grapevine somewhere that there's some rule that a law firm, quote unquote, should sell for 1 times gross.
Yes.
And so they're all predisposed to think 1 times gross. And so you don't even really have to do very much negotiating to get them down to only 1 times gross as a starting point. Y'all with me? Is this what you're saying?
Yeah.
This has been your experience too?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then you start with the 1 times gross, and then you offer that to them on terms. So let's say you have a firm that's grossing $500,000 and they say, okay, I think you should value my firm at 1 times gross. And after you're done beating them up a little bit by taking them through the balance sheet and the liabilities and the assets and their financials and asking them a bunch of questions to demonstrate to them just how perilous their situation really is, then maybe out of an act of generosity and charity, you maybe agree to pay them 1 times gross, so long as they earn it out over the next 4 years. So basically, yes, I'll pay you the $500,000 a year out of the profits of the firm that you're responsible for producing.
Correct.
You're laughing, but this is how it's done. Are you laughing because you know it's true? That's exactly what he did, what she did. That's why I say you start at 1 times gross, and then you work your way down, and then you get it over terms. So you understand how this, how you often can structure these deals? Yes? So let's just take $1 million just to make a nice, easy number. It's $1 million. You want to buy the firm, you want to sell the firm to me for $1 million, which is 1 times gross. Blah, 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 blah. I really don't think it's worth 1 million times. I really don't think it's worth 1 times gross. My advisors say it's worth around $650,000. Where did I get 650,000? Quite candidly, I just pulled it right out of my ass. It doesn't even matter. You're just throwing a number out there because you know it's not worth that. But here's how we could do it. I'll agree to buy the firm from you for $1 million. I'll give you 10% down, $100,000, and you're going to earn the rest. And if the firm performs every year, at the end of the first year, if it generates at least if it generates at least $250,000 out of the $1 million in the first year, I'll give you your first payment of $250,000. And the second year, I'll give you another $250,000. And the third year, I'll give you another $250,000. And the fourth year, you'll get your final payment. And then I own the firm and you're out in profit. Yes. I'm buying this firm from you. As long as the firm generates enough profit, I will pay you the payments. You get it? And you're wondering to yourself, why would anyone do that? That's what you're all wondering. And the answer is because they don't have a CEO, and they don't have a COO, and they don't have a CFO, and they don't have a CMO, and they don't have a marketing machine, and they don't have any visibility into their data, and their bookkeeping sucks, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they had bad advisors. And I don't know how to say it more politely than this. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And running their business that badly is so painful to them that they're just looking for a way out. And you come along and you basically are offering them a lifeboat on this ship that they think is sinking. And they just want out. And they want to be able to say to their friends, hey, everyone, I sold my firm for $1 million. And they're kind of hoping that maybe they can stay on for a while as an attorney and earn some more doing extra legal work for you. Because really what they want to do is they want to trade in a business for a job. That's essentially what they're trying to do. Well, meanwhile, you can pick up $1 million in revenue. You can pick up $1 million in revenue. You can pick up all of their clients. You can pick all of their social media. You can pick up all of their employees who are any good. You can pick up all kinds of really great assets that you don't have to create yourself. And you throw away the bad employees, which boosts the profitability. And you throw away the bad marketing vendors, which boost the profitability. And you throw away the extra office you don't need, which boosts the profitability. And you throw away the duplicate subscriptions, which boost the profitability, which makes it even more likely that they're going to be able to get their money out of it, which is fine because now what you've done, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's just, this is the reality. This is the reality. You're basically buying an indentured servant. And the thing is, what I want you to understand is you're turning yourselves into this seller. One day you will be this seller if you don't have a business plan, if you don't have financial controls, if you don't have processes and policies and systems and procedures, if you don't build the marketing machine, if you don't have good bookkeeping, if you don't have good data, if you don't have a good financial controls of your business, you are going to be the seller who I am describing here. You get what I'm saying? Like imagine being, imagine seeing a picture of yourself 10 years in the future. And there's two different pictures of yourself. There's one picture where you're happy and healthy and vibrant and you can jump and play and have a good time. And the other picture of yourself, you're like overweight and decrepit and you can't move and you can't jump and you can't play and everything is painful. Which future do you want? You want the first future? Raise your hand if you want the first future. It should be everyone wants the first future. Obviously, you want the first future, right? Well, every single day that you wake up and you don't go to the gym, and every single day that you wake up and you don't stretch your toe, touch your hands to your toes just to stay limber, and every single day that you wake up and you eat a shitty breakfast, and every single day that you eat a shitty lunch, and every single day that you eat a shitty dinner, and every single day that you don't take care of yourself, you are making a choice to create a different future for yourself, a less desirable future for yourself. Yes? Well, it's the same thing here. There's a future waiting for you where you will be selling your firm to someone someday, and you have an option to sell your firm to someone to be able to say, I got an automatic marketing machine, I've got processes and systems and procedures that don't depend on me, blah, 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 and to be in control. And I'm trying to show you this. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to show you that you can make decisions today that 5 years from now, you'll wake up and be so grateful that you made these decisions because you'll have a business that you won't want to sell to someone. If you do want to sell it to someone, you'll sell it on much better terms. Who else learned what from this exercise? Throw the microphone back. Wait, I want to give it to Jose. I want to hear what Jose learned because he was the witness.
Oh, yeah. So on our end, we're actually kind of in the process, right, of like buying a firm. We were trying to figure out a good way to structure the payment. What we ended up doing was, because of Justin's idea, kind of readapting what we had done with a previous purchase of another firm, which is basically, hey, we're gonna pay you out a percentage of everything you bring in. I don't know if we're gonna set it based on revenue or what comes in, right? And then also on top of that, pay the person a salary, right? For a certain amount of time.
Yeah, you basically get to acquire an employee who's got a very big vested interest in not getting fired or quitting.
Yeah, and he wants to. He wants to keep working. He just doesn't want to keep working at the same tempo that he's working. So we had really been stumped on how to actually, we knew what the value is, air quotes wise. We knew what the value was, but we were able to figure out a way to make it work for us, right? So that's really what we learned, and it was kind of like we've been overthinking this type of thing. So that was nice.
Cool. What you learn?
Yeah, well, and also on yours, there was a cross-selling opportunity as well. So I guess
Oh, yeah.
that would be an asset, right?
That's the
The Renoir.
that's the contact lens company
Oh,
being
completely.
bought by the company that also has the sunglasses.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's the cross sell?
There's a few of them, actually. Like one is being able to keep the office, which is it's a really good price for the office in the area that it's in.
Okay.
And it's good for our so we do family and we do probate, guardianship, and estate planning. This would be an
Okay.
estate planning and probate acquisition, but then we'd get double duty from that office in a nice area for the family leads, right? And then the other cross-selling opportunity is he's a very old school estate planning attorney. No offense to any people that do the same thing, but he keeps a lot of original documents. So that's a very captive future client base, for lack of a better word. And I think that we'd be able to keep 60 to 75% of the people that whose family came to us after their parents passed away, and be able to get those probates. And they're mostly mid to high net worth, but those are good estates to have.
All right. Before you do that, you should talk to some estate planning lawyers. Just understand you're buying a lot of very, very, very uncomfortable conversations that involve lots and lots of apologies. Do you get that? It goes like this. My parent has died, and now I need your probate services. Why do I got to pay you for probate when you did their estate plan? Answer: because they didn't fund their trust. Well, why didn't they fund their trust? Answer: because we offered them the opportunity to fund their trust, and for an extra $1,000, they declined. So now I got to pay you $50,000 for a probate because you didn't sell the trust funding for an extra $1,000. Well, you got to understand that, this wasn't our firm at the time. It was old Joe's firm at the time. Yeah, but it's your firm now. I just want you to understand that this is what you're buying yourself. And I'm not saying you can't make money with it. Just make sure you understand what you're getting yourselves into and figure out what your answer is going to be when all those adult children of all those people come back to you and say, why didn't you make sure my parents funded their trust?
Part of it's gonna be once if it goes through and we take control of the firm is reaching back out to these people and being like, hey, you've done X, Y, Z.
Okay, see, there's a Renoir in the attic that I can get excited about.
Yeah.
I can get a lot more excited about you buying that firm and saying the Renoir in the attic is we got 1,000 clients who have unfunded trusts. And we're going to pick up the phone and say, we've acquired the firm and we found that your trust never got funded. And normally it's $2,000 to fund the trust, but because you're already a client of the firm, because we want to get this straightened out, come in now and we'll do it for $1,000. Let's go. And you generate an extra, $500,000-$600,000, which basically ends up paying for the firm and you get the firm for free. That strategy I could be a lot more excited about than the idea of sitting around waiting for the probates and the
Yeah.
tiers.
So, in the last 2 acquisitions that we've done, we sent out a letter and we also did gas calls, like announcing it like a PR thing.
Yeah.
Like, we've joined forces with X, Y, and Z. Now they're part of our team, anything you need. And we got a bunch of calls and work that these people needed. So yeah, it
So
absolutely.
you made gas calls, or do you mean you made sales calls?
We,
A gas call is not a sales call. Let's be clear.
a call, I don't know what it would be called. It's a call saying, hey, we've joined forces. Anything you need, you call us. This is our number. You're also going to receive a letter in the mail and via email announcing this joint thing.
Okay, let me help you put an extra $100,000 or $200,000 in your pocket in the next 6 months. Ring, ring.
Hi.
Hi, my name is RJon, paralegal with Sam's law firm. As you know, we recently acquired the XYZ law firm. And as part of our, and as part of that process, we've been going through and auditing and reviewing all of the files. And we found in your file that you've never funded your trust. This is a real problem. This means that if something were to happen to you, God forbid something were to happen to you, everything you did with your estate plan, none of it's going to work because you didn't fund the trust. Oh my God, I thought I funded the trust.
How do we get this started?
How do you get what started?
The funding of the trust.
Are you role playing?
Yeah.
Oh, don't be so easy. You got to start with, oh my God.
How much is this gonna cost
Right.
me?
What?
How much is this gonna cost me?
Well, normally this is something that would be done for around, I'm making up a number, $2,000. But because you're already a client of the firm and we want to get your file in good condition, we can do this for you for only $1,000, but we got to get it done in the next 90 days.
But I thought I already paid for this.
Unfortunately, you did not. We don't see any record of it, but if you want to come in and discuss it, we can go through the file and we can go through it. We can go through the file together and we can sort this out.
Okay, let me talk to my husband and get back to you.
Okay, and then you schedule an appointment and come in for a sales call. I mean, you can pick up 50, 100 of these $1,000 trust fundings,
Yep.
right? And it costs you what? 5 hours of a paralegal's time at $200 at $20 an hour. I'm sorry, at $40 an hour. So it costs you like
Not
5
very
hours
much.
at $20 and $5. Yeah. 5 hours at $40.
Mm-hmm. $200.
Thank you. You try doing math when you can't do math on stage for 2 days. At a cost of goods sold of, let's say, $250, you can probably make, I don't know, 100, 200 sales in the next year, pick up an extra $75,000, $150,000 of gross profit, on top of which a bunch of those people who come in will probably refer more business to you. I mean, that's an example of a Renoir in the attic in an estate planning firm. Y'all get what I'm saying? You know where to find Renoirs in the attic of a criminal defense firm?
Well, Adam was just,
Expungement. What about a family law firm? Modifications, post-judgment, prenups, postnups, referring them to an estate planning lawyer. Referring them to an estate planning lawyer who will probably reciprocate and refer you some more divorce work.
Mhm.
Are you getting where I'm going with this? A good Renoir in the attic in a family law firm is, holy shit, I never changed my freaking driver's license. I'm still driving around with that asshole's last name. Well, you know, we can help you with that for a fee, not for free. You can solve that problem. Anyway, there's all kinds of things you can do with the microphone.
Why are you leading with a discount? I'm just curious.
Okay, that's a really good question because normally I do not recommend a discount, but in this case, because when you bought the firm from the seller, you bought their liability. Yes? You understand you bought their liability? And you also stepped into their state of integrity or lack thereof. And they fucked up. I consider it to be bordering on malpractice. And so I think you owe it to the client to do it at a better price because it was a really shitty thing for that seller not to make sure that the trust got funded. That's why. Okay.
So you mentioned that about acquiring their liabilities. Is there like a way to find any additional potential malpractice or?
See that line, old co, new co? You're not going to merge the two firms together. You keep the old firm as you keep the firm you buy, you keep it as that firm until you feel like enough time has gone by, statute of limitations have all expired, everything, all the deadlines have expired, and then maybe you can start moving stuff over to the new firm.
But in the meantime, you still own that other firm and you can use.
Yes, but it is a separate entity.
Mhm.
And this is why you do due diligence, and this is why you spot check files, and this is why you keep the malpractice insurance in place, and this is why you pay them out over time. Throw the microphone back, and then we got to go to break.
So I have a question on that. How do you get around, especially the Florida bars issues with the parallel law firm rule? Because they're pretty tough on that. And I think it's bullshit.
What specifically are you asking?
Well, I guess, I mean, I talked to my ethics lawyer in Miami and he's like, nope, 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 nope. And I'm like, well, how does Morgan & Morgan have injury.com and Abogado's law firm or whatever? And he said they still file everything under Morgan & Morgan. But, to still basically be an owner of two different law firms at the same time, they say if it's done deceptively, then it's a parallel law firm. But I know.
But this isn't deceptive.
Right, I agree, but all of the ethics lawyers that I've spoken to are all, I think misinformed or too conservative or not willing to fight the fight. And Lee and I were talking about that yesterday.
I think you just answered the question.
I mean, who do you know in Florida that's willing to fight the fight and be aggressive?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to go to break. Hey, listen, go to break. When you come back from break, decide who you're going to role play with before you go to break. So look around and who you're going to role play with. Just point to each other. Great. Who are you going to role play with? Listen, it's 3:49. Listen, everyone. Hey, listen. It's 3:50. Hey, everyone. It's 3:50 right now. We come back at 4 o'clock. Just go straight into role play. Don't come back to this room. Go straight in. Wait. Go from role play from 4 to, let's say, 4:30. Is that enough time? 30 minutes for role play? 15 minutes, 15 minutes? Like 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes? Each of you get a turn? Yes? And then come back because I'm out of here at what time? What time is dinner? Dinner's at 6. Is dinner at 6? Okay, I'm out of here at 5:30. Listen, I'm out of here at 5:30 because I got to go to my room. I got to pack. I got to go to dinner, and then I got to go home, and then I got to get on the boat and go down to the Keys, and I'm off the grid pretty much for the rest of June down in the Keys with my boat, except for 3 ISI groups and an AI conference. Other than that, I'm off the grid for June.
How'd it go? Okay. Oh, is it really? Yes, really. And then whatever we break it like, you know. We could go touch it outside. Break. Need coffee. The coffee's not coffee. Oh, it was less than a bedroom too. 65. Good. I am very glad to hear that opinion. I think we got it. We'll do this soon.
Yes.
I'm not an attorney, so.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
For to be a buyer or a seller? How about? All right. Big truck, still a few years ago. And then. starting kids late. Everything else. General features for it's just got higher. I'm not, sure it should be. Have a new service. Oh, pretty. Yeah, okay. And I actually. Oh, really? Oh, downtown? Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yep. Yeah, yeah, it's just quick to downtown. Otherwise, you're probably. Yeah, yeah, no. Yeah. Got on first, up on Jackson for a little while. And the traffic got to me. Then please look down to the office that I found. It's a great location. Three areas. Equity and we also say that the more like 20%. Was that for marketing? Well, for probably profile. 12. Right there. Just there, but we're workshops, lifeline planning. So it's we're also doing probate. You need to grow in most practice because you got part of this. That may be part of this. I started with 2 firms downtown, then I sublet. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I started here in 19. Wow. How are you there? I mean, yeah, yeah. Frank Circus. Senior. Was something circus. Yeah. Yeah, well, he was a partner. His son was at Washington Lee as an undergraduate. One being post. Although I graduated high school, I really my senior year. Yeah, so my family entertained me. I actually love it, and it's the only thing all still lives. So, yeah, it's not hard to like we just
That's definitely my opinion. I've been there at midnight, Saturday night. Florida's, I think in Florida, close to where I was being somebody that, hey, every mail, yeah, make it all there. Like that. Lives in Nottingham. She heard 6 gunshots. She turned around, heard this guy behind her. She ran. Right. Oh, do that. Yeah, he was, she said she heard in my house, and then she saw him run. She was walking fast to get out, and she heard shots. You really need to buy a car in Florida. I'm on the sword. If I'm gonna run a car once in a while, 45 minutes. I don't really expect to take the extra. Go through Waycross. It takes a little, but you're really rural. Yeah, 75, like, it's mine. Yeah. It's all 20 minutes. That's not bad. I don't know why the Express isn't so bad. 95%. But I'll be. By the way, not a vendor. Tryon by Columbia. Somebody local. Get everything. Like 45 minutes southeast of Ashburn. It's also right next to Chicken Rock. Most of that town. Depends laws. How far it's at. Lifestyle choice. Like, at the rock. Right now. So probably. So everybody. Real hard not to do it. Some would not. How we do our. That's.
What a concern mine.
Sometimes it's not. By necessity. I would. Older brother. Variable It's based upon the revenue generated by the monthly basis. So threshold time. And 30 days is what I was worried about. Our process. And the side. And then the extra 30 days. Scaling the copy and putting it on Really designed to separate qualified and show and we're applying $200. Really have a lot. No. Base. It's not the money. The cost of goods sold on that first hour. So they're either going to step forward second hour, or they're not, we're only spending.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The cost of goods sold on the hour to the attorneys plus things. Education and other things. I know it's worth as a 2,300 square feet. Year project, 7 years, and cost of doctrines. We work hard, we get right at first on the phone. It is. So the general business practice about what I that already. The other two is about doing. So the right way to renew. Most of our work is flat rebates. Although we do have an hourly option for projects. That we have, flat fee determined. Oh. I've been spread, but I've been at the same road. Always within, always within 2 miles. I got Friday and Saturday. Figuring it out. Well. That's it. But the newsletter listing, that's gonna go. Schedule, reach out. Let's back forward. Way honestly, haven't had a value overall. Using great data. I need the structure of keeping policies updated. They're not talking to the way the practice used to be. And I need management needs more of that have those KPIs. The biggest all of that's in place and it works. Probably the nature of this planning itself. Of course, whoever got all of that. My wife does manage the money, so buyer. It's great. Well, yeah. But she worked a lot of business. So we have. No, we haven't. I just have to go through things for a decade. Don't just pick apart all the things, but she really is. There's not a lot of urgency. Until there is. But even then, it's not as urgent. Yeah, that's probably a better title for her, actually. So there's a lot of, so she, yeah, between the two of us, I think we're now. No, like more like 1 second.
You'll go into it based on what guide you. Some family guide that guide. And some family guide that's more robust. So get about. Emails.
Okay, Laura, yeah. What a relationship. Yeah. See a difference, person got their personal life.
No, I wasn't there. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. That's cool. And I've been mostly used it. Yeah. But I was about twice a year and I learned. We run a good profit there.
Some of the different letter.
Better.
So we have,
Sometimes. Yeah, so we have a lot of. In that case, it's gonna be one.
Good, yeah.
All right. I saw your email. Send it next week. Thanks. I'm not gonna look at it tonight or tomorrow or the next day, and it'll get buried. All right. All right. We are back. Would everyone please, if you are the owner of your law firm owner, raise your hand if you're the law firm owner. If you have your hand up and you are the law firm owner, please use that hand to reach for your cell phone. If you're the owner of a law firm, please reach for your cell phone. If you're not the owner of a law firm, do not reach for the cell phone. QR code. All right, we are trying to, so we're working, so everyone knows what the Federal Trade Commission is, yes? All right, so the Federal Trade Commission has very strict rules about what you can and can't say in your marketing about the results that you get, which drives me insane that we do not have FTC compliant data. We just haven't got it verified and confirmed and audited and all that kind of good stuff. And so we can't tell people the truth about the kind of results we get from the work we do with our members. Because the FTC needs you to go through certain procedures to confirm and verify that the information is not misleading. That's why. And so we are working with Sharon Torik's law firm, which does this kind of work. And so she has given us basically an assignment to get these questions answered so that she can then blah, 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 do the work she does so that she can give us permission to blah, 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 make the claims that we need to make. So if you would please just take 10 minutes to do this survey. I know there's 10 minutes, but it will really help us out and I appreciate it. So Glenn, give them a little bit of music to listen to quietly while they do the survey for 10 minutes, and then we'll get to work. Thank you in advance.
I don't know some of those numbers, so I couldn't help them. You just be honest. I had to, I mean, I don't know them. And some of it was like, we've been attracted and, like, you know, because it's that being attracted, like, from the beginning. No, I don't know that. And some of it I asked. The first 2 years, I didn't listen. I also wonder whether the profit they feel, I mean, I answered they want profit. It's just a.
It asks detailed financial information that most people aren't gonna keep with them. Some of it, if we don't have the information with us, I can do it later.
So then let's keep going and, we'll send this, put it on Facebook and do it later. All right, so who did better the second round? Who did better the second round? Throw the mic, put the microphone to Anthony in front of you.
Yes.
What was different between the first round and the second round for you?
I asked more questions about the buyer to find out what she was really interested in.
Good.
I focused more on my assets and less on my profit and loss statement.
Good.
And it seemed to have, and she seemed to, the buyer seemed to ask more questions that I wanted her to ask and did not ask questions that I was hoping she didn't ask.
What questions did she not ask that you were hoping she wouldn't ask?
What is the difference between our net profit and our normalized owner salary?
Okay, so she fell for that.
She didn't ask it.
She didn't ask and you didn't tell. And so she didn't know. Are you paying attention? You were his partner? So you learned that? Good, good. What else did she not ask and you didn't tell?
She didn't ask a lot of questions about the associate that's going to replace me and whether we have systems in place to make that happen, which we do, but.
But the answer might have been no, we don't.
Right.
Right. See that? Why didn't you ask?
Oh yeah. I started off with saying, I want to be your partner. I'll
Where's the
stay on
other
for a
mic?
couple of years. I want to make sure my clients,
Sam,
my
throw the mic
client.
back there to the.
Yeah, so Anthony wanted kind of a partner to come in and work with him as he sort of made an exit over several years. So I wasn't too worried about that associate.
So you weren't worried about the associate?
Mhm.
Okay.
And that was intentional.
That might not go badly.
Because I wanted her to have the comfort of knowing that, I'd be willing to stick around and make sure my clients are well taken care of.
Right.
But the extent of my involvement, we really didn't get into, like,
Yeah, okay.
or the percent ownership or anything.
So you
like that.
assumed what he meant by I'll stick around. You thought a lot. He thought once in a while. Okay. What else? Who else learned what? Who else did better this time?
I think we were asking different things and, unfortunately she's gone. Yes. So, I think that we might be able to work out a real deal
Oh.
for Becky and Susan within the next 2 years to actually have a sale of the law firm. So
That'd be
we were in the
cool.
process of that when you said it was 4:30
Okay, yeah.
and we had to come back in.
So it became a real conversation.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Well, a real alignment. We didn't get very far into the details,
Mhm.
but there's an alignment, there's an immediate opportunity to go ahead and increase the value of the firm and the profitability based upon the numbers that were given, and potentially to also help Becky with her profitability. So
Excellent.
I thought that that might be, good. So there are different types of opportunities that can arise.
Yes.
Buy it from her because she knows how to negotiate.
Becky was a little concerned about buying from her due to negotiation, but
That might be positioning. We don't know.
I don't know. I think it might be a good opportunity. We'll see.
All right. So anyone else?
Oh, well, okay, we did all say in our group that we're having trouble quantifying both what you have listed as stuff, IP systems, lists and junk, and the going concern value, the PETA. And I think it's because it has much more of an amorphous value. And when I was looking at this stuff, like I sat there and I started writing out for myself all the different staff, what a pain it was to train them, how long it took to train them, how long they've been with me. And it's hard to just ascribe a value to someone stepping into that, to knowing that they're going to be there. And for the stuff, I know that if I didn't do any further marketing, like regular, like Google or whatever marketing, but I still kept up the back end marketing that we're doing, it's going to generate a lot of value with very little effort. So from that perspective, that's just kind of a pull a number from wherever to
Well, you
show
don't
that
really
there's
have to pull a
consistency.
number from wherever. It's just that the number you're going to arrive at is going to be, so here's how this works. We're going to quantify a number for, let's call it some of the stuff. And when we're done quantifying the number for some of the stuff, you're going to say, that's crazy. No one would ever pay that much. And you're right. No one will pay that much. You're going to sell the stuff for probably pennies on the dollar for what you spent for it, right? So imagine building something and you spend $1 million to build it, but you sell it for just $100,000, right? And the point of this exercise is not hold out for the $1 million you spent for it. The point is don't give it away for free. Because what lawyers end up doing, because they don't quantify this stuff, they give it away for free. And what I want you to understand is you've probably got $1 million invested in this stuff. And yeah, you know what? You're going to end up probably having to sell it for $100,000, pennies on the dollar, which sucks. But you didn't build it so you could sell it. You built it because you needed it. But if you quantify the value and you say to the person, look, I spent $1 million on this to build it. You're going to have to spend $1 million to build it yourself. So I'm selling it to you for only $100,000. It's a bargain, right? So here's how you quantify it. Pick one thing, one item of stuff, for example.
So the back end marketing system.
The back end marketing system. Pick something else that doesn't generate revenue, that's not so easy to quantify. Because the back end marketing system, you're going to sell for how much revenue it produces. Let's pick an item that doesn't really produce any revenue. It just kind of.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I have policies and procedures, or there was something else I was thinking about. Back in the foreclosure days, when we were doing all the plaintiffs' foreclosures, I got and have still maintained all the Fannie and Freddie certifications that are tough to get and still have those. So that kind of stuff, would be very valuable to a lot of people.
Let's just say there's a particular policy,
Okay.
a procedure.
Mm-hmm.
You take a policy, which is a rule, a procedure, which are instructions, you put them together with steps, and what you've got is a system.
Mhm.
Yeah? With checklists and templates and examples, you got a system.
Mhm.
So you've got a system. And the system is the system that prevents you from having to bang your head against a wall once a month
Mhm.
because of whatever reason. Are you understanding this is you can use any system here, okay? And you, over the last 5 years, have put maybe 100, 200 hours into this system, right? You've got 200 hours into thinking about the system and losing sleep over the system and implementing the system and then banging your head against the wall because the staff found a way to fuck up the system. And then you went back to the drawing board and you fixed the system and then you trained everyone on the system and then you found new ways to improve the system and then the staff found new ways to screw up the system. So you kept improving it and improving it and improving it and improving it, right? Now, you didn't do it so you could then sell it. You didn't do it for the purpose of selling it. You did it for the purpose of having a useful system for yourself, right? Nonetheless, if you were to quantify it, you'd say, I got 200 hours into figuring the system out, right? And you regularly charge, let's say, $500 an hour. So you would quantify and say, I've got $100,000 of my time into this system, plus another $100,000 of blood, sweat, and tears. So I'm going to say this system's worth $200,000.
Okay.
But no one's going to pay me $200,000 for the system because the only people who will pay $200,000 for the system are people who know enough, but they don't know enough. So fine, I'll value the system at $10,000.
Got it.
Okay, well, a $10,000 system here and a $10,000 system there and a $10,000 system somewhere else, pretty soon you got $50,000, $70,000, $100,000 worth of quote unquote systems, which the buyer comes along and says, I'm so unsophisticated, I don't even understand why that's so valuable. And so I want to discount the value of that. And then you use it as a negotiating point of, okay, I've got the system at $100,000 and I'll settle for you on $50,000, but if we can get more cash up front or something like that, right?
Okay.
And sometimes it just becomes an intangible, right? Where you didn't add more square footage to the house, you didn't put a new roof on the house, but you decorated the house real nice and they like the decoration, so it makes your house their first choice instead of the identical house next door without the decorations. So you still have to quantify this stuff, right? Just understand that you didn't build the systems as an investment property. It's not like you built the system so you can sell the system. That doesn't mean the system's got no value. Are you getting what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
And some buyers are going to come along and say, I put exactly $0 of value on the system because I've got a $100 million law firm and I don't give a shit about your systems. Your systems, I'm going to throw them all in the garbage anyway because my systems are better. Okay, maybe that's not the ideal buyer for you. And on the other end of the spectrum, you got the buyer who's so unsophisticated and so entrepreneurially immature, and they say, I don't put any value on those systems because I don't even see what's the point of having them. Okay, well, red flag, if you sell your firm to that buyer, you're probably not going to get paid the full payout. Your staff probably going to get, treated badly after you leave, and your reputation may not be in good hands. Red flag there. So you're going to look for that person kind of in the middle who comes along and says, I recognize the value of those systems. I'm just not willing to pay you $200,000 for the systems. So you end up settling on $50,000 or $75,000 or $100,000 plus maybe some intangibles. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Again, do not try to turn this into something that is like carved in stone. This is all negotiation. This is all discussion. This is all finding the right buyer for the right thing. You get what I'm saying? You ever had the experience of buying a house or selling a house and it's like, it's on the market, it's on the market, it's on the market, till the right buyer comes along and they're like, that's perfect for me? That's like this.
Okay.
Got it? All right.
I learned that I keep buying law firms overpriced because I'm desperate for systems.
You have bought law firms.
No, and these three,
So what?
I keep wanting to buy the law firms and I want to even pay more than they're worth because my firm is so desperate for systems that I need to buy these other
What is your law firm currently grossing?
1.1.
Do you have a COO with how to manage?
We just started.
Well, I think that in 6 to 9 months, you're not going to be so desperate. You're going to be looking around at everyone who doesn't have a COO and like saying to them, you're crazy. Why don't you have a COO? Who's your COO?
Nigel.
Good. I look forward to seeing you go to the mic in 6 months and talk about how great it is having a COO. It's going to make, who's got a COO? It's a game changer, right? It's going to be great.
Amazing.
Sorry? It's a game changer. Congratulations.
Yeah, I can tell you that just having my COO helped me change the profitable compensation. We increased our bottom line by 12.5% just from that one thing in the last like 6 or 8 months.
Which turned into how much dollars?
I'm not a math person either.
Are we talking 10,000, 50,000, 100,000?
I mean, almost, I'd say about $500,000.
$500,000 of bottom line profit because of adding a COO. It's just,
That was just one thing that I had messed up, that I hadn't figured out like how to triage, that she worked on. And doing that and implementing it with the employees that I did it with was just a game changer.
cool. All right, look, we got 30 minutes left. I'm going to sort of split the room into 2 different conversations. All right, the first conversation is for everyone who is here primarily because you're interested in selling your firm. If you're primarily interested in selling your firm, just raise your hand so I know who you are. All right. If you're primarily interested in selling your firm, here's what I want you to do. Ready? Go out and start shopping to buy firms. If you're primarily interested in selling your firm, go out and start shopping to buy firms. That is the best way to get yourself able to sell your firm. Because you think this little role play we did was productive? You did 3 or 4 little role plays in 10 minutes apiece in a fake environment with no preparation and no notice. Wait till you're sitting there with an actual seller with actual financials and actual org charts and actual job descriptions, and you actually sign a non-disclosure agreement and you actually do some real due diligence. You're going to get really, really smart, really, really fast, and you're going to start asking some really, really real questions, and it will make you much, much smarter about what you need to do in your own business so that when you're on the other side of the table, you've got good answers to give. Is this making sense? Yes? Like, this is it. This is, I can make it more complicated for you, but I'm telling you, if you go out and you contact a broker or just contact some people who have their firms for sale and say, I'm interested, go ahead and sign the non-disclosure agreement, do the due diligence, go through the process, right? You got on an airplane, you flew to Miami, you checked into a hotel, You spent 2 days here with me in this room. Invest at least as much time doing some due diligence on a few law firms in your local market that you don't even have to travel to go see. Kick the tires, go through the financials, sit there and do a role play, except it's not a role play because the person on the other side of the table thinks you really want to buy the firm. And you know what? Maybe you will, right? Maybe you will, and maybe you'll see, wow, by buying this firm, it'll make my firm even better, and maybe I won't want to sell my firm if I can buy that firm. Or you'll say, wow, this firm is a total piece of crap, and if I'm being honest with myself, I would probably have to give similar answers to a buyer who came to see me in the future, and now I've got some time to do something about it, so I'm able to give better answers. Got it? Can you do that? So what, the next 6 months, will you go out and do investigations on, can we say 3 firms in the next 6 months? By the end of the year, will you go do due diligence and look to buy 3 firms? Yeah, 3 firms in 6 months. You remember when you were broke and struggling and you would go drive around and look at open houses and test drive nice cars and imagine yourself living this life? Am I the only one who did that? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you did it, right? Do the same thing. Just pretend like you're looking to buy a firm. Sound good? Okay. People who are looking to buy a firm, right? My head is like so spun around backwards after 2 days of being up here. Guess what I'm going to ask you to do in the next 6 months? No. Contact a broker and go kick the tires, sign some NDAs, and go. I mean, literally, just go. The brokers are there. They've got firms they want to sell. Is that the best place to find a firm? Maybe not. Is that the where you're going to ultimately buy the firm from? Maybe not. But I mean, rather than doing this big complicated campaign of where to find the firm and sending emails to everyone you know and direct mail to everyone you know and going to bar associations, you can literally just call a law firm broker and say, I think I would like to buy a firm. What have you got for me to look at? And they'll show you some firms and go do some due diligence and take some for a test drive and sign some NDAs. What do you got to lose?
That, you know, about to retire and.
Do both. The point I'm trying to make is don't make this complicated, right? You don't need, because a lot of the questions that I got were like, where do I find a firm to buy? Call a broker. That's where you find a firm to buy. How do I find people who will buy my firm? Try buying someone else's firm and you'll see where and how to find people who will buy your firm. It will become very obvious to you what you need to do to make your firm more saleable. It will become more obvious to you which brokers are good to work with as a buyer, right? Because you work with a few different brokers to look at a few different firms, and broker number 1 really impresses you, and broker number 2 maybe doesn't really impress you, and broker number 3 maybe horrifies you. What? So now you go to the broker who really impressed you, and you say, you know, after looking at several firms, I've decided I want to sell my firm. Would you be interested in representing my firm? And the broker says, you know, sure, why not? Right? And now you know what the due diligence is, and you know what the packages look like, and you know what the presentations have to look like. You get what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to reinvent this wheel. That's it. I feel like there should be a big grand finale, but there isn't. That's it. I did not get, I never got your email. I still haven't got your email. Just give her the mic, give Becky the microphone. She's got some questions. I'll answer. Listen, I'll stick around for another 15 minutes to answer questions and then we can get out of here. Huh?
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
If only lawyers are allowed to own law firms, and the lawyer passes. How does that work?
The bar will give you a period of time, the bar will give your estate a period of time in which to divest itself of ownership of the law firm. Remember the slide that I showed earlier where your law firm will be sold? But if it's sold by your estate after you're dead, because the bar, is saying you got to sell it, you got to sell it, you got to sell it, your estate is at a obvious disadvantage. Becky.
Okay, there are 4 questions here.
And 8 subparts.
No.
Yeah, each one with 8 subparts.
So I know multiple attorneys.
Just what's the first question?
How do let's say I've got an attorney that wants to join in maybe on a 10-hour a week, whatever it is, 20-hour a week. How do I determine what a fair salary is for them and
What would you hire that person for full time?
Okay.
Next question.
How would I broach the subject? I know multiple of these attorneys in their upper 60s and 70s, and they're still working, and they've told me a variety of different things. How do I broach the subject of, hey, want to combine firms or join my firm, or, because they're still working. One of them has said she's never retiring. The other one has said, yeah, I'm starting to slow down.
What is it that you want to ask them that you're beating around the bush and not asking them?
I want their client list.
You want to buy their firm.
Yes.
You want to buy their firm, or you want them to give you their firm?
Whatever. We'll talk about whatever makes sense. I mean, I'll pay
So
them.
you want to buy their firm.
Yeah.
So why would you say want to combine firms if what you really want is to buy firms? Because if you say would you like to combine firms, I think that if you were to say, let me ask a question. Audience, need a little focus group here, okay? Would you like to combine firms? Do you think that means, I'm not asking if you like it or not, would you like to combine firms? You're nodding your head no, you don't even know what the question is. That's not the question. The question, would you like to combine firms? Would you think that means, would you like to give me 100% ownership of your firm and I'm now in charge and you either go away or become an employee? Or would you think that means we're going to be 50-50 and each have an opinion?
So that's what I'm trying to find out, how to broach this, because I also don't
How
want
to broach the subject of finding out if they might be interested in selling their firm.
Yeah.
You say the words, it's a secret code.
Okay.
It's this thing, it's a secret code written in a language called plain English.
Okay.
And you say, do you think you might ever be interested in selling your firm? Write it down. Do you think you might ever be interested in selling your firm?
Okay.
They will either say, hell no, or they'll say, well, it depends. And if they say it depends, you would then say, everyone at the count of 3.
On what?
Depends on what?
So both of these people I know, and I know more, but there's just 2 that I'm immediately thinking of. I know that they want to continue working. So that's why
Sell your firm and continue working are not mutually exclusive.
Well,
Would
I
you
wanted
ever
to-
be interested in selling your firm? Let's role play this.
Okay.
Okay. I'll be you, you be them.
Okay.
So Becky, you think you might ever be interested in selling your firm?
Oh no, I love it. I'm going to work until I die.
Well, I understand that you want to work until you die, but does that mean you want to own your firm on the day you die? Or do you think you might be interested in selling your firm and then continuing to work for it so you don't have to deal with all the administrative hassles and the bookkeeping and the accounting and the billing and the staffing and the HR and the IT and all that kind of stuff? So when you say you want to work until you die, you mean you want to own your firm until you die? Or you think you might want to sell your firm before that?
Oh gosh, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, I've been doing this for decades and I love it and I love the clients and this is what I do. I mean, it's Robertson Law Firm and this is me and we've got, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's for me.
Okay, well, just out of curiosity, let's suppose you do own your firm until you die.
Mhm.
What do you think is gonna happen to all your clients and staff and after that?
Oh, I have something set up with another firm. They're gonna take over. I mean, I don't know if she has that set up or not. I assume
Okay,
she does.
so you have all this under control?
Um, I don't know.
You're role
yeah,
playing, you're
yeah.
role playing. That gives you license to make shit up, as long as it fits reasonably within the universe that we understand.
Um, I mean, I had an agreement with another attorney 10 years ago. We really haven't talked about it since then. So I'm honestly not sure. I honestly don't know that she would have the capacity to take everybody on.
Okay, well, why don't you give it some thought, and I'm always around, and give me a call if you ever wanna talk about it.
Okay, well, could you tell me exactly like, okay, I would ask then for more details. Maybe she would
No,
ask for
you would
details.
not. You would say,
Okay. No, I mean, the other attorney might, if I were the other attorney.
if you're role playing, that's not how this conversation is gonna go. The person who says, I'm not interested in selling my firm, and I have a handshake deal with some other firm that I haven't talked to in 10 years, and I don't know, and I don't know, and I don't know,
Uh-huh.
you have to say, well, give it some thought, and I'd be happy to talk about it whenever you want.
Okay.
You can't, this isn't like trying to convince them.
Right.
You're like trying to find some magic words to convince them. You're
Mm-hmm.
looking for you're looking for the code to enter into the machine to make it do what you want it to do.
Mm-hmm.
And these aren't machines and there aren't codes, right? You gotta just
Mm-hmm.
respect what the person is saying.
Yeah, no, I get that. Are there any pitfalls that I should watch out for when I'm trying to buy a firm really solely for the client list?
Yes, the biggest pitfall that I think you should look out for if you're trying to buy a firm only for the client list is that you're gonna have such narrow tunnel vision that you're gonna miss everything else because you're just looking for the client list.
Got it. Well, this is the question I wrote. Is there anything else that I should include to sweeten the deal or keep me from getting fucked? Yeah.
Okay,
I think,
I realized that I maybe should have said this at the beginning of the workshop, and I regret that I didn't. I just sort of, I can't help myself but have so much respect for all of you that I feel that maybe I forget to say the obvious things. What do you say about a client who represents themselves in a purchase transaction or sale transaction for a business? You say they have a fool for a client, yes? So a lot of the questions that you're all like asking me in these questions, the answer is like, I just sort of assumed you knew you were gonna hire an M&A attorney to represent you in the transaction, right?
and we want the other party to have their own attorney.
Ideally.
Yeah, okay.
Them to be dumb and you get it for a song.
Listen, I mean, if they're gonna write you a big fat check and let you walk away, I think realistically though, you want them to have an attorney, yes.
Okay, and in terms of, because, you know, with immigration cases can take a long time. What about like structuring something to keep the other attorney on the hook for the pending cases? I mean, I realize that you would just have
That
that
was
be
the whole
part-
conversation we were having with Sam and
Right.
my mind is going blank, but she was sitting right there.
Me?
Were you sitting right there?
Oh, Mandy?
Man, yes.
Okay, how about, to like, so this is the real life example.
I'm gonna go for 3 minutes and 30 more seconds. So if anyone has a question, now's the time to raise your hand.
So the exact scenario with Susan, so I only do deportation defense and her firm does deportation defense and a variety of other things with my avatar. Let's pretend she's in North Carolina. And so I would still love to have all those other clients because they're like adjacent to mine and be able to call them and send out warm referrals. Like we talked about that I get a lot of business from sending out warm referrals.
She does deportation and something else. You
Yes.
only do deportation.
Correct.
So you can refer business to her, but she's never going to refer business to you.
Well, I'd be acquiring her firm.
So you would want to acquire her firm and only keep the deportation defense part of it and not keep the other part of it?
I would refer that stuff out to firms that then would refer me cases.
Okay, well then that might be an option, assuming that Susan would be okay with that. Alex?
Is there?
That's not a bad idea, Becky. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that is, yeah.
Alex? Jerry, thanks.
As I think you had said this previously, and I know this, most states in the United States do not allow non-attorneys to own firms. So is there any way a hedge fund can buy a firm if they're not attorneys?
In states where non-attorney ownership is permissible, yes. In
Okay, but
states
what
where
about-
non-attorney ownership is not permissible,
So
no.
The answer is no. Okay. But I think, yeah. But if there are attorneys in the hedge fund, then they could conceivably buy a
You're
firm.
overthinking this, and I don't understand why we're going down this.
Well, because I've been approached by a hedge fund.
You've been approached by a hedge fund
Yeah.
that
Just
wants to,
that wants to buy my firm.
great. Let them
I should
figure it
talk
out.
to them? Okay. New Jersey, which doesn't allow non-attorneys to own
Let them
firms.
figure it out. Let's
Okay.
hear what they have to say. That'd be
So I
interesting.
should respond, okay, and see what
I don't know,
it's
it's
all about.
curious. I mean, it's interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, have you ever gotten one of those calls that says, you are getting this call from the IRS. You owe us money.
Well,
If you
yeah.
do not call us back, we are going to arrest you. Call us now.
Well, that's
Have you
my
ever got those
question.
phone calls?
Yeah.
Has anyone actually ever taken one of those phone calls?
No.
Oh, I have. It's freaking hilarious. If you got nothing else to do and you get one of those calls, it's actually quite entertaining to just jerk them around until they finally say, fuck you. Because they
Yeah.
do. They will actually say, fuck you. And then you say, wait a second, but I thought you were the IRS. This doesn't sound very professional. And like you just play really, really stupid the whole time and literally just drive them insane. It's actually fun to do.
All right, I don't have time to waste to do that. I don't want to
It's
waste
not really
my
a
time
hobby.
doing
It's
that,
just a
but
passing fancy.
but that's-
Listen what the hedge fund has to say. What are they going to say? They're either going to say, hey, here's something that you don't know that we figured out. And then great. I mean, how long? What's the
Okay.
worst that happens? You hear what they have to say.
You say, I'll get back to you, and they say, fuck you.
All right.
yeah, okay.
Leah has a question.
Completely lost my original question, but I was gonna say, since you've seen probably tons and tons and tons of law firm acquisitions.
I haven't seen that many, just in
Oh,
the
no?
interest of full disclosure.
Oh, okay. What was the most profitable model that you saw for acquiring a law firm? For the acquirer, not for the seller.
I don't understand the question.
For the acquisitions that you've seen,
Right, I understand that.
what structure or what things that were unique did you see that made the acquisition most profitable, other than what you've discussed, the Rembrandts and all that? Like, for example, a percentage basis of ongoing revenue versus a cash payout versus just assuming, certain liabilities of the firm, or any other structure you might have seen? What?
For buying firms,
Yes.
the most profitable way, the safest way,
Mhm.
okay. There's the safest way and there's the most profitable way, right?
Mhm.
The most profitable way is to give them cash up front and let them walk away. That's the most profitable because now you got a firm that you think is worth $1 million, right?
Mhm.
And like everything else, price or terms.
Right.
Yeah. So firm's worth $1 million. I'll give you $500,000 today.
Mhm.
Do I have to stick around? No. Do I have any risk of not getting paid? No.
Mhm.
$500,000, walk away. Okay, I'll take it. Well, you just bought a $1 million firm for $500,000. That's more profitable than the other approach, which is the firm's worth $1 million and I'll pay you $1 million for it. Because I'm going to pay you out over the next 4 years, but that reduces your risk. So
Right.
you got to decide, where on that spectrum you feel most comfortable. And I would say on a deal by deal basis.
And then are you recommending, I mean, I was thinking through all this in terms of the intangibles, the PETA factor. Do you structure usually in paying for the employees or giving them some kind of a bonus to stay longer to ensure the longevity?
No, what you do is you part of the payout is dependent on the employee's stay. So let's say, for example, so I'm just making this up. There's 5 employees and the seller says to you, they're great, they're loyal, they're long-term, they don't want to go anywhere. Because what are they going to say? The opposite of that? They're all going to say that, right? Great. Well, if any employee leaves within 3 years of me taking over the firm, I'm making this up. If any employee leaves within 3 years of me taking over the firm, your next payout, we take $10,000 out of your next payout. Because I'm going to use that to hire a recruiter to replace that employee. You get the idea?
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you sell me, a warehouse full of inventory, I say, look, I'll give you $1 million for the inventory, but if any of the inventory is found to be defective or broken, you got to pay to replace it, essentially.
Okay.
I'd focus less on bribing the employees and focus more on penalizing the seller.
Okay.
Don't put the employees in the middle of that. Don't put them in that.
Well, I was just thinking kind of like the whole fuselage model that you talk about at the masterminds, that most people are just most comfortable sticking with something that they know. And if they had an incentive to keep them there.
But that's the problem is they don't know. The reason why they quit is not because they're comfortable with what they know. The reason that they quit is because they don't know and they're uncomfortable with the unknown.
But I figured if you guys gave them a bonus, maybe at the end of the
But now
first
you're giving
year.
them something they don't know. You're introducing something to the equation they don't know.
Okay.
What you want is you want to keep the environment as stable and familiar and safe for them as possible. And the best way to do that, if John's selling you his firm, you want John to stick around and tell everyone everything's okay. Your buddy John's still here. Yeah, Leah's here, but I'm here. Don't worry, it's all good, right? So you want to incentivize him to keep them around.
Okay.
Don't try to incentivize them to stay around. That's just going to scare them.
Okay.
Incentivize him to keep them around.
Okay. And then what about implementing things like profitable comp to make the firm more profitable than John is running it?
Now we keep going back to every time you change something, you freak them out.
Okay.
Even if the change is better. Change is scary. Try to change as little as you can. Only change things that you must. Try to keep it as the same as you can from their perspective. Hey kids, great news. Even though mom and dad are divorcing, we're going to move to a better house in a better neighborhood. I don't want to move to a better house in a better neighborhood. I want to stay in the old house in the old neighborhood, but this one's better. Kids don't like that. Change, bad. Stay the same, good. All the incentives you're trying to work on the employees, working on the seller, don't work on the employees.
Okay.
If you're the seller and you want, and the buyer wants to hire your employees, and like you said, that arrangement is you, as a seller, you lose money if the employees leave. So what?
Right.
So the less, to the extent the seller can control how much change occurs, the less change, the better. That's what you're saying.
If the buyer is sophisticated enough to know that they should penalize you as the seller for every employee who leaves, that buyer presumably would also be sophisticated enough to understand that it's not in their best interest to let employees leave, and that they should keep everything as copacetic and the same as possible so the employees don't leave. And one of the things that that buyer is going to probably be sophisticated enough to understand is that the best way to keep the employees sticking around is to keep you sticking around for as long as possible.
But what if I don't want to stick around for too long?
Well, now we're back to price and terms.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
Listen, you're asking a whole bunch of theoretical questions. We could talk and talk and talk and talk about this forever. I'm telling you, go out and try to buy a few firms, and like, you won't have to ask me all these questions. It'll all become very clear and very obvious when you do some due diligence on a few firms. Don't overthink it. It costs you nothing and you take no risk. Just go try to buy some firms. Sound good? Thank you all for being here. Hey, if you got value from this, I would very much appreciate if you go on to the How to Manage Facebook group and share what you got from being here. What I'd like is if one person, the first person who posts something, if everyone was to jump onto that discussion rather than having 10 different discussions. So jump on Facebook and just look to see if someone else started it, and then just jump on and add on. And I'd appreciate if you could be specific in your feedback, not, it was great, I loved it. It was great, it's going to help me do this, that, the other. It was great, it answered these specific questions for me. It was great, I'm now going to be able to whatever, whatever, whatever. Those kinds of testimonials are much more helpful to show other people the value of being here. Thank you. I'm applauding you.
Their back-end marketing.
You want this back?
It's no,
It's done, it's good. It's so warm. I know.
I don't plan on hanging out in air conditioning for any longer.
Yeah, me neither. We even like turned it off in our room.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah.